This man managed to create a miraculous tomato. With just one bite, you lose 20 grams of fat. In other words, he invented the Monjaro of manhwas. Women all over the world will want this product. While everyone else entered the tower to become a hero, this man entered to become a farmer, trapped alone on a secret floor, unable to leave and surrounded by monsters. He needed to find a way to survive, but instead of learning magic or training with a sword, he started planting potatoes. And as ridiculous as that may sound, this simple decision transformed an ordinary farmer into an existence capable of rivaling the most dangerous beings in the tower. This is not one of those stories with a completely overpowered protagonist who shoots fireballs even out of his ass. It is a more relaxed story with humor. You feel the progress little by little and experience the journey together with the protagonist. Here we will see cute employee rabbits. Later we will see them mating while the protagonist is shocked listening to it. At least it should be quick since it's a rabbit, right? We will also see the cuckold cat, who gave everything he had for the most beautiful female cat in the village. But in the end, the handsome and rich cat took her away. There was nothing left for the cuckold kitty. But of course it was not our protagonist's dream to become a farmer in the tower. So I will tell the story from the beginning so you can understand everything. At the start, we're at some ruins in a forest where a group is getting ready for battle. Then someone calls out to the humans and asks for a moment of their attention. And it's a cat in clothes, walking on two legs. He asks if they want to see some fine goods, and everyone is shocked to find a cat merchant and thinks he's adorable. They ask what he's selling. It's a cherry tomato. One blonde guy is instantly disappointed. He expected legendary weapons or rare potions, not some fruit you can find anywhere. But the cat calls them fools and says this isn't an ordinary cherry tomato. He tells them to check its description. A girl wonders what makes it special, and the mage asks if it's an item. Then she sees it's magical. It boosts mana recovery by 0.1 for 10 minutes. The effect is small, but she's still surprised. Another girl notices it can burn 10 grams of fat just by eating it, and a muscular guy asks if that really works. The cat says yes, proudly adding that each one costs half a coin. That's enough to make them ask for 200 right away. The cat can barely believe it, and one of them even wants the entire stock. Then the muscular guy asks where he got them and who made those items. The cat thinks for a second, then just says it's a secret. Elsewhere in that same place in the tomato field, our main guy is harvesting. He says that should be enough tomatoes for today, standing beside a rabbit wearing Luffy's hat. Then he calls the other rabbits over to take a break and gets ready to make tomato juice. He asks the bee rubbing against him if she can give him more honey, and she spits honey right into his cup. He mixes it up, turning it into a smoothie, then drinks it with the rabbits who are having carrot juice. All of them are crazy happy. This is their perfect drink. Cherry tomato juice with honey. He calls it the good life, and the rabbits agree. Then the system gives him a bonus quest. Share honey liquid with the tower's administrators. The reward is nothing, and if he refuses, they'll be disappointed. That catches him off guard. Still, he says it's fine, and that he'll make some for them later. But they stay disappointed. Just then, the cat returns and calls for his master, Sejun Park. He says he's finally back, and he tells him he did great and got back fast. When the protagonist sees everything sold out and all the coins the cat brought, he jokes that maybe he'll let him be CEO for an hour. Sejun gets excited, thinking it's only a matter of time before his name becomes famous. The cat just stares at him, a little stunned. Then he says this is no time to slack off. They need to eat and head out again because he wants more money. MC asks if he's leaving already and says he can rest, but the cat tells Black Bunny to restock supplies. So Black starts slicing up the fish in front of him. Looks like he's gotten addicted to making money too. Then he remembers something he almost forgot. Another day has passed there, so he marks it on a stone. It's been 150 days. He introduces himself as Sejun, a farmer. Then he asks the rabbit if he's done cutting the fish. A caped cat nearby says he'll help too. Sejun explains that it's been 150 days since he somehow entered the tower and got lost. By now he's built up a huge farm and decided to start growing crops for real. This is the story of how he survived after getting lost inside the tower. 10 years earlier, in busy Seoul, a 99-floor black tower suddenly appeared in Gangnam, and it wasn't just there. 100 towers appeared at the same time in cities across the world, including Korea. Every country investigated, but all they learned was that each tower was 990 meters tall, made of an insanely durable material, and not even nuclear bombs could damage them. Then one day, people started coming out through the tower walls, still wearing normal clothes. Everyone wondered how they had gotten inside the tower. One man says a black hole suddenly appeared, and when he woke up, he was on the first floor. That became global news, and people learned all 100 towers were connected as one. Anyone who enters wakes up on the first floor chooses a role like mage or warrior, and monsters start appearing from the second floor on. Every cleared floor gives a different reward. During an interview, a man says that if someone is lucky, they can get a ticket. A reporter asks what that is. He explains it's an item. Awakened people can enter and leave the tower freely, but normal people need a ticket just to get in, and only the awakened can actually climb it. She asks why anyone would enter such a terrifying tower full of monsters, and whether they know where it came from. He says no one knows yet. Then he signals to the assistant beside him. She opens a tiny chest and pours out piles of gold and jewels, leaving everyone stunned by how much came from something so small. He says he's sure of one thing: climbing the tower will make you rich. After that, the Awakened Association announces that Black Tower ticket prices will rise from 150 million won to 200 million next week. and hundreds of thousands of people are rushing to buy one before the increase. Meanwhile, a young man is paying for groceries at a small store, while the older woman there keeps ranting that the world has gone crazy. People are risking their lives just to get rich, and now they want 200 million for a ticket. She thinks that's way too much. The 26-year-old guy Sejun agrees. Later on his way home, he says that after tuition, interest, and rent, he's only managed to save almost 12 million won. If ticket prices keep going up, he wonders when he'll ever be able to buy one. He's worn out by his life but tells himself not to give up. There has to be some way to save more money. He remembers getting those vegetables at a good price and wonders if he should try growing some, since food will probably get more expensive too. Then he recalls hearing about an automatic home vegetable grower and jokes that his favorite idol really can advertise anything. He says he has to save every bit he can for that ticket. Maybe once people see his talent, he'll get into a good guild, and if he clears the tower, maybe he can even marry his idol. He gets all dreamy over that, telling himself to hang in there without noticing a black hole opening behind him. It grows large enough to start pulling him in. He's shocked and realizes it's the same phenomenon that swallowed the first generation of awakened people. He wonders if it's really going to take him, then says he's ready to risk his life climbing the tower and begs the black hole to bring him along. But then it gets awkward. Both he and the black hole seem embarrassed by the cringe thing he just said. He asks why the black hole is shrinking. Apparently our guy was so cringe, so unbelievably cringe, that even a weird space phenomenon didn't want him. Still, he refuses to lose that chance. If it won't pull him in, he'll jump in himself. And that's exactly what he does, diving into the black hole to grab his shot at climbing the tower. After a while, he lands face first in a completely different place. He starts wondering if he really made it inside the tower. He expected the first floor to be a grand plaza full of gear and potions, but instead there's nothing but a hole in a cave and a single stone. He's totally alone, wondering what the hell this is because he's stuck in a deserted forest and has no clue where he is. He's clearly very far from where he was supposed to be. At the top of the tower, someone watches a crystal ball. It seems to be a dragon, who says the crystal detected a change in the tower. He says he must find the cause. That's the tower administrator's duty. Meanwhile, Sejun is terrified by what's happening. And while he panics, someone asks an adventurer what the Black Tower is like. She describes a bright, huge palace with lots of items for sale, and says she usually buys potions there. Another adventurer says the first floor's most important place is the training field. If you want to survive in the tower, you need to be strong enough to fight monsters. That's what everyone said. But where Sejun ended up, there's nothing like that. He's stuck there with no hope left. There's no way out. He spent the whole day searching the cave and found nothing. No exit, no training field, no shop, nothing. He even yelled for help until he lost his voice, but nobody came. Now he starts wondering if he got sent to the wrong place. After being alone that long, he starts losing it. Then his phone suddenly vibrates and it scares him. It's just his alarm, which means a full day has passed since he got here. There's no signal, but the time still seems right. Soon he starts getting hungry, then notices he still has the groceries he was carrying home. Cherry tomatoes, green onions, bread, sweet potatoes, a bottle of water, pumpkin, and an apple. He decides to start with the apple. After one bite, he says nothing beats an apple in the morning. It's really sweet, but when it's gone, he's still hungry. So he moves on to a sweet potato. He actually loves it. It tastes way better than he expected, and the chewy texture makes it even better. People usually cook them, but he figures eating one raw once in a while is fine. That idea lasts until he starts choking and nearly dies, so he chugs water to save himself. After that, he drops onto the rock he's been using as a bed, and says it was still a decent meal. Then he stares up and wonders how long he'll be trapped here. He needs a way out before the food runs out. Now he's trying to guess how long these supplies can keep him alive. If nobody rescues him, he thinks he'll dry up like a mummy, and that'll be the end. But then he gets back up. He doesn't want to die like this. This is the tower. His dream was to reach it, not end here. Then he notices the apple core with the seeds still inside, digs a hole and buries it, hoping something might grow. Next, he grabs the green onions. There are 10 of them, so he plans to eat the leaves and plant the roots. He also plants 3 tomatoes and 2 sweet potatoes, saving the rest for food. He tells himself he'll do whatever it takes to survive and wait for them to grow. Those crops are his future now. Sometime later, he gets jolted awake and wonders what that sound was. A monster? He's terrified, because he was told there aren't any monsters on the first floor. Still, he gets more and more scared because a blue moon hangs in the sky, and that strange noise keeps getting louder. It's really getting to him. His whole body starts shaking. Then he sees a huge shadow pass overhead. Near the moon, he makes out the shape of a dragon, a black dragon. For a second, he even thinks it looks beautiful. Then he blacks out and collapses. While he's out cold, his crops suddenly start growing. Then on the next morning at 6, his alarm goes off again. He shuts it off, holding his aching head and wondering how long he was unconscious. Then he realizes 2 whole days have passed. When he tries to move, his back hurts from the way he slept. He's exhausted, sore all over, and completely drained. Then he notices a strange plant behind him and realizes it's one of the green onions he planted, only now it's huge. He can't believe it grew that much so fast. Green onions aren't supposed to do that. Then he figures it must be because he's inside the tower. He remembers hearing that plants can change depending on how they grow, so some kind of power must have affected this one. That makes him think the others might have grown too, and they did. There are a lot of them now, 52 in total. He worries they won't get enough light in the shade, so he decides to harvest the green onions. But they're way thicker than normal, so cutting them is harder than he expected. Once he finishes, he wonders what they taste like. The moment he takes a bite, the heat is so strong it feels like he's breathing fire. He rushes for water, thinking they're way spicier than normal. Still, it doesn't hurt his stomach, which is weird. He decides he can save them for when he wants something spicy, and maybe get used to them later. Then he stores the rest and grabs some of his cherry tomatoes too. As soon as he eats one, he feels that it's a little different. That also gets him thinking, the sun in the tower doesn't really set. Sometimes it just gets covered by each floor's moon, and he remembers that phenomenon is called the blue moon. But the blue moon only happens on the 10th floor, and he thought he was somewhere on the 1st. There's also a dragon here, so that definitely wasn't a hallucination. 10 years ago, when the tower first appeared, the Phoenix Guild, one of the strongest guilds, reached the 37th floor. Everything past the 30th floor is kept secret by the guilds, but people share a lot online about the lower ones. Floors 2 to 10 have skeleton soldiers, 11 to 20 have golems, and 21 to 30 have orcs. Rumors say monster spiders start appearing from the 31st floor on, but nobody ever mentioned dragons. He spent plenty of time online and never heard anything even close. Not dragons, not giant lizards, nothing. So what floor is this? Did he get dropped somewhere even the best hunters haven't reached? While he's quietly thinking about that, something lands on his face. At first he thinks it's rain. He heard the tower's weather is usually clear, but it isn't rain at all. Whatever it is disappears the moment he looks. He wonders what that was. Maybe a monster? Instead, it's a tiny rabbit dropping down from above, starving. Sejun is stunned and wonders if this is some kind of monster too. Then the little rabbit jumps straight down. He panics and tries to catch it so it won't get hurt, but the rabbit lands right on his head, then calmly hops to the ground. It heads straight for the green onions. And Sejun starts thinking this is no normal rabbit. The cute little thing points at his green onions. The protagonist asks if it wants one, and somehow the rabbit makes it clear that yes, it does. So he grabs a green onion, pulls it up, and offers it over. The rabbit happily starts eating beside him. He asks if it likes it, and says it can have more. He has plenty. The rabbit gladly accepts. That's when Sejun realizes the crops are growing insanely fast. At this rate, he'll need to harvest twice a day. The rabbit gets excited and starts talking to him, though MC can't really understand it. Then it shouts upward like it's calling to someone else. A second rabbit jumps down. This one is wearing an apron, and it brings a hat and a watering can for the first rabbit. Now there are two of them, and Sejun starts wondering if they're married. The rabbits make it clear that they are, and he can only think how crazy it is that just days after getting lost in the tower, a rabbit couple ended up living with him in the cave. Honestly, this rabbit in the straw hat is way too cute. And just like that, Sejun's life in the tower pit starts going surprisingly well, with rabbits helping run the farm. They harvest, water the crops, and live pretty comfortably there together, working and eating alongside the protagonist. Watching them, he can tell they're a great couple, and he wonders how things turned out like this. Not long ago, he was shocked when the rabbits said they wanted to live in the cave with him. They gave him such pitiful, pleading looks that he couldn't resist the cuteness, and said okay. Still, he made one thing clear: nothing is free. They could stay if they helped on the farm. All they had to do was harvest the green onions. He was about to add more, but both rabbits jumped on him. He tells them to stop being so cute because if they keep rubbing that soft fur on him, he'll end up taking them in for real. And after all that cuteness, he really does let them stay. He says it feels like he's being manipulated, but he's allowing it anyway. Then he asks if the things they're carrying are items from the tower. The watering can the male rabbit carries has endless water, and he's not sure if the female rabbit has some kind of magic pocket, but she keeps pulling tools out of nowhere too. He says he's seriously jealous and wishes he had gear like that. Then one of the rabbits calls out to him and he's shocked they're already done. He gets up to check the harvest and tells them to store the cut green onions. There still doesn't seem to be any change in the sweet potatoes. The cherry tomato sprouts have grown too, and he says everything is developing really fast. He wonders if it's because of the rabbits, but when he looks over, both of them seem nervous. They wait for Sejun's answer, and in the end he decides they're officially hired. The two rabbits are thrilled. The two rabbits start chatting right in front of him, and Sejun has no clue what they're saying. Then they suddenly dash off. MC just stares after them, wondering what that was about. A moment later, the female rabbit pulls out a shovel and hands it to her husband. He starts digging right away, making a huge hole. While he works, she makes a flower crown. Then she hangs it at the entrance. That hole is their new burrow, a home of their own. She's thrilled, while her husband looks completely worn out from all that digging. Sejun is amazed by how fast they built a house. He praises the rabbit husband for doing such a great job, and the rabbit happily takes the compliment. But then, like a proper husband, he gets called back to duty when his wife taps his shoulder and pulls him along. She's all excited, inviting him inside so they can start their family. He's so exhausted that Sejun almost feels bad for him. Even so, the female rabbit drags him inside. Then they shut themselves in. The sounds coming from inside are a lot. He gets awkward and nervous, then quietly wishes the rabbit husband good luck. And yeah, he's a little jealous. He was just thinking how lonely the cave had been. Still, the rabbits helped with the farm and made the place feel warmer. So he lies down on some old green onions and goes to sleep. But suddenly, he smells smoke. Something's on fire. His stuff is heating up, and one of the onions caught fire because light reflected through the bottle. Sejun is totally confused. Then he realizes what caused it. The plastic bottle. And that gives him an idea. Life in the Black Tower is rough, but he hasn't given up. He still has onions and a plastic bottle, so he figures he can use the clear bottle like a makeshift lens to start a fire. It reminds him of a survival show on YouTube, and he gets ready to try it himself. He tries to make a little fire, but it doesn't work. Smoke starts coming out, yet nothing actually catches. He can't figure out why. Sejun starts losing hope. He was sure this was how you did it, so what went wrong? Then, out of nowhere, that tiny ember finally catches. At last, he gets the fire he's been dreaming of. Around then, the rabbit husband comes out of the burrow looking totally drained, while his wife looks very pleased. The two rabbits notice Sejun crouched there, blowing on the ember. He keeps begging the fire god to help him out. The rabbit couple comes over, curious, and the protagonist talks to them. He's excited and asks if they can help make some wind. The female rabbit starts blowing to help. MC begs for it to work. He wants fire no matter what. And finally, the first flame appears. He's thrilled. Then he turns back toward the green onions and tosses a few in. He's going to cook them. He wonders if they're done yet, feels the heat and peels off the burned outside. Then he takes the soft part inside and puts it in his mouth. The second he eats it, he realizes it's finally sweet. The sugary taste hits him hard. It feels like something wild is racing through his mouth, and he blurts out that it's delicious, then quickly makes more. The rabbits stare, surprised by what he's doing. Then they each grab a green onion and copy Sejun. Both of them are thrilled with the taste. After getting lost, he finally eats a warm meal that fills him up, and he sleeps like an angel. After a good rest, the protagonist wakes up and looks toward the lake. He heads over to wash his face, and after that, he checks the crops and sees that a lot has grown. The onions are already ready to harvest, so he waters the cherry tomatoes too. He also gives water to the sweet potatoes. To him, this is amazing. A lot has happened lately, and after learning how to make fire, he used the onions to set up torches around the cave. Now moving around is much easier. He even tells the rabbit couple that a torch near the well would help since it's so dark there. But then he notices something nearby, a piranha, or something like one suddenly leaps straight at him. Sejun yells, asking what that thing is, as the fish tries to bite him. It's the first time he's seen one there. He wonders if the lights attracted it. That's when he discovers a new food source. He throws the fish onto the fire to roast it. Still, he wonders if it'll taste any good. Then he takes a bite, and it's actually delicious. All the little rabbits want some too. Sejun wonders if rabbits eat meat, but judging by their eyes, these ones do. Then again, he figures that kind of thing doesn't matter much. They're monsters after all. A few days later, the blue moon happens again, and MC learns it comes every 30 days. He'd been using a notebook and a power bank to charge his phone and keep track of the days, but that setup finally hits its limit, so he starts counting the days another way. After fully charging his phone one last time, he sees that 61 days have already passed. Unfortunately, the rabbits sleep at exactly 7 p.m. and wake up at 5 a.m., so if he follows their body clock, he can manage even though the sun never sets on this floor. Then Sejun says something amazing happened. A few days earlier, he sees the rabbit husband come out of the burrow and greet him. But then a whole bunch of baby rabbits come out too. That completely shocks him. All those little bunnies rush right at him, and Sejun realizes the rabbit couple had a ton of babies. He asks the little ones if they missed him. He's happy to become an uncle. Still, it looks like the parents haven't slept at all. Raising those little troublemakers must be exhausting, so he offers to watch the kids while they eat breakfast, and the two of them really do look wrecked. Then he calls them over to check the cherry tomatoes. When they get there, a lot of them have already sprouted. The baby rabbits play around in the field, and Sejun sees the flowers blooming. The place is starting to look like a flower garden. But for fruit to grow, they need pollination, so he has to do it by hand, one flower at a time. Doing that all day wrecks his back. He thinks it would be great if a bee showed up, but maybe that's asking too much. While he's working, he notices one of the baby rabbits crawl into a flower and come out with pollen all over its nose. The sight is so silly that Sejun bursts out laughing. He tells the little bunny not to breathe in too much pollen, but then he notices something else. There's fruit growing. After all that work, they finally got one. The protagonist is overjoyed and happy with the little bunny's help. This all happened the day before the blue moon. So once again, he gets ready to go to sleep, putting out the fire and storing it safely. He thinks that should be enough to stay hidden and keep warm. One of the little rabbits watches in surprise while the mother rabbit brings the babies back home. Sejun says it should start in a few minutes. He tells them he'll see them later, if they survive. At first, MC thinks the blue moon is no big deal, but once night comes, everything turns dark and fear starts creeping in. He can't sleep and keeps staring at the hole, wondering how much longer this will last. Just in case, he hid anything with a strong smell and stayed quiet, waiting for the blue moon to end. But with no idea how much time has passed, every minute feels like an hour. The screams sound far away, but his body still won't stop shaking. He just hopes this night ends without trouble too. Then he hears something even more terrifying, and asks himself what that was. Outside, a giant paw steps nearby. The monster attached to it is bigger than the trees around it, and that massive red bear comes close to Sejun's cave. It gets near enough for him to see it clearly in the moonlight. Its shadow creeps closer and closer to him. He's scared out of his mind, thinking his luck is truly awful. As the bear peers inside, Sejun realizes it still hasn't noticed him, so he thinks he needs to hide before it does. He tries to stay quiet and back away slowly, but when he grabs his backpack, it was open and everything inside spills out with a huge clatter. That makes him freeze in pure terror. As he looks up, the bear definitely heard it and shoves its face into the hole. Now it's right in front of Sejun. He starts screaming the moment he sees the monster up close. The bear goes wild, ready to eat him. After that scare, morning finally comes. All the rabbits jump on Sejun trying to wake him, but he asks for a little more sleep, until the rabbit with the straw hat smacks him hard. That slap wakes him up in the roughest way possible. The protagonist jolts upright, asking what happened. Then he looks at the sky and realizes the blue moon is over, and the little rabbit confirms it. That's when it hits him. He passed out, and now his whole body hurts. Still, he wonders what happened. That monster had been right at the cave entrance, and he started screaming, but after that he remembers nothing. Even recalling it now still scares him. He was almost killed by a monster. Looking at all the rabbits, Sejun finally understands just how terrifying his situation really is, and a deep chill runs through him. Then the mother rabbit calls out to him, pointing at the fire nearby. He builds the fire back up and finally warms himself with the rabbits. Then she brings him some fish, and he thanks her. After eating, he starts feeling like himself again. But now he knows that monster found this place. Maybe it sensed another creature, or maybe it gave up because the hole was too small. Either way, there's no promise he'll be safe next time. He got lucky once, but next time he could really die. After everything he did to make it this far, for now, the only thing he can do is eat as much as he can to stay alive. So that's exactly what he does while he figures out the next step. Then the rabbit with the Luffy hat calls Sejun over. Curious, he follows to see what it wants to show him. The rabbit leads him to a blue cherry tomato about the size of a golf ball. Sejun thinks it looks amazing but wonders why it turned blue, and he can tell it's ripe. The moment he picks it, a system window appears in front of him. It says he successfully completed the mission to harvest a fruit filled with blue moon energy. That alone shocks him. It's a message from the system. Then it says his amazing achievement caught the tower administrator's attention. Now the tower administrator is watching Sejun and clearly isn't happy. MC has no idea why, and the rabbit with the Luffy hat is totally lost too. The system explains that the administrator found out he was never properly invited. To cover up that mistake, he wants to hide it. He is stunned. Was ending up here really an accident? He's been stuck here for 61 days and only now they tell him it was a mistake. He begs for help. He just wants to go home. Instead, the system says the administrator is thinking about killing him to erase the evidence. Sejun can't believe it. He unlocked an achievement, and instead of a reward, the guy wants him dead. What kind of nonsense is that? Even the administrator has no answer for that. Then the protagonist starts thinking maybe he pushed it too far. Right after that, the system says the administrator is awakening him, and MC really does go through a full-on Pokemon-style de-evolution. Once it's over, he wonders if he's officially an awakened person of the tower now. He immediately thinks about his class. Maybe swordsman? Then he decides he's smart enough to be a mage, but the system cuts in and says the administrator already assigned one. Sejun asks what it is, and freezes when he reads it. His class is Tower Farmer rank F. All his excitement instantly disappears. He can't believe what he's seeing. The system adds that his work will keep him from getting sick, help him stay in tune with nature, and give him experience when he harvests crops. Sejun cuts it off. Hold on. What do you mean he's a farmer? He opens his status window, and all his stats show up. He doesn't have a single skill. What really hits him is his status saying he has mediocre talent. At that point, all his hopes fall apart. He'd already imagined himself on a big talk show, with the host introducing a special guest who cleared the dungeon despite having mediocre talent. Then the host would ask what his class was, and when he answered farmer, he just couldn't accept it. He doesn't want that life at all. Sejun even gets ready to take his anger out on the blue tomato, but then he notices the baby rabbits staring at him in fear, like they don't even recognize him. That makes him feel awkward right away, so he calms down and looks around at everything they built together as a family. Little by little, he accepts it. They all worked hard to grow this, so he says he'll keep farming with them, and the rabbits are thrilled to hear it. Then he looks back at the fruit, and its status window opens. It's a magical cherry tomato filled with blue moon energy. It was already tasty and healthy, but the blue moon made it even better. Eating it permanently raises mana by 0.05. It lasts 30 days and is rank E. Sejun is shocked that it's actually an item. It's tiny, but it raises stats. He thinks that's amazing. Now he wonders if he can grow more things like this. Meanwhile, the dragon keeps watching his harvest, and it's clearly annoyed. The protagonist tells the rabbits he only made it this far because of them, and they celebrate together like a real family. But then another notification pops up. A new mission appears. Offer the fruit with blue moon energy to the administrator. The reward is a class-related skill. Failure means death. Seeing that punishment, Sejun just stares at it. He wonders if this is some kind of joke, but it obviously isn't. He realizes the administrator can call it a mission all he wants. It's really blackmail. If he wants the fruit, he should just ask instead of pretending MC has a choice. He can't get over the death penalty either. How little does this administrator value a life? In the end, he gets it. So he says the monster can have the fruit under heavy pressure and spare his life. The fruit vanishes from his hand and the mission is complete. Then his reward appears in front of him, ready to open. That's when Sejun remembers the mission. Really did promise a class skill. He was so shocked by the death threat that he forgot about the reward, and now he jokes that the administrator is so generous. When he opens it, the skill is SMA, which slightly raises the chance a seed will sprout when planted. The protagonist does not like that skill at all. Then he remembers his class really is Tower Farmer, and the disappointment comes right back. Sometime later, he starts luring in more fish so he can kill them. When one leaps out of the water to go for the fire, Sejun smacks it with a stick and drops it on the spot. Now he can tell that thing is a piranha. Since it's a monster, killing it gives him 2 experience points. He says that brings him to 10 total. After awakening, he started gaining experience, and after beating piranhas for several days, he somehow reached level 2. He says he could keep hunting more, but there's no point killing living things for no reason. They're a good source of protein, so he can't wipe them all out. After that, he calls the baby rabbits over with the cooked fish ready. It's time to eat. Everyone gathers around, and Sejun tells them to slow down. They've been eating a lot since they got a little bigger, and they need to leave some for their parents. He also says he learned more about the rabbits while serving fish to the 2 adults. They're white farmer rabbits, and that really surprises him. He's never heard of that kind of monster before. From the name, he guesses their species focus more on farming than fighting, which is probably why nobody knows them. He still doesn't know what happened, but he assumes they lost their farm and somehow migrated until they ended up here. That makes him wonder if they even have a place to return to. He thinks it would be great if they could understand each other, since all they do is squeak. The rabbit with the Luffy hat looks surprised hearing Sejun complain about that. Still, MC says it's time to get to work. Today is an important day. The rabbit with the Luffy hat looks fired up to help him. When they reach the garden, they find more cherry tomatoes. Everyone is amazed because it's finally harvest time. After all the work they put in, the crops are finally paying off, and the ones from before the blue moon don't count. Sejun says he's going to harvest them, though it hurts his heart a little. As he reaches for the tomatoes, his hand actually starts to shake. The baby rabbits get nervous too. Then he pulls one free and cheers for his first cherry tomato. It came off so easily he didn't even need to force it. Then he notices the experience. The system says he got a magical cherry tomato. His class experience rose a little, and he earned 10 experience points. Sejun is shocked that this is a magical cherry tomato, just like the blue one from before. Its info says it's a tower-grown cherry tomato that's healthy and tasty. When eaten, it breaks down 10 grams of fat and raises mana by 0.1 for 10 minutes. Up to 10 effects can stack at once for 1 hour. It also gives him energy. Rank E. He notices the effect only lasts 10 minutes, but if he eats 10 at once, the mana boost reaches 1 point. That makes him wonder if the other tomatoes work the same way, so he keeps harvesting tomatoes until he picks one at the wrong time. The system says his class experience doesn't go up, and he only gets 7 experience points. That's less than before, and he gets no class bonus. Sejun realizes that one isn't an item at all. It's just a normal cherry tomato. He starts to understand that he has to pick them at the exact right moment if he wants them to become items. It's harder than he expected. He keeps harvesting and even gains 1 extra stat point from it. Surprised, he realizes he already reached level 4, which feels good enough for now. Then he tosses one into his mouth to test the taste, but the baby rabbits beside him get upset at his selfish move and demand their share of the harvest. Sejun quickly apologizes, saying they did this together so they should eat together too. He tells them not to be mad, and they immediately rush for the tomatoes. He says it's time to celebrate the tomato harvest and tells everyone to fill their pockets. Then they all toss a tomato into their mouths, and the second they bite in, everyone is stunned. It feels like lying in a green field, staring up at the sky while fireworks burst overhead, lighting up the night. Sejun takes in the fresh grassy smell and the sweet sour taste mixed together. It feels like summer fireworks. That brings back summer memories, and he gets emotional while eating. The bunnies have no clue what he means, so the wife asks the blonde bunny to explain, but he has no idea either. After that, everyone has fun and keeps harvesting, while also storing food away. They even hide some so it won't get taken, and Sejun watches them like proud kids. He thinks they've grown enough to help their parents now. Real farmer rabbits for sure, but then he gets sleepy and feels like he's about to pass out. He says tomorrow should be a great day and tells himself he did well. While he sleeps, the system gives him another mission. Offer 100 magical tomatoes to the administrator. The reward is a class-related skill, and failure means death, but he's asleep so he doesn't notice. The system gets annoyed and makes a huge racket to wake the boy up. Irritated, he says he'll give some and clears the mission, complaining that he's being forced into this and hoping the reward is at least useful this time. When he checks it, he gets Harvest Levy 1. It lets him pick crops a little early or late, but they still count as if they were picked at the perfect time. That just makes him mad. Why would he need a harvesting skill? Still, not long after, when he starts picking again, he admits he was wrong. It's way more useful than he thought. Now the effect works whenever he harvests too early or too late, so he gets experience from every crop, and even badly timed tomatoes turn into magical ones. Thanks to that, he still earns class points. Now he doesn't have to wait for the perfect day, which makes everything much faster, so he calls the rabbits over to harvest even more tomatoes. But another mission pops up. This time he has to offer 200 cherry tomatoes. No reward, and failure still means death. Sejun says he saw that coming and asks why there's no reward, calling the administrator a damn thief. He figures the last mission already helped enough and tells him to just take it, though one of the rabbits clearly doesn't like that. Then the protagonist realizes that was only the start. The administrator keeps asking for more tomatoes, now 250, still with no reward. MC sees him getting greedier and greedier, and wonders why the number keeps going up. Soon another mission appears demanding 500 cherry tomatoes with no reward at all. That finally pushes him over the edge, and he refuses the mission. The administrator is shocked, and the system makes sure to show it. That day, he rebelled against the tower's administrator for the first time. Sejun grumbles that this is getting ridiculous. 100, 150, 200, 300, 500. The tax is way too much. Each tomato gives 10 experience points, and he's already handed over a ton, not even counting what he keeps for himself. He can only imagine how strong that guy must be. Seeing the administrator get greedier, Sejong asks what he even wants. He already took another 100 that day alone. They need food to stay alive too, so what kind of nonsense is this? The administrator sends back that it's the tower farmer's problem, not his. Stop whining and bring the tomatoes. That makes him snap. He asks how this isn't his problem when he worked twice as hard and suffered for days to grow them. But the administrator brushes it off, saying the protagonist only planted the seeds and is making a big deal out of nothing. The protagonist can't believe he really called it nothing. He's had enough and says he won't give him a damn thing. Then the administrator gets frustrated and starts losing his temper, while the boy completely ignores him. Even so, the system keeps pressing, asking if he's really going to refuse the mission. Sejong keeps living peacefully with the rabbits, while the administrator keeps sending warnings that he'll die if he keeps this up. But the threats don't work anymore. MC says he won't hand over the fruit of his labor to someone who claims all he did was plant seeds. The administrator asks if that isn't exactly the tower farmer's job, and says he should follow orders. But he says that's exactly why he's done giving him anything. He says the administrator forced this on him, then acted like all his hard work meant nothing, and paid him with scraps. If this guy really is the tower's administrator, then he's a terrible boss. The dragon almost can't believe what he just heard. He's completely shocked and angry too. For a second, it almost sounds like he's about to apologize. But then he sees Sejun happily eating tomatoes right in front of him, almost showing off. The dragon hates that and says he's furious that the protagonist ate all the cherry tomatoes. He threatens to kill him if he doesn't accept the mission now. So MC gives him 5 and says he'll hand over the rest later, because he also has to feed the children, who are already fighting over the tomatoes. At that moment, the 5 vanish from Sejun's hand. The administrator says he'll let it slide this once, and he just thanks him. Then the administrator goes quiet. The protagonist wonders if he was actually going to apologize. He noticed the administrator erased what he was typing, and starts thinking the tower administrator is simpler than he first thought. Now it's day 91 in the tower, and the 4th blue moon appears. Once again, he hides to get through it. He eats a few tomatoes and can't sleep from nerves. He says he heard people with high mana can endure monster wars better, so that's why he's eating them. But he still wishes this wouldn't happen again. He just hopes this time it ends faster. Then the blue moon shines over a pile of tomatoes nearby, and he's shocked. The tomatoes are gaining power, and he realizes that's a very good thing. Right in front of him, the tomatoes start turning blue, so he says he needs to grab them right now. He gets ready to go, but he's scared. Then he notices even the sweet potato leaves are glowing under the blue moon, and he thinks this can't be real. He has to check. So he heads over and runs to the field, digging into the soil to check the sweet potatoes. When he looks closely, he sees it really is a sweet potato filled with blue moon energy. It's a tower-grown sweet potato that's already tasty and nutritious, but the moon's energy makes it even better. Eating it permanently raises his strength and gives 0.05 mana. Sejun is thrilled, and since the system counts it as a blue moon sweet potato harvest, he gets a lot of class experience. His harvest levy 1 proficiency, jumps to the max, levels up, and he gains 50 experience. Then he turns to the tomato and harvests that too, getting 2 blue moon fruits. He says it feels like he's holding the world in his hands. But then a bonus mission appears, and he says he knew this would happen. The mission says he must offer the blue moon sweet potato to the administrator or die. Then another starts for the blue moon tomato, also with no reward, and also death if he fails. He's shocked to get 2 at once and thinks the administrator really might kill him if he refuses. So he says he'll finish the last mission first, and tells him to take the rest of the magical cherry tomatoes. Once that mission is cleared, the administrator is happy to get the basket of magical cherry tomatoes. But then he starts muttering, asking what this is. Sejun takes back what he said about him being simple, and says he'll deal with it later, asking him to let today slide. The administrator keeps insisting he must hand over the sweet potato no matter what, and MC actually agrees. Then he asks what he should even do with it. The answer is obvious: eat it. So he tosses it into his mouth, and as soon as he eats it, his whole body starts shaking. He talks about the sweetness and cool freshness, saying it feels like a festival in his mouth. And when he eats that blue moon tomato, his mana rises permanently. He can't hold himself back anymore, so he throws the sweet potato into the fire to cook it properly. He says it's a shame he doesn't have foil, but onions will do the job, and admits waiting for food to finish is the best part. While he waits, the blue moon fades away. Then the rabbits get ready to come out with their family. When they arrive, the father rabbit asks what the protagonist is doing, and the protagonist says they came at the perfect time. He shows them the fully cooked blue moon sweet potato, ready to eat. He says it's not much, but they'll all share it together. Right away, everyone crowds in, but the father rabbit tells them to wait. The boy asks what's wrong, and the rabbit dad points at him while talking to his family. Sejun realizes the rabbit wants him to eat alone since there's not much, and the dad confirms it. That really touches MC. He says the rabbit dad is the only one looking out for him, and he gets all emotional while thanking him. The rabbit dad just stands there looking shy and proud. He thinks it's cute, if only he knew he already ate blue moon tomatoes and cherry tomatoes. Then he stuffs the sweet potato into his mouth anyway, but both of them are still hungry. The second he bites down, it's way too hot. He instantly regrets it, sticks out his tongue and says the sweet potato just destroyed his taste buds. When it falls, both rabbits are tempted. The dad notices he might still be able to grab some, but all the baby rabbits rush in and snatch pieces and gulp them down. A second later, they suffer too. The sweet potato is burning hot, so they spit it right back out and nobody can eat it. The dad is stunned while Sejun watches his sweet potato almost go to waste. That day, he learned the hard way not to bite into blazing hot food. A little later, the protagonist gathers the rabbits and says they're starting a full sweet potato farm. The rabbits stare at him surprised and the babies still don't get it. So he explains that what they just ate came from those sprouts, which means the sprouts are off limits now. The baby rabbits hate that news. Sejun knows sweet potato sprouts are their favorite but says complaining won't help. If things keep going like this, nothing will be left since they eat all day. Then he makes a deal. Help plant the sprouts, and they'll get super tasty sweet potatoes for dinner plus special snacks. He decides to expand the field. Basically, MC tries to win the baby rabbits over with snacks, and it totally works. He gets everyone to work and the baby rabbits really do start planting the sprouts. Then he asks the rabbit wife if she can stand an onion upright, saying it might bloom and give them seeds. The more he plants, the better the chance some of them turn into items. So they start digging holes and planting little by little, setting everything in place and adding fertilizer, nice and calmly. The work goes smoothly and the rabbit dad comes right behind them to water. One of the babies gets hungry and eyes a sprout, then actually eats it. The rabbit dad immediately bonks his kid and scolds him for doing that. Meanwhile, Sejun keeps harvesting tomatoes alongside them. As he picks them, his level 2 harvesting skill goes up a little. He earns class EXP, gets 10 regular EXP, levels up, and gains a bonus stat. His class points hit the cap, so he advances from Tower Farmer F rank to E rank. His class level rises, his skills get stronger, and he realizes he's already level 8. At this rate, he feels like he could just keep farming forever. For now, he decides to make snacks by sticking tomatoes onto skewers. The administrator keeps spying to see what he's doing that day. Sejun is surprised by a notification, but it vanishes as soon as he checks it, and he figures out the administrator is watching again, which he really doesn't like. Still, he calls the baby rabbits over because it's time to eat. They all gather around, and he tells them they're going to love this. They're special roasted cherry tomato skewers. The tomatoes were cooked on well-washed piranha bones, which makes them sweeter and softer. Everyone gets a skewer to eat. Sejun says they're easy to carry around, but warns them to blow on them first because they're still hot. Then he says they've planted plenty of sweet potato sprouts already, so why not dig up more sweet potatoes too? He wants to check how they're doing. When he pulls up each sprout, several sweet potatoes come out. They're tower-grown sweet potatoes. Eating one burns 10 grams of body fat and raises strength by 0.1 for 10 minutes. Up to 10 effects can stack within an hour. For a non-awakened person, it also burns 10 grams of fat and helps digestion. He counts 15 in total, 5 from each root, and thinks that's a great first harvest. Then he spots another sweet potato sprout nearby and thinks it'd be a waste not to plant it. The moment he puts it in the ground, the system sends a notice. Planting the sweet potato sprout counts as sowing. His level 1 sowing skill boosts the sprout's growth chance, and its proficiency rises a little. Sejun is surprised this counts. That's when he finally realizes he needs to plant them all to raise his level. So he tells the baby rabbits to stop planting and leave that part to him. Meanwhile, the administrator is in a great mood eating little skewers of tomato that he made himself by copying Sejun. But they taste bitter. He knows he messed up and wonders why, since the humans seem to love them. Then he realizes the inside is sweet. That was the flavor he was after. Once he gets it right, he admits it's delicious. After that, he decides to check on him again. But when he looks, everyone is eating sweet potatoes with Sejun. He can't believe it. Those idiots dared to roast sweet potatoes without him. The mighty black dragon Eileen Pratani. Meanwhile, the protagonist is just relaxing with the rabbit family. Then an extra quest suddenly appears. The mission is to offer roasted strong sweet potato to the tower administrator. Once again, there's no reward and failure supposedly means death. Sejun is not happy about that. He tells the administrator to come back later and he'll give him one. But the system says the administrator insists on roasted strong sweet potato and won't leave him alone until he gets it. MC says there's only one left and asks if there's any reward this time. The administrator thinks for a bit and revises the quest reward to a class-related skill. Sejun sees it's another skill and says fine, the administrator can have the sweet potato. When he checks the reward, it's Seed Shop. Once activated, he can buy one product from the Seed Shop every 30 days. That shocks him. He can actually buy things inside the tower, and he wonders why the administrator only gives him something this useful now. So he activates the Seed Shop. But when the system checks his purchase history, it finds none. Sejun says of course he doesn't have one. Then he asks how he's supposed to buy anything without money, and whether trading is allowed. The system happily welcomes him as the Seed Shop's first novice customer. As a promotion, they give him 1 coin so he can make a purchase. The protagonist is shocked the shop is this generous. He says they're amazing, then realizes this coin must be the money used in the tower. If he remembers right, 1 coin is worth about 1 million yuan, so he wonders what he can even buy there. The system explains that as a novice customer, 3 random seed types will appear. At his current level, he can buy only one of them. The options come in sets of 1,000, 1,000 cabbage seeds, 1,000 red pepper seeds, or 1,000 carrot seeds. Sejun sees the shop really does only sell seeds. Each pack costs 0.1 tower coin, about 100,000 yuan for 1,000 seeds. That's expensive. He also figures red peppers and cabbage are too risky, since he can't make kimchi there, so that leaves carrots. The moment the baby rabbits hear carrots, they get excited. Sejun asks what's up, and the rabbit parents come over. He asks if rabbits like carrots, and they look unbelievably happy just hearing the word. So MC repeats it a few times just to watch them get even more excited. Now everyone wants him to buy the carrots, and he keeps teasing them to make them react more. Then the rabbit dad runs up and kicks him, basically telling him to buy them already. So Sejun buys the carrot seeds. 0.1 coin is deducted from his account and he earns 1 mileage point from the seed shop. Those points can raise his shop level and he needs 100 to rank up. Then the seeds are delivered to him. He jokes that the bag looks more expensive than the seeds inside. The system adds that he can't buy again for 30 days. Sejun wonders why the system seems so happy, and the administrator says he's satisfied with the purchase. Another day passes. The protagonist says it's time to start planting carrots. Happy he got them on his very first trade with the shop. But while they get ready to plant, a bee shows up, curious about everything MC is doing. After the carrots are planted, the rabbit couple happily watches them grow up close and can barely wait. They're completely filled with love because of it. A few days have passed since Sejun planted the carrots. They still haven't sprouted, but the rabbit couple has been acting like this ever since. He can't help wondering if they really love carrots that much. He decides to take a nap before spending the afternoon pollinating flowers and cutting green onions. While dozing off with a bunny in his hand, he notices something zip past him. It buzzes by his ear like a mosquito, and he starts waving his hand to shoo it away. Then he jolts up, annoyed, asking if bugs have started showing up here now. But when he finally stops and looks ahead, it's just a tiny cute little bee hovering near Sejun. The bee stares at him with an innocent look. He thinks it's adorable. Then he wonders if it might be some insect-type monster and tries to coax it closer. But this isn't just any bee. The system warns him it's a poisonous bee. That scares Sejun right away. He quickly warns everyone that the thing is dangerous. The rabbits are already far away, running for their lives and leaving the protagonist behind. MC complains that those shameless rabbits abandoned him to die and asks how they could do that. Then the system relays a message from the admin. Poisonous bees are carnivores that hunt monsters with venomous stings and eat the meat afterward. Their stingers are deadly, so the best choice is to avoid them. He is stunned that something like that is still called a bee. He begs it not to come any closer and tries to scare it off, telling it he won't taste good anyway. He says he's all bones and asks to be spared. In his head, the bee looks ready to attack. Then he grabs something off the ground and holds it out in front of the bee, telling it to eat that instead. It turns out to be a bunch of flowers. The flowers stop right in front of the bee, and it gets curious. As it moves closer, Sejun realizes this isn't going how he expected. The bee starts eating the pollen and looks completely happy. Nothing like the wild beast he imagined. The protagonist asks if the system didn't just say it was a carnivore. Then another thought hits him, and he remembers the humidity issue. So he speaks to the little bee. If it's hungry, he says, it can eat the other flowers too, and he points them out nearby. He tells it to go all in and devour them. The bee happily flies off after more pollen, and Sejun realizes he may not need to keep pollinating the cherry tomatoes himself. Then he turns to the rabbits, saying they've got some nerve coming back after ignoring him. He says he doesn't want to hear it and will stay mad even as they crowd around trying to apologize. Just then, the bee comes back. Sejun asks if it's done already and whether it isn't full yet, while also asking it not to get too close. But the bee only acts affectionate. It stretches lazily and lies down on MC's stomach. He wonders if it's about to sleep and thinks it looks pretty cute. Still, he worries it might sting him. Looks like his little family in the tower just got bigger. Sometime later, he keeps farming and counting the days he's been trapped there. He realizes it's already been 120 days since he got lost. Even so, he keeps planting and living peacefully with his little family. At one point, he tells them he's busy and asks the baby rabbits to go play somewhere else. Instead, they start roughhousing right in the middle of the field. Sejun watches them having fun and thinks kids really should enjoy being young. By now, the bee has also become part of the family, and he asks if it already drank all the nectar for the day. Weeks have passed since the little bee showed up. Near lunchtime, he talks to it again, and it acts all sweet with him. He says it works every morning, drinks nectar, and then heads back to the forest outside the cave in the afternoon. After that, he calls the rabbits over for lunch. Sejun starts wondering if maybe the bee isn't going back to its group at all. A few days earlier, it started spitting out honey onto one of the green onions, turning it into an item. It's a honey-coated green onion. The fresh grilled onion tastes even better with the sticky honey from the poisonous bee. When he tries it, he finds it light and delicious, and both he and the rabbits love it. He remembers how he panicked at first because he thought the bee was just dangerous, but thanks to it, he quickly expanded the field to produce more honey, and that makes him happy. He even thinks that in a few months he'll have so much honey that bears would be jealous. Right then, the admin suddenly says he's pleased with him. That catches Sejun off guard. He thinks it's weird, and when he turns around, the message is already gone. So he drops it and changes the subject. Thinking it over, he realizes the blue moon is almost here. That's the problem. He just hopes nothing happens this time either. So he starts putting everything away to get ready for it. He figures there's enough food stocked up, and since the little bee has stopped coming by, he assumes it's preparing for the blue moon too. The rabbits all get ready to go inside, but Sejun notices they seem more nervous than usual. Seeing the time is close, he tells everyone to hurry in. But this time, the baby rabbits don't go inside. Instead, they seem to be praying and hugging each other. Sejun finds that pretty strange, until both parents suddenly run off and leave the babies behind. He has no idea what's going on. The two stop at the door of their house and greet everyone still outside, then simply shut the door. The protagonist yells at them asking about the babies and how they can leave them behind when the blue moon is about to start. Before he can finish, the blue moon takes over the sky and darkens everything. Sejun is terrified, At that exact moment, he hears cries, and the cute little rabbits transform into wild rabbits. MC can only ask what the hell is happening. Right in front of him, it looks like the baby rabbits seriously overdid it on the muscle juice. That only makes him more afraid. They go totally crazy, acting aggressive and ready to fight anyone. Then they evolve near Cedron and start glowing so brightly he nearly goes blind. The rabbits change a lot, taking on adult forms. Their colors change too. One turns black while the others stay white. Cedron can barely believe what he's seeing. They've become adult rabbits and even their colors changed. Now they all look different. He says this is the 5th blue moon since they were born and wonders if it's some kind of coming-of-age ritual. They confirm it is. He says he thought something was wrong with them and starts crying, which leaves the rabbits stunned. The black rabbit walks over and comforts him. The protagonist calls them way too cute and declares their punishment is getting kissed. They try to run, but he catches them and drags them over anyway. By morning, when the moon is gone, the parents come back out of the house, and Sejun calls them over to the campfire where all the rabbits are gathered. The mother and father hug their children, and MC says he'll make a feast to celebrate. One of the rabbits looks especially happy and summons a little toy shovel. Sejun wonders what these things are. One rabbit gets the white rabbit's scythe, another gets the white rabbit's wheelbarrow, and the third gets the white rabbit's watering can, along with the white rabbit's shovel. He is shocked that they can summon items. He realizes that when they become adult farmer rabbits, they each get their own tool, and he can't borrow them. But then he asks where the black rabbit's item is. The black rabbit pulls out a sledgehammer. Sejun is stunned because that doesn't look like farm equipment at all, while the black rabbit stands there acting proud. Then the protagonist notices his title, Black Warrior Rabbit. The little guy looks completely full of himself. Honestly, he's so cute. MC starts thinking he might really want to adopt a rabbit someday. Sometime later, each rabbit starts doing its own job. Unlike the father, one has a watering can that looks like a toy. The rabbit with the scythe helps its mother the best it can, cutting things down neatly. The one with the wheelbarrow carries tomatoes, while the one with the shovel handles digging holes. Sejun thanks them and asks one to put the tomatoes over there, and they keep bringing them in and storing them. He says they've started helping their parents on the farm, and the little babies who used to run around everywhere are really growing up. It almost makes him cry. But when he looks back, he has no idea what to do with the warrior rabbit, who's just lying there and eating in peace. Sejun figures. A warrior's job is to fight, but since they're in the cave, no monsters show up to threaten the farm. So the warrior rabbit really has nothing to do, and that hammer doesn't seem useful for farm work either. He starts wondering what they should do with him. Then the little rabbit gets an idea and runs to the river where they catch piranhas. Showing it to him, the plan clicks. Hunting in the lake counts as fighting too, so the rabbit can help after all. The protagonist says he'll lure them in with the torch while the rabbit catches the piranhas. He tells him to show the power of a warrior, and the little guy is completely fired up. MC stays there drawing in the piranhas as they leap up for the flame. He calls the rabbit to go in, and it really does. One huge hammer swing smashes the piranha straight into the wall, and the hit is so strong. The hammer hit so hard the piranha turned into mush and splattered on the wall, leaving nothing they could eat. Sejun just stared, shocked, while the little warrior rabbit looked proud of himself. Still, he was alarmed. The fish died instantly. In the end, they had nothing to eat from it. It was basically ruined on impact, and the mood got awkward fast. Since it was completely inedible, Sejun told the warrior rabbit he needed more practice. Still, he made sure not to blame him, just told him to eat what they had for now. Little by little, the rabbits settled into their jobs, and the warrior rabbit eventually learned how to kill fish without wrecking them. Then on day 125, the seed shop opened again. When the protagonist checked it, he saw 3 new seed options, and wondered what he should buy this time. The choices were 10 watermelon seeds, 50 pumpkin seeds, and 200 corn seeds. But the prices were very different now. Watermelon cost 5 coins, pumpkin 1 coin, and the corn pack only 50 cents. That surprised him, since these prices were nothing like the last batch of seeds. He only had 0.9 coins, so corn was the only thing he could afford. Sejun started worrying if prices kept going up, he might not be able to buy anything next time. Worse, he had no idea how to earn more coins. He learned one way was by clearing a floor. The reward was decent, but you only got it once, so hunters couldn't rely on that alone. The second way was hunting monsters and selling their parts to merchants, or the first floor shop. That was the best steady income for hunters. The third way was doing missions for rewards, but those payouts varied a lot, so coins were still hard to get. Out of those 3 methods, clearing a floor was impossible for MC. He couldn't even leave the cave, so the only real option left was the missions given by the tower's administrator. So he called out and asked if the admin could hear him, then asked if those missions could reward him with tower coins. The admin replied that he didn't understand, but maybe he would when he grew up. That made Sejun realize the admin didn't even know the tower's own coins, and he got stuck on the when you grow up part, so he asked how old the admin was. The admin just said that was a secret, so he asked the real question, how long until he grew up? The answer, at least 300 years. The protagonist couldn't believe it. Was this a joke? At that rate, the coin reward would have to be passed down for generations before maybe his 7th set of grandkids could collect it. And on top of that, he wasn't exactly in a situation where he could start a family. The whole thing was so bad that getting mad would only make him feel worse, so he decided to focus on what he could do to survive. The only seeds he could buy were corn, and honestly, corn wasn't a bad choice. Boiled or grilled, it would taste great. He could even grind it into flour and maybe make something like bread. though he wasn't sure that would work. Either way, he chose the corn seeds. He bought all 200 corn seeds. 50 cents were deducted from his balance. He earned 5 seed shop points, and the shop would reopen in 30 days. When the seeds arrived, he turned to the father rabbit and asked what he thought, because the crop looked promising. Then Cedric got ready to start planting. But first, he was starving, so he called everyone over to eat. He cooked fish for the whole group. After eating, he was so full he couldn't take another bite. He figured he'd dry the leftovers and save them for later. Then he noticed the little bee had come back again. Sejun said she'd been spending a lot of time in the cave lately, and asked if it was really okay for her not to return home. The bee rubbed against him, and MC told her that was fine. If she didn't want to go back, he'd be happy to have her stay. Then the bee caught a sound, picked it up with her antennae, and instantly switched into battle mode to check it out. The warrior rabbit also went on alert and looked up. He wondered if a monster had appeared, while the rabbit started shouting at whatever was there. The intruder quickly told them not to get the wrong idea. He wasn't some shameless cat who came to steal their food. Sejun was stunned. A cat? Why was a cat here? Then the cat jumped down from above and landed neatly in front of him. He introduced himself and asked if the protagonist was the customer named Park. The protagonist. The cat said his name was Tio, and that he was a merchant. That day, MC met a merchant cat for the first time. He was surprised to hear Tio was a real merchant. He had heard that merchants could sometimes appear while people climbed the tower, but he never expected one of them to be a cat. Then he noticed Teo's shiny eyes and chubby cheeks and that soft little paw. Teo looked way too much like the kind of cat Sejun would love. The protagonist could only think this was unfair, almost like a scam, because he really liked cats. Teo kept calling to him, so MC said he was right, introduced himself properly, and asked what he wanted. Taemu said he heard a new beginner had bought something from the seed shop, so he came to greet him and do business. He asked what he meant by that, and Taemu said he had something he would definitely like. He started reaching into his bag, but then his stomach growled loudly. Embarrassed, Taemu apologized and said he hadn't eaten all day. Great, now he'd shown something so shameful in front of a customer. Seeing the flustered little cat, the protagonist spotted an opportunity. He asked Teo if he wanted some grilled fish, and the cat clearly loved the idea. Sejun could tell exactly what Teo wanted just by the way he stared at the fish, but for some reason Teo held back and said no, he couldn't touch a customer's food. MC kept tempting him anyway, talking up the sweet, tender smell of fish roasting over the fire. He called it heavenly and said no cat should miss out on something like that, then told Teo he could stay and have some. He urged him to eat just a little, and Teo finally gave in. He ended up eating all of it. Teo happily said it was delicious, and now his belly was full, while Sejun pointed out he'd eaten 5 fish, so he must have been starving. Teo stood up and thanked him for the warm welcome, saying he didn't know how to repay him. He said no, he was the grateful one. Teo had come all this way just to meet him. Then they got down to business, and the protagonist charged him 50 cents in tower coins. Teo blinked in confusion. MC calmly said it was payment for the grilled fish. Taemyeon asked if it wasn't free, but Sejun told him nothing. In this world comes free. Didn't Taemyeon say he came here to do business? And was he really going to eat a customer's fish and just run off? By then, all the rabbits were already closing in around the cat. So Taemyeon handed over the coins he basically squeezed out of him, and the protagonist happily thanked him, thrilled to have earned more money. Meanwhile, Taemyeon thought he had come to take a customer's money, only to lose some of his own. Starting a deal in the red was not a good sign. Still, he refused to lose like that. He had to sell something, so Teo said. Now it was his turn and told MC to look at what he brought. Then he asked what Sejun thought. He showed off popular items from other floors. A thermal bottle for 5 coins, a mini fan for 5, and a hand warmer for 5 more. He asked if those weren't just items from outside the tower, and Teo proudly said he noticed. Teo claimed the bottle had magical preservation. Hot or cold drinks would stay the same temperature, making it an amazing item. He went on to say the mini fan was enchanted too. Just press the button and it would start blowing air. But Sejun cut him off and apologized for interrupting. Then he bluntly said all the stuff Teo brought was junk. Teo was shocked and asked what he meant. How could the protagonist call them junk when they were goods from outside the tower? The protagonist answered that he was from outside the tower too, and that caught Teo completely off guard. MC explained there was nothing magical about the bottle. It was just a thermos that kept temperature by blocking outside heat, and if you used the mini fan or hand warmer for a few hours, they'd stop working once the batteries died. Teo refused to believe it. Scarum had promised him they were magic items, but Sejun pointed out that the fan's battery had already run out. Teo panicked, asking why it stopped and begging it to work again. He said it looked like that Scarum guy had tricked him when he sold him those things. Teo couldn't accept it. Scarum had been so nice to him, and then he started crying. The protagonist was thrown off and asked what happened, since even the way Teo was talking had changed. Still crying, Teo called Scarum a terrible goblin, and wondered why he always got fooled by him. So Sejun asked Teo if he could explain what happened. Teo said he was from the 65th floor, one of the tower's neutral zones. For a long time, he'd admired Meryl, the prettiest girl in Grana village. So he went to confess, telling her how he felt and asking her out with a bouquet of fish in his hands. But instead of being touched, she looked completely disgusted. The smell of cheap fish made her furious, and she threw his bouquet on the ground. He asks what she's doing. He worked hard to get those fish. Then another cat shows up laughing at Theral, saying he should know his place. How could he think he had a chance with Meryl? That's when he sees it's Orin, the richest cat's son, carrying a huge fish. Oren mocks him for bringing a fifth-rate fish and says a lady like Meryl deserves at least a high-quality salmon. She's clearly impressed, but Theryl points out that Meryl usually avoids fatty food because she's scared of gaining weight. Even so, she looks very interested in the giant fish. The lad is stunned. Then Oren invites Meryl to his house to eat the salmon, and Thaladu tries to stop her. He grabs her hand and begs Meryl to come back. He asks her to remember everything they shared and wonders if none of it was real. Was it all just a lie? He begs her to look him in the eyes and swears she doesn't feel the same. Then he brings up all the unforgettable days he spent with her, but she yanks her hand away in disgust. Meryl asks what nonsense he's talking about and tells that stray cat to wake up. She says she only smiled at him a few times, but he got the wrong idea and kept following her even after she said she wasn't interested. Every time he shows up, he's a pain. She reminds him to stop following her and says she hates poor cats that smell like cheap sardines. That sends him into total despair. After Meryl leaves with Oren, the richest cat's son, Thel runs off crying. He says that's when he decided to run away, become a merchant, get rich, and take revenge. The whole group gets tense hearing that story. He even spent his savings 50 coins on a merchant license and the gear he needed. With the 5 coins he had left, he planned to buy something cheap and resell it. That's when a goblin walked up and asked if he was a new merchant. He introduced himself as Scarum and said Thiel could ask him anything. That's where Thiel met Scarum. Scarum told him about items from outside the tower, saying they were super valuable. If he took them to higher floors, he could make good money because creatures there loved collecting them. But Thiel wondered why Scarum was selling such great items so cheap. The goblin said he just liked him and wanted to help train a rookie merchant. Scarum played it perfectly, acting like it was no big deal and saying he could always sell to someone else. Thiel panicked and said no, he'd buy them. Then Scarum added a bonus, a map to a new customer from the seed shop. Since Thays was new, he might make a lot if he got lucky, and since he was sharing extra info, he joked that Thays could cover that day's beer too. Thays agreed, so he handed over all his money, expecting to resell those items. He nearly starved and barely made it to the customer, but the stuff was worthless, and the customer even took the little he had left. That's when Thays finally decided he was completely useless. Sejun thinks to himself, this cat is really dumb. Still, he realizes something. There actually is a way to make coins in the tower, so MC tells Thel to calm down and offers him some grilled fish. This time though, Thel is more careful and asks if it's just food now, so MC can charge him later. He says he's not that stupid. Sejun says no, Thel can stay and he might even return the coins. Thel asks if he's serious. In return, he asks if he wants to work with them. Thel says that day he found not a boss but a partner. Then the protagonist asks what he thinks. The cat is shocked that MC wants them to work together. He says yes, he needs a merchant to sell his goods, so Thalis asks if he really thinks he's good enough. Didn't the protagonist hear his story? He's just a rookie merchant and useless. But Sejun says he definitely has potential. Sure, he made mistakes, but he still managed to sell himself with that whole story. Thel is surprised by that. MC says he wants a business partner and calls over the rabbits. They quickly set up 2 chairs so the 2 can talk. Then they sit down to negotiate while the little rabbits hype up the mood. Sejun brings up the items Thel bought and says he couldn't sell them because he got scammed, and now he has no money to start over. Thel agrees, so he makes him an offer that could help both of them. It's simple. Thel takes his goods and sells them, and in return he gets a cut of the profit. Salem asks what kind of cut, and the protagonist explains that he needs to sell the items above the base price he sets. If he sells for more, great. That's what he was born to do. His cut will be 3 to 5% of the item value. Meanwhile, the rabbits keep grilling fish. Salem is shocked it's only 3 to 5% and says those terms are terrible for him. He asks if MC really thinks he's dumb enough to fall for that, but MC says he forgot the most important part. Then he asks the rabbits to bring out the main incentive. He says the deal also includes 10 grilled fish a week, or the coin value instead. Salem is stunned and he says those are the terms. Salem asks if he really gets grilled fish too, and the protagonist asks what he thinks. Does he want to sign? In his head, Thal hesitates. He remembers the people who ruined his life, and tells himself he has to be smart this time. He can't get tricked again. Even so, he really wants that fish. So he says if Sejun gives him 20 fish, then maybe he'll reconsider. MC realizes he's got him. He says sure, and since he's in a good mood, he won't give him just 20. He'll add 5 more. Thalm is even more shocked. That makes 25 grilled fish. Sejun adds that besides the weekly payment, Thalm can eat as much grilled fish as he wants while he's there. Thalm is blown away by the offer. As much as he wants, and just like that, Thel falls for it. He asks if he has any paper, and Thel says yes. Then the protagonist starts writing the contract, and both of them sign it. The deal is done. Then Thel realizes he signed it without even thinking because he got too excited. But his signature is already there. The paper vanishes right in front of him, and he desperately tells it to wait. The tower system turns it into a lifetime distribution contract. Its purpose is for Party A and Party B to work together to promote and sell Party A's crops so both sides benefit. Payment is 25 grilled fish a week, or the coin equivalent. Special terms, Party B gets Party A's harvest as starting inventory. The contract ends if total monthly sales drop below 5 tower coins. Party B must sell the crops at or above the stated price. Without Party A's approval, Party B can't make any extra arrangements, and Party B must use a Nanya cat accent while selling the items. Reading that, Salem is horrified. Missy says he heard contracts are one of the most important documents in the tower. They can't be destroyed. Salon can't believe his first contract turned out like this. While MC says he finally understands why they're so hard to change, that's what makes them effective and respected. But Salon gets stuck on the fourth special clause. What does Nine Eye accent even mean? Does he really have to talk like a cat? That's embarrassing. He just laughs and says he'll understand when the time comes. They're going to do great. Still, Salon says there's no way to know that yet because of the first special clause. If he doesn't sell well, the contract could end. Sujin tells him to relax. They'll sell plenty. He says he believes in Salon, the truly clever one, and starts petting the cat. Salon instantly melts when the protagonist calls him clever, and the protagonist realizes this cat is way too easy. But he asks the boy what exactly he's going to sell, and MC casually says it's cherry tomatoes. The cat still doesn't really get it. Then the boy takes one out, and that finally catches him off guard. It's a magic item that raises mana by 0.01 for 10 minutes. So he asks the price, saying that with luck, maybe they could get 0.01 tower coin each, and for new awakened, that's already a lot. Sejun says they'll sell them for 0.05 each, and Teo blurts out that no idiot would buy that. Still, Teo starts thinking maybe that's fine. If monthly sales stay under 5 coins, the contract ends, and until then, he still gets grilled fish. So he gets to the point and asks him how many he should take for the first sale. The protagonist tells him to bring 1,000. He also says the 25 grilled fish for the week are ready, but asks how Teo plans to carry all of it. Teo says he'll use his item, the big bundle. It has preservation magic, space expansion, and weight reduction, so he can pack in a lot and keep everything fresh for a long time. Then he throws the cloth over the items and packs everything into the bag. Sejun thinks that's incredibly useful. Teo puts the little pack on his back and says he's heading out. As he leaves, the whole family stays behind, waving him off. A few days later, on the 38th floor of the tower, a group is fighting a giant spider. One of them yells that it's almost down and charges in. The monster lunges straight at the tank with full force, while the mages stay back and pelt it with fireballs. Then the tank finishes it in one blow, ripping off its head. Everyone cheers for Sheik, the leader of the Phoenix Kingdom Guild, saying they knew he'd end it with that move. He tells them to stop praising him and get ready to move. He especially warns Jessica not to steal again like last time, and she sweetly tells the leader she loves him. Right away, he can tell she's up to something. Then a bush behind him starts to move, and a voice calls out to the humans, asking if they'd like to see some high-quality goods. They're shocked when they realize it's a cat, a merchant cat. He politely introduces himself and ends it with a Nai. All the girls melt when he says Nai, calling him adorable. He plays into it, and they gush over his little paw. Tammy remembers MC telling him not to forget that line when talking to humans, it would grab their attention. Now he sees MC was right. Once he has everyone focused, he tells them to check out what he brought, and sets out the cherry tomatoes. They wonder what these are, but quickly look disappointed when they realize he came all this way to sell food. The leader says if he's selling food, it should at least be bread or meat. Cherry tomatoes sound pretty lame. Tammy smugly says he expected that they're not normal cherry tomatoes. That gets the mage interested. He asks them to appraise the item, and they start wondering if it's some kind of special item. The mage checks it and is surprised it boosts mana by 0.01 for 10 minutes, but says that's tiny, and asks the price. Tamio says 0.05 coins each, and the mage asks if he's crazy. He'd rather spend his hard-earned money on gear, so the mage calls it a waste of time. But one of the girls keeps reading the description and notices that eating one burns 10 grams of fat. That instantly gets the buff leader and the other girls interested. They ask her to repeat what she said. When they realize they can lose weight just by eating them, they're shocked, and even more when they learn they can eat up to 10 an hour. The leader immediately asks for 200, then says he'll buy everything. Another girl wants 100 too, and Tamio is stunned. Suddenly everyone starts fighting over them. Tamio quickly tells them to form a line while the others debate whether they should buy some too. Meanwhile, Sejun keeps harvesting, leveling up and even gaining bonus stats. He wonders if Tamio is doing okay and figures he must have found some hunters by now. At first glance, the magic cherry tomatoes look like mana boost items, but they also melt 10 grams of fat and refresh the body, making them perfect for dieting. On top of that, they have no side effects and taste great. Sejun is sure they'll sell like crazy because he trusts the Earth-style diet trick. And sure enough, after meeting those adventurers, Teo is shocked that he sold every single one he brought. Meanwhile, he checks the carrot sprouts. He figures the rate is around 70%. Out of the 1,000 carrot seeds he planted, only 700 sprouted. From the 1,200 magic cherry tomato seeds he planted after the harvest, only 732 grew. So for the carrots, it looks like about 700 out of 1,000 made it. And for the magic cherry tomatoes, only 732 out of 1,200 sprouted and kept growing. He says the corn and sweet potato seeds he bought from the seed shop and planted himself usually have a 60 to 70% sprouting rate. The carrots and tomatoes seem pretty similar in that way. He wishes more would sprout, but maybe higher level seeds would do better, or maybe the cave soil just isn't very rich. For now, he'll keep testing until he finds a better way to grow them. And now that they have Teo helping bring in tower coins, they need to harvest as much as possible. Then he notices something going on. Behind him, Blackie is at it again. The warrior rabbit throws a torch up to lure a bunch of piranhas. As soon as they leap out of the water, he cuts them all down in a quick combo. He's farming all by himself now. Cedric realizes Blackie has gotten really good at hunting, and the rabbit looks proud of himself. Then he suddenly starts glowing like a Pokemon, and the protagonist wonders if he just leveled up. He congratulates the little rabbit, saying he's seen the others level up plenty while farming, but this is the first time he's seen Blackie do it. Little by little, he's becoming a real hunter, and Blackie gets all shy and happy in front of his brothers. Then Sejun asks how about taking a break, and calls everyone over for some coffee. And yes, there really is coffee in the cup. That makes him think about the goblin who tricked Teo Skaram. It looks like they never even opened the magic cup. If Teo had sold that coffee, MC probably would have spent all his money buying it. Thanks to their stupidity, he got that little bee for free. Even without magic firewood to heat water or ice cubes for iced coffee, this is still a huge luxury. He thanks the bee for always giving him honey. And just like that, the honey cano is ready. A mix of instant coffee and cool cave water with thick poisonous bee honey, blending bitter and sweet. One sip eases both hunger and fatigue, and Sejun thinks it's unbelievably good. He asks if they want to try some too, and Blackie takes a sip and hates it right away, spitting it out with his little brother. Sejun guesses rabbits are more sensitive to bitter taste than humans. Meanwhile, the bee starts flying over him and heads toward the hive she planted herself. He calls out to the poisonous little bee, and she happily turns back, showing off her new home. He asks if that's her hive. He asks if she's decided to live with them, and she agrees. The protagonist says it was sad that she had to go home every time for dinner, but now it finally feels like they're really a family, so now they should celebrate. But then the administrator gives him a new quest. Hand over 10 cherry tomatoes and failure will count as a disappointment. MC says that after putting this quest off for so long, he started noticing something. After seeing the deal with Teo, the old threats like "give it to me or I'll kill you" are gone. Now the administrator is asking with a sad look, almost like he likes MC as much as he acts annoyed by him. So MC decides to give him a few, and the administrator thanks him for the kindness. He is surprised he's actually getting thanked now and admits that's nice to hear. But then he realizes something. He just acted like a suck-up for free. Meanwhile, elsewhere, together with the goblin are two others, and he's annoyed that that cat still hasn't come back. One of them asks if he means that brown-nosing cat who bought his stuff last time. He laughs, saying he dumped all his trash on that idiot and should probably learn a few tricks from him. Then he asks if he's really looking for that cat. The goblin says Teo spent all his money on those items, and even after all this time, he still hasn't gone back to the merchant guild to admit he couldn't sell them. The other goblin asks if Skaram is worried, and Skaram says that since he's such a nice guy, he won't be able to pretend he didn't see him if Teo really comes back. He says he was thinking about buying a milk bottle and finding some way to lend out his money. The other goblin has no idea what he means. Skaram explains his plan. That poor cat would borrow the money, work like crazy to pay it back, and still never catch up, especially with the endless interest. In the end, he says the cat would become his slave for life. Honestly, this goblin is nasty. It's that kind of debt trap where someone borrows money and can never pay it off. The others start thinking Skaram is a genius, and one of them asks if that isn't the perfect plan. But Skaram says there's still plenty of time, so there's no need to chase the target yet. The other goblins keep sucking up to him. Then he says he's getting thirsty and wants to check today's merchant sales rankings. The others agree. That's usually when the list updates. Skaram proudly says he finally made it into the top 1,000. His lackeys cheer because he reached rank 999, saying they aren't even on the board. Feeling smug, Skaram says stealing coins from bootlickers really pays off, and he starts checking who he can pass next. Then something catches his eye. He's confused. Tel is ranked 982 with 50 coins. The others realize that's the cat, and his rank is actually above Skaram's. That makes Skaram furious. He's sure the cat couldn't have sold those items, so he starts wondering what Tel is up to. Meanwhile, Tel comes back. He's in a great mood. Sejun asks where he's been. Tel apologizes and promises that next time, even if he sells everything, he won't waste time having fun on another floor and will come straight back. That makes the protagonist stop having fun. For how many days? Tel answers 4. 4 days. MC reminds him it should take at least 10 days to reach the 31st floor, so he's shocked Tel still had time to play around after selling everything. Tel apologizes again, and he says he expected selling the goods would take a few days. Since Tel came back in 4, that means he sold everything right away, the moment he got there. Sejun warns Tel to start explaining, unless he wants to see his scary side. That threat alone terrifies the cat, and he quickly agrees. After sitting down, he starts telling the full story. He tells the protagonist everything. So MC asks if hunters really bought everything after just a little talking. Tel says yes and hands over all 50 coins. He counts them. Then he says Tel did well, and gives him 2 bonus coins. But Tel protests, asking about his title. Wasn't he supposed to be Tel the clever sales cat? Sejun says he's been demoted. What kind of sales cat spends 4 days playing instead of coming right back? He adds that if Tel works hard next time, maybe he'll get the title back and the bonus rate will go up by 5. Tel accepts it and promises to become a sales cat worthy of the name. The protagonist asks why he's still talking like that with all the meowing, and Tel says he decided to act this way because humans seem to like it more. MC lets him do whatever he wants and feels happy, thinking people will soon know his name. Tel asks what he means, and he explains that his farm's name is written in the cherry tomato description, so people will soon find out who grew the tomatoes. That shocks Tel, because for him, this is bad news. He explains that beginner merchants have a system that hides both the source and strength of their goods. It's meant to stop rich roaming traders from stealing suppliers from new merchants. Since Tel is still a rookie, Sejun's name as the grower is hidden, and if the protagonist finds out, he'll be really mad. Tell might even get knocked down from employee to just a part-timer. The protagonist notices his reaction and asks if something happened. Terrified, Tell says it's nothing and asks for the cherry tomatoes right away, so he can leave now. MC asks why he's in such a rush, telling him to rest a few days since he also needs his weekly pay. But Tell insists it's better to keep working, and since he's busy, he wants to grab everything and go. He knows he has to hurry and remove the name restriction, and the only way is to earn 1,000 coins fast and become a mid-level wandering merchant. Seijun notices how serious he suddenly got, and even the warrior rabbit thinks it's strange. Back in the real world, a group is talking. Then the guild leader gets a message from his daughter. She says the tomato worked great, all her friends are jealous, and asks if he'll buy more for her. That makes him really happy. When the others ask what happened, he says his daughter had been cranky from dieting, but she loved the tomatoes. He only bought 20 and left the rest for the team, never thinking she'd like them that much. Then someone asks if he means those cherry tomatoes the cat was selling, saying he doesn't get why all the girls are so obsessed with them. Another guy says he gave some to the girl he liked, and now they're dating. Someone else asks if he's serious, and a third says he bought some too but hasn't used them yet. Then another desperate guy begs to buy them, and someone offers 100,000 won for each one. The leader cuts them off and tells everyone to calm down. They can't handle this mess like that. He tells them to gather the others because they're heading to the 38th floor now. One member points out they just went to the tower not long ago, so they won't be able to gather everyone without complaints. But then a girl shows up. Actually, all three girls arrive, already prepared. Jessica and the others are suddenly there and ready to go. One of them says they already prepared tower coins to buy the tomatoes. I mean for the expedition. Another says they're ready for the tomatoes, then quickly corrects herself and says they're ready to beat the spiders. So the leader calls everyone to move out. He's determined to get more of those magic cherry tomatoes and become a better father, no matter what. Back in the tower, the cat looks down. He wonders how long it'll take to sell a total of 1,000 coins worth. The most cherry tomatoes he can carry is 1,500, so at this rate, he'd need about 10 trips. Still, he tells himself to focus on making as much money as he can for now. Then he wonders if this is the same place where those humans gathered last time. A moment later, the humans find the cat themselves. They shout that they found him and call the others over. Tell asks if they were looking for him. The boy says yes, they didn't know when he'd return, so they waited there for 3 days. Then he asks if Tell brought the magic cherry tomatoes. Tell is shocked they stayed there for 3 whole days just to buy those tomatoes. The boy asks if they still cost 0.05 coin each, but Tell has gotten smarter and stops him. He says the price went up. The boy is surprised, and the team leader comes over asking what the commotion is. Tell repeats that the price has changed. The boy explains that the cherry tomatoes got more expensive, and the leader asks how much they cost now. Tell says they're 0.07 coins each. For a second, they wonder if that's too much, but the leader doesn't care. He says it's fine and orders 200 right away, which surprises Tell. The hunters think it would be weirder if something that good stayed cheap, and if they miss this chance, who knows when they'll get more. So they all start buying in bulk, and Tell soon realizes he's sold out. Even after raising the price, he still moved all 1,500 tomatoes. After that, the leader asks when he'll be back. Tell asks if they're really planning to wait again, then says he should return in about 10 days. The leader says that timing works well with their missions, and they'll come back for more cherry tomatoes in 10 days. He tells the team to hurry, finish their spider mission, and leave the tower. Tell is thrilled he got regular customers and thinks that at this pace he'll reach 1,000 coins in no time. He tells himself he has to become a mid-rank merchant soon, so he can reveal his supplier's name and earn back his title as a sales cat. Then another girl speaks to the cat. He finds it odd while the girls whisper to each other, wondering if it really looks like him. One says it looks very similar. Tell says he's not just cat. His name is Tell and he introduces himself properly. Then he asks what exactly looks similar. She says he looks a lot like a cat she knows, and Tell says she must be mistaken because he's the only handsome cat in the world. He says he's busy and needs to go, but the girls stop him. They offer him some cat treats, asking if he wants churu. Tell wonders what that is since he only eats grilled fish. But the moment he tastes it, he loses his mind. It smells like fish, tastes kind of nutty, and melts in his mouth. Before he knows it, he's finished it all and asks if they have more. She pulls out several other flavors. He wants more and asks her to hand it over. She agrees, but only if he lets her take a picture. Taeyev falls for the humans again, though this time he says everyone has to get a turn. So he poses with the girls, and they finally let him leave with only the photos. They say it's their first time seeing someone bring cat treats into the tower. Then they add that he's even chubbier than they heard, and they're glad to see him smiling. Before he goes, they ask if he'll come back next time. The girl says yes, of course she'll come back. For more pictures with the little cat. Looks like that girl wasn't evil after all. She's just a cat lover. Honestly, I'd probably do the same if my cat started posing like that. Back at Sejun's cave, the black rabbit is swimming. He says he's giving Black a special swim lesson. Even with the piranhas around, he tells him to relax, stretch the onion forward, and keep going. Black is doing pretty well. For safety, the protagonist sealed the hole the piranhas use. He's checked it a few times, but he's still a little nervous. Now Black tries swimming without support. He's doing much better than last time, when he nearly drowned after jumping into the water to celebrate. Sejun had panicked, thinking the piranhas would eat him. He'd seen Black doing that strange floating swim and got a huge scare. Even remembering it makes his heart race. Black sheepishly apologizes, while the chubby rabbit and the shovel rabbit enjoy the water too. After the lesson, MC wants something sweet and looks for honey, but it's empty. He already ate all the honey he collected before. That makes him think about the little bee. She hasn't come out much since moving in a few days ago, so he wonders if something happened. Then he notices something different. There are lots of new little bees in his home. They've been born there, and he realizes it's been so long since he checked that the number of babies has grown a lot. He wonders if they're all the little bee's children. He says he hasn't seen her in a while and wants to give his congratulations, but he can't visit empty-handed, so he calls out to the little bee, holding flowers. He asks if she can come out for a second. He says he brought a gift for her hive, but several bees rush in his direction, ready to sting. Sejun tells them to stop. They aren't enemies. Inside, the mother bee notices what's happening. He tells Black not to fight back, even though the bees are about to attack, just as they fly at him. Sejun tenses up, then sees them suddenly stop. When he looks up, he wonders if that could really be her. What is going on? The protagonist is stunned. The cute little bee he knew is now a poisonous queen bee. She comes closer. Sejun and the warrior rabbit both stare in shock, wondering if this is really the same little bee he knew. It's explained that poisonous bees are carnivorous insect-type monsters in the tower that hunt prey with venom. That's basically all MC knows about them, while the dragon keeps reading up on it and says there's no proper explanation for a case like this in the tower management guide. Still, since she doesn't seem dangerous, Sejun decides to watch for now and ask his grandfather later. Besides, even if this is unusual, there may be a way to deal with it. The bee moves closer and he asks if it's really her, that tiny, adorable, poisonous bee. She looks thrilled. He comments on how different she looks, just as shocked as the warrior rabbit. She's clearly changed. Sejun explains that after the first time she ate nectar from his cave, every time she fed after that, her body gave off a strong smell and her weight went up a little. That caught the queen bee's attention, but the little bee soon understood why the queen's behavior had changed. She had become able to lay eggs. At that point, the little bee chose to become independent. She left that hive and built a new one inside Sejun's cave, the safest place she could think of. Then she went through intense pain inside the new hive. After several changes, she grew into what she is now. Her appearance kept changing until she became the poisonous queen bee standing before them. Sejun congratulates her on becoming a queen, and even though the moment feels a little awkward, he gives her the flowers as a gift. She blushes. The protagonist decides to just accept it and act normal. Then she runs up and hugs him. He asks what this is about, but she keeps clinging to him. The other bees realize he's one of the good guys and copy their mother by sticking close too. Everyone ends up happy along with the other rabbits, and Sejun says he likes her too. A few days later, the rabbits wake him up and he asks what happened. He thought he'd get to sleep through the blue moon, but something came up. The carrot sprouted and a blue moon carrot appeared. The father rabbit calls him over. Sejun spots one and thinks it might not have changed much because it's small, but if he can harvest it, that's still great. He's happy the rabbits woke him up just for this. When he pulls it, he gets his first special carrot. It's about the size of a tumbler, and he sees it's an agility carrot. The system says the carrot was already tasty and nutritious, but the blue moon made it even better. When eaten, it permanently raises agility by 0.05. Sejun gains experience and his farmer of rabbits proficiency jumps a lot. He gets 70 XPU and realizes that since it's a rank E crop, better harvests give more points, 70 instead of 50. He says it's not his alone and tells the rabbits they can have it. Thanking them for their hard work, he asks them to keep helping him in the future. The little rabbits are thrilled about the carrot. Then the scythe rabbit asks his father to toss it up so he can show off. The moment it goes up, he slices it into pieces. That way every member of his family gets their share. With a slice for everyone, he proudly says he cut them perfectly and calls it a great performance. Then they all get ready to eat and love the taste. Sejun then pulls up the blue moon tomatoes and sees there are 5 this time, all special ones. He tells the tower admin to take them since he asked earlier, and says if he's grateful he should give him another skill. The admin says he'll think about it and might give one later. Sejun is about to ask what that means when he hears a shout. It's Teo. MC is surprised the cat is already back, but Teo just begs him to tell the poisonous bees not to attack. He realizes Teo wasn't there when they were born, so the bees think he's an enemy. He tells them Teo isn't an enemy, he's family. Then he grabs the cat to show them he's safe. But Teo's fur sticks to the protagonist, making him sneeze. Teo asks what's gotten into him, saying he's just an employee, not MC's brother. And how dare he talk like they're equals. MC is clearly teasing him, but Teo points out that he just called him family, and says that actually hurts before apologizing. Even so, he keeps calling him employee Teo and says they should count the sales first. He tells him to hand over the money from the tomato and cherry tomato sales, and Teo gives it to the boy. The protagonist sees it's 75 coins with 1 extra, because Teo worked hard. Teo also explains that the humans were waiting to buy the tomatoes, so he raised the price by 0.02 coins per piece. He says MC must be surprised because he did great, and now he should qualify as a merchant cat. Sejun gives him some praise for working hard, though he still calls him employee Teo. Tamio asks if he can get a better title now that he did so well, wondering why he still hasn't become merchant cat. But he says he still has a long way to go and tells employee Tamio to work harder. Tamio complains that he didn't know becoming a merchant cat would be this hard. The protagonist says he absolutely did know. He adds that the tower admin is pretty useful, since he told him Tamio raised the price per tomato. As a reward for the info, MC says he'll give him another blue moon harvest. Then he notices something strange. Taemyu is eating churu right next to him. Seeing how happy the cat is, Sejun asks what that is, and Teo says it's churu. When he asks where he got it, Teo says a human gave it to him after taking a picture together. This one is chicken flavor, but he says salmon tastes even better. That shocks the protagonist. How did a human get that into the tower? He remembers there are only two ways outside items can enter. One is when someone gets dragged in like he did, along with whatever they were carrying. Usually people who get pulled in appear on the first floor and trade their things to climb higher. The second way is through awakened hunters. They can bring in about a kilo of items, and when they leave, they can take anything out. Most of what they bring is basic stuff, like phones, hunter rations, general supplies, cigarettes made for tower climbers, and instant food they can eat on the move. So a hunter bringing useless stuff into the tower just to see a cat feels completely wild. Then Sejun gets an idea. He grins to himself, thinking he just came up with a brand new business plan. The way he looks at Teo turns greedy fast, and Teo notices. The cat wonders if MC wants to try the churu. Sejun might be a little shady. More and more it's starting to show. While he keeps staring, Teo even offers him the churu. But then, the protagonist just snatches it away and calls it confiscated. Teo yells for it back, but MC tells him to stop tugging or he'll rip his clothes. Teo argues that he earned it by taking a photo with the human. He says that part is true. Teo did the job and took the picture. But then he brings up special condition 3. Without permission from Party A, Party B can't take extra customers. He calls it a serious contract violation, and Teo freezes in panic. Still, Sejun tells seller Teo not to be too upset and asks why he hid his customers. Teo lights up and asks if he's a seller again. The protagonist says he can have the title for 1 hour, and if he makes good deals later, he might get it for even longer. Teo immediately melts. Then MC gets to the real point. He tells Teo to sit down, pulls him onto his lap, and asks if the fire feels warm enough while the rabbits fan the cat. Sejun says Teo can lie back, relax, and eat his churu. Teo gets more and more spoiled by the treatment and starts saying being a seller comes with amazing perks. To him it feels like heaven. He asks if he likes churu, and Teo says he also wants grilled fish. So the protagonist quickly starts making it, saying grilled fish will be served right away. While cooking, he asks how Teo even gets to the 38th floor without fighting monsters. Teo says it's because of his traveling merchant license, and Sejun wants to hear more. Teo shows him the brooch that proves he's a traveling merchant. He also says he has to pay a very expensive yearly fee to the Merchant Association to keep that license. The higher the rank, the more it costs. But the benefits get better too. With the license, merchants can use places protected by the association. One of those benefits is that monsters don't attack traveling merchants. So Sejun asks if Teo can bring hunters to this floor. Teo says no. Monsters still attack hunters, and there's also a shortcut called the Merchant Passage that only traveling merchants can use. To move between floors with it, you need the license first. Without that passage, getting from here to the 38th floor in just 5 days is impossible. MC stares at him and asks if he's serious, then asks what floor they're even on. Teo says the 99th. He can barely believe it. His brain completely locks up. Teo confirms it again. They're on the 99th floor, and asks if Sejun didn't know. That finally breaks him. He drops to the ground in despair, and Teo asks what happened. The protagonist says that since Teo couldn't use the travel points like a hunter, and the trip only took 10 days, he thought this place was just a few floors away from the 38th. Then he tries to let it go, telling himself nothing changes just because he knows the floor number now. But Teo suddenly starts calling him in a panic. Teo keeps shouting for Sejun to wake up. At last, he snaps MC out of it and warns that his weekly pay is about to turn to ashes because the fish is burning. He rushes over and pulls the fish off the fire. As he starts another batch, he thinks about how hunters only began climbing the 40th floor a few weeks ago. If he's really on the 99th, should he just give up on ever leaving the tower? Then Teo starts bossing him around, ordering him to grill it properly this time and not burn it like the last one. He says it like a true seller. That nerve makes Sejun mad, and he snaps that Teo's 1 hour is already over. Teo is stunned by that. Embarrassed, he lowers his head, but the protagonist notices the pendant on his chest. That makes MC imagine hunters desperately searching for Teo's goods. In his mind, he walks up like he's there to help them. He asks if they want to see some good items with Teo beside him. Then he pictures himself proudly saying he's the legendary traveling merchant farmer of the tower, Sejun Park, along with his orange cat mascot Teo. He even thinks a story like that would spread everywhere. In the fantasy, everyone is thrilled to see him appear before hopeless hunters, ready to hand over their money. He gets completely lost in the dream. So he asks Teo if he can become a traveling merchant too. But Teo asks if Sejun isn't from outside the tower. Then Teo explains that only creatures born inside the tower can become traveling merchants. He asks if he really didn't know that either. The protagonist is left crushed all over again. Teo tells him that no matter how cool it sounds, he'll have to give up on it. MC completely loses it, throwing a fit and shouting so loudly he scares everyone nearby. He starts cursing this rotten tower. All the rabbits get scared too, and even the bees have no idea what's going on. Even the administrator hears the noise from home. For a moment, everyone is terrified. Teo says Sejun almost gave him a heart attack and asks why he suddenly started yelling. By then, the cat is already puffed up and clinging to black. He thinks maybe it won't make much difference either way. If he chose to enter the tower, then he should have been ready to suffer. Getting angry won't help, so he asks himself what he can do now. If he can't leave, then he'll live every moment here to the fullest. Outside the tower, some people are talking about Sejong's tomatoes. Executive Aloro asks if the mysterious item that recently got popular with players is that one, and the woman says yes. She says it came from her brother, a member of the Phoenix Guild. He happened to meet a traveling merchant and bought it. The man asks if this is it, but the woman says she can't see item status windows, he can. She is Jenny, CEO of a pharmaceutical company. He's shocked by the cherry tomato. This man is Michael McLaren, Vice President of Gargle Food. Michael asks what she plans to do with such a trash item, and Jenny fires back. Since he controls 39% of the global food market, she asks if he's lost his business sense. Michael warns that even if she's a food company CEO, she should watch what she says. Jenny stays calm and shows him some analysis results. What he sees leaves him stunned. She explains that they failed to extract the compound from the tower item, but even their short research produced results beyond anything she expected. Michael asks why she's showing him this. Shouldn't this be something she'd want to keep for herself? Jenny says she only needs his agricultural tower project to get approved first. That catches him off guard, and he asks how she knew about it. Jenny laughs and says he should focus on winning back the trust of his father, the current head of Gargle. She adds that the board will choose the next president on behalf of his sick father, then offers him the tomatoes. She asks what he thinks. Don't those cherry tomatoes look delicious? Michael takes one and pops it into his mouth. It's sweet, and he likes it right away. He starts laughing with her, but he enjoys it so much that he asks for another one. Jenny reminds him he already ate hers too and tells him to go into the tower and buy his own. Back in the tower, Sejun starts thinking seriously about learning the area and handling daily needs. If they're going to settle there, they need to fix the problems they've had so far and gather more things for everyday life. They also need to know the area for safety. The protagonist asks Teo if there are any monsters near the cave. Teo says none are close, but there are some farther out. Sejun asks what kind, and Teo says giant crimson bears. That reminds MC of the monster from before, and it shocks him. The cat says that monster is terrifying, it always stares him down. He realizes leaving the cave is still dangerous. Soon thousands of cherry tomatoes will start blooming, and if the flowers multiply, the poisonous bees will too. Then he can use those bees to guard the area around the cave and keep monsters away. He can also have them tie the rope he made from onion leaves to the nearby trees. That way he might finally be able to leave the cave. So he tells Teo he has a job for him, and Teo asks what it is. Sejun says it's a super important mission, one only a true merchant can handle, and asks if Teo's up for it. Teo lights up and quickly agrees. A few days later, on the 38th floor, Teo heads toward the humans' camp. There are way more people than last time, like they're trying to lock down a spot there. Teo doesn't mind. This time, more people means more customers. Then he jumps down and startles everyone. People panic for a second, then realize it's the wandering merchant cat. A chubby man rushes up, asking for the miracle cherry tomatoes and saying he'll buy everything. But someone stops him, saying he can't cut the line. It's his first time there, and the people who came earlier already got ready to buy. The man gets mad and asks if Phoenix thinks it can control the whole 38th floor. Before things get worse, Teo tells everyone to wait and hear him out. He announces that he's changing the way he sells the tomatoes. That catches everyone off guard, and they ask what he means. Teo says he'll sell 500 cherry tomatoes to whoever offers the highest price. Everyone is shocked. Then he adds that anyone who's broke can leave now. The sneaky little capitalist cat is shutting out the poor. Then he starts the bidding. 500 cherry tomatoes, opening at 35 tower coins. Back at the cave, Sejun realizes the tomatoes are even more popular outside the tower than he thought. Since people even cried in front of Teo to win him over, he figures they're already competing hard for them. With limited supply and growing demand, an auction is obviously the best way to make more money. He asks Black if he agrees. The protagonist also says he gave Teo a few important tasks, and this is a good chance to test Teo's skill as a negotiator. After that, he tells everyone to get back to work and asks Black to start preparing dinner. Black agrees right away, but then Sejun gets an extra quest. Give the tower manager a cup of magical cherry tomato juice mixed with honey. The reward is a job-related skill, and failure means major disappointment. MC says squeezing all those cherry tomatoes will take too long and he has work to do now. He'll make it later. The manager insists he do it now, saying the quest reward is an amazing work skill and that he should hurry. The protagonist starts to wonder if the manager really wants to show off the reward or if he just wants the tomato juice. He asks if he can just give it over, but the manager says no. MC has to finish the quest first if he wants the reward and keeps yelling at him to trust him. Basically, he's saying, just trust Dad. He looks pretty doubtful. Still, he tells the manager to wait a bit. He remembers that he once suddenly wanted tomato juice, so he squeezed 50 cherry tomatoes, mixed in some honey, and shared it with the rabbits. It tasted so good that they kept whining for more, so he figures the amount he's making now should be enough. Then he decides it's time to squeeze out the deadly pulp. He turns to Eileen and the Queen and says he needs their help, and she comes over. She lets out a little honey and shapes it into a bubble, then carries it over to his cup. And just like that, the cherry tomato juice is ready. It's thick, fresh, and mixed with poisonous bee honey, which makes it sweeter and richer. The bits of tomato pulp give it extra texture. Sejun tells the manager to drink up. The little guy gets really curious and starts fluttering his wings. Seeing those wings, the protagonist wonders what kind of creature he even is. Meanwhile, the little dragon starts drinking. It's super sweet and he loves it. He praises MC for making such delicious juice, and MC is happy the manager liked it. But then he gets straight to the point. Where's the skill reward? It's a special work skill called beekeeping. To use it, he has to register the poisonous beehive as his own. This special skill lets the user apply beekeeping abilities to their hive. It also lets him give specific orders to the bees, slightly increases their gathering range, boosts the queen bee's spawning speed, speeds up honey collection, and raises pollination. Right now, he has one hive registered, the poisonous beehive. He says he was worried the poisonous bees might attack him when he left the cave. But with this skill, things just got much easier. He asks if the manager actually heard his concerns. The manager doesn't know how to respond while Cedric thanks him, and the little dragon gets all shy. Then he says that if the protagonist is really grateful, he should hand over another cup of magical tomato juice with honey. But Cedric cuts in and says there's something he's been wondering. He asks if by any chance the manager is a flying pig. That guess instantly ruins the little dragon's mood, and he completely snaps. He starts cursing MC out, calling him cruel, stupid, and an idiot, and tells him to go to hell. He is left wondering why the manager got so angry. Meanwhile with Teo, everyone is stunned that he wants to run an auction. The guild leader starts panicking. If he doesn't get those cherry tomatoes today, his image as a loving father is done. So he offers 41 tower coins. Everyone is shocked, but he says getting the tomatoes matters most right now. They can collect money later from the people who need them. Then the chubby man raises it to 45. The bidding keeps climbing until it hits 52. The leader asks a woman if she has any money, but she says she didn't bring much since she only planned to buy a few as gifts. Then another man in a suit shows up and offers 100 tower coins. He says he'll buy all 500 for 100 coins. Teo immediately accepts and announces the lot is sold for 100 coins. Everyone is stunned. That buyer is Michael, Gaggle's vice president, the so-called young master of the hunters. Nobody expected him to be there, and behind him is someone the leader recognizes. He walks over to Chris and asks what he's doing there since he wasn't part of this expedition. Chris is surprised to see Don Schick. Chris explains that his sister asked him to guide Michael to the wandering merchant's location, then apologizes. Don Schick remembers that Chris's sister is the CEO of a pharmaceutical company. He realizes they'll have to compete with major corporations now, and he didn't expect the rumor to spread so fast. There are only 2 auction rounds left, so he has to win this one. Then Teo starts the next round. The man in the suit opens again at 35 tower coins. The leader knows he has to win, so he bids 60. But that big company jumps straight back to 100. The leader keeps borrowing money from everyone around him, but while he's scrambling, Teo sells the tomatoes to the same company again. Teo starts another round, but the blonde man stops him and says he'll buy all 1,500 for 300 coins. The guild leader collapses in despair, feeling like he's lost his last chance. Then he tells the team leader to stop, they'll just have to wait for another opportunity. Teo collects the money while the vice president's subordinate says everything has been loaded and asks what they should do next. Michael says the product is amazing, and coming here right away was the right move. Then he says they're heading to the tower's first floor. At that moment, the girl who took a picture with Teo comes back and talks to him. He recognizes her as the human who gave him churu, and tries to remember her name. She's happy he remembers that much, but Teo still can't remember her name at all. So he says the wrong name, and she just goes along with it. She asks if they can take another photo together and says she'll give him churu. Teo gets really excited. Still, he tries to act cool and says he doesn't need churu, which surprises her. She says that in return, he should give her that thing called coffee, since it's like churu. She asks if he means that coffee mix, and Teo says yes. Then he asks if she has anything like salt and pepper too. That makes them even more surprised, and in the end, the girl gives him every item he asked for. Teo remembers the protagonist telling him that if people asked for photos, he should trade them for things like coffee, salt, or pepper. If he did well, he could stay a seller for hours, and that makes him happy, since it means more time in the protagonist's lap. The girl is thrilled to take a picture with the cat. They snap a bunch of photos with different poses. She says the pictures came out great and thanks him. Teo thanks her too. They both got what they wanted. Then she reaches for his paw. It feels super soft and she loves it. Teo asks what she's doing and she admits she couldn't help herself. Then she says she'll give him churu, and he asks why. She thanks him for letting her touch his paws, saying it was really calming. Teo is shocked that humans feel that good just from touching them. She says of course they don't have paws this soft or pretty. Honestly, they're lucky just to touch them. In her head, she knows that's because cats usually hate holding human hands. Teo asks if that's really the reason, and she says yes. That's when Teo starts to realize his paw pads are basically lucky charms. Her friend joins in too, asking for a photo and offering pepper first. Teo agrees right away. Of course he takes a photo with her too. Then she looks at his paws. Teo immediately holds them out and tells her to go ahead. After that, he asks for his reward. The girl thinks he's adorable and says she should bring churu next time too. Teo is completely delighted with everything he got from them. Just by letting people touch his paws, he figures he could stay a vendor for 24 hours. Then he remembers he still has another mission. Meanwhile, the girl keeps posting photos. All of them are with the cute kitten. Teo sneaks up behind her, sees what she's doing, and asks about it. She jumps and asks where he came from. Teo calls her Bo-ha, even though her name is Su-ha, and asks if she's from the Republic of Korea. She's shocked and asks how he knew. He says she smelled familiar, which only confuses her more. Then Teo asks if she can help him. The girl thinks this is really weird. Back on the farm, Sejun is relaxing with the bees and rabbits. The bees are making honey like crazy. He keeps making tomato juice with cherries and honey. His beekeeping skill slowly rises. He gets more juice, and beekeeping level 1 finally levels up. MC thinks things are going really well. As the bee population keeps growing, his beekeeping skill goes up again. He checks the hive, sees the queen laying eggs, and says it's been hard to catch her doing that lately. The upgrade option changes from increasing it by a tiny amount to increasing it a little. Sejun wonders what that even means since it's pretty vague. Then he sees the number of hives he can have went from 1 to 2, so if he can split the hive later, he'll end up with 2. He says he'll need another container to collect honey, and a bottle would be useful. Still, that can wait. For now, he starts harvesting carrots. He calls over the rabbits, he invites them to eat. As he pulls up carrots, his work XP keeps rising. His harvesting level 2 proficiency goes up, and he gains 10 XP. Sejun says that a few days after harvesting the moonlight carrot, he was finally able to harvest regular carrots too. The rabbits are thrilled, so he tells each one to take one. He says the kinds of food they can use in the cave are growing. Then he notices the rabbits bowing and wonders if carrots are really worth that much respect. After that, they all sit around the fire to eat. Sejun checks the agile carrot. It cuts 10 grams of body fat and raises agility by 0.1 for 10 minutes. The effect can stack up to 10 times for an hour, and it also improves eyesight. He's surprised by how strong it is. Once he can harvest more and start selling them, he knows they'll be a huge hit. It also helps that they taste great, so he decides to eat fast, then harvest the rest and store them away. Soon, a lot of them are gathered. They go into storage with the tomatoes, and the group keeps planting some while harvesting others. Sejun asks if Blackie is tired already. Then he warns him not to get sneaky and steal a carrot to eat. The father rabbit watches his son, while he notices storage is almost full and wonders if they should stop and organize the place. But then more XP notifications start popping up. He wonders when he even reached level 10. Then a new quest appears. Sejun asks the administrator if this was his doing, but the answer is no. It's a job quest that appears at level 10. He has to clear it to unlock new class traits and move on. The protagonist says he's heard of job quests before. Normal hunters get combat missions like beating 100 giant orcs or 500 slimes. Those quests are usually about killing monsters, but since he's a farmer, his is different. He has to expand 50 square meters of farmland. He thinks that sounds easy enough. He clears it, reaches level 11, gets a bonus stat, earns 10 tower coins, and receives a new job trait. By the time he finishes expanding the field, he and the rabbits are completely wiped out. Sejun sees that the new trait is actually great. He gets XP every time he creates 1 square meter of farmland. He's glad he finished the quest so quickly. Still, after eating and planting carrots, the field grew more than he expected, and now he's dead tired. So he calls everyone to sleep and says they all did a great job. The baby rabbits try to go inside with their parents, but the 2 adults block them and shut themselves inside. The little rabbits start banging on the door trying to get in, and Sejun wonders what's going on. He asks if they got kicked out, then realizes they're about to become adult white and black rabbits again, so he says it's time for them to be independent. It's late, and they should just sleep together for now. So they all lie down with MC, sleeping all over him. He says this is nice sometimes because they're really warm. Meanwhile, the guild leader worries that his daughter is going to give him a hard time. Then the girl who gave Teo Churu shows up and calls out to Dong-sik. He asks why the wandering merchant is there, and she says Teo has something to say. Dong-sik asks if he's the leader of the people from Korea. She says yes, and he turns to the cat to ask why he wants to know. Without any warning, Teo offers Dong-sik a contract. The guild leader is confused, so Teo shows him the paper. It says 50 million should be given to Sejun Park's family in Sosa district. Teo also wants them told that he is doing well. In return, he'll pay 50 tower coins and 200 magic cherry tomatoes. That shocks him. With something like this, he could look like the best dad ever to his daughter. But then he asks who the protagonist Park is. Since the message is for his family, he figures the protagonist must be a hunter stuck inside the tower. Taro starts to explain, remembering what MC told him, keeping the 99th floor a secret. So Taro changes it and says Sejun saved his life on the 40th floor, and now he's just doing errands for him. The leader is stunned that the cat mentioned the 40th floor. That would mean he cleared that floor and maybe even found those magic cherry tomatoes. Taro refuses to say more and only adds that he is a good man with lots of secrets. The leader thinks it over. Even with his guild's best team, reaching the 39th floor would be hard, and he's never heard of any official record of someone going that far. If the protagonist is a solo hunter with no guild, this could be a huge chance. By keeping in touch through this excuse, they might recruit him, and maybe even control the supply of those rare cherry tomatoes. So he agrees to the contract, and Taro tells him to just sign the paper. The moment he signs, the deal is done, and the system confirms it. The leader says the contract still works outside the tower. He'll see Taro again in 10 days to give him an update and make sure the message was delivered, and he tells him to pass his greetings to Sejun. Then he says that Kingdom Sheik of the Phoenix Guild will personally take responsibility for delivering the news to MC's parents. Back with him, the rabbits are busy building houses now, and they're taking it seriously. He asks if they're done yet, and quite a few already are. When he looks around, every rabbit has its own little house, and they're all proud of it. He notices the rabbits built onion leaf roofs and mud walls. Father Rabbit and Scythe Rabbit clearly worked hard on them. One of them even finished a little room to rest in after just 3 hours. Sejun wishes he had something like that too. Still, he tells them they all did a great job. A few days have passed since the rabbits moved out of the rabbit couple's house, so the protagonist calls everyone together for a housewarming party. The baby rabbits have started building homes too, while the rabbit couple is still glued to each other like always. Then he raises a toast to the rabbits and everyone who helped. He tells Black to have a drink too, thanking him for bringing such great fish. That makes him really happy. Sejun says they're smart for turning carrots into cups by hollowing them out. Everyone enjoys drinking from them, then eating them like ice cream cones. They're tiny for him, but it's still fun since he can eat the cup afterward. Then he notices Dolorf Rabbit and his wife acting extra lovey-dovey. A second later, she pinches him, and MC catches it. That makes him suspicious, really suspicious. Why did they send the kids away? He starts thinking the rabbits might get more little siblings soon, while Black still doesn't get it. Just then, Sejun gets a notification. The seed shop is open. Reading it, he remembers that was the deadline, and he completely forgot. Now he wants to see what he can buy. When he opens it, he finds 100 potato seeds for 5 tower coins, 1,000 lettuce seeds for 0.1 coins, and 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 coins. He notices lettuce is finally available. He really wants some Sam, but without meat to wrap in the lettuce, he decides to pass. That leaves potatoes and strawberries. He has plenty of money, but he can only pick one, so it's a tough choice. In the end, he decides carbs win and picks the potato seeds. He buys them. 5 tower coins are deducted. He gets 50 loyalty points, and his total becomes 56. In 30 days, he can upgrade the shop to level 1, and the system thanks him for using it. Then a bag drops right into Sejun's lap. A huge one. It nearly crushes him. The sudden drop scares him, and potatoes spill all over the place. Adolf Rabbit gets upset because his wife almost got hit. Sejun quickly apologizes. Then he opens the bag. The potatoes look delicious, and he immediately wants to plant them. He's already dreaming about cooking them, boiled, fried, even as potato pancakes, and asks if the rabbits feel the same excitement. Then he decides today will be a break day. Tomorrow they'll plant the potatoes, and everyone agrees. While getting excited, he suddenly wonders how Teo is doing. By now, he should be done with his errands. Meanwhile, in the Central Merchant District, all kinds of different races are gathered there. Teo goes shopping for blankets, pillows, shell bowls, and a spoon. He figures that should be enough, except for a frying pan. So he asks the wolf how much everything costs, and the answer is 1.6 tower coins. But after spending so much time with Sejun, Teo asks for a discount. The wolf laughs, saying Teo is pretty bold. Since he's never seen him before, he offers a special price of 1.5 tower coins. Teo asks for an even better deal. The wolf says he can't go any lower. Teo stares back, then says he'll just buy somewhere else and starts to leave everything behind. That makes the wolf panic and tell him to wait. Teo reminds him he already said no discount, so he's leaving. The wolf gives in and drops the price to 1.3 tower coins. Teo pushes once more, 1.2, or he walks. The wolf accepts. Teo pays and closes the deal. He leaves looking proud, while the wolf mutters that he thought Teo was a rookie, but he was actually dealing with a pro. But when the wolf looks at the coins Teo left behind, he notices strange sweat marks on them. At the same time, Teo is sweating like crazy from nerves. Still, he's thrilled. For once, he bought something without looking foolish. He remembers his lesson. Time for his class on how not to be a dumb buyer. Rule 1. Whenever they name a price, ask for a discount no matter what. Rule 2. If they refuse, walk away. Rule 3. If they stop you, ask for a discount 3 times. Sejun told him to just remember those 3 things and not get ripped off. Now Teo sees it really worked, exactly like he said. So now he proudly declares himself a traveling merchant who knows how to get a discount. Then he overhears someone talking about an item from outside the tower. Teo realizes it's Scarum scamming another person. Scarum says he'll share a secret because he just wants to help a rookie merchant become high level. That makes Teo furious. This sneaky scammer is tricking someone else now. Watching the scene, he decides he can't let Scarum keep cheating beginner merchants. So he shouts, "Scarum!" The goblin is shocked to see Teo. Then Scarum acts like they're old friends, asking where Teo's been, how long he waited, and whether the items he sold were any good. Teo tells him to shut it and warns the other merchant not to believe that bastard, he's a fraud. Scarum plays innocent, asking what Teo means. He claims he sold good items cheap out of kindness, and now Teo is turning on the one who saved him. Teo doesn't buy it. He brings up the cup and says Scarum probably sold it as magically preserved, but it actually cuts off outside contact and blocks heat flow, making the temperature drop slowly. In other words, it's not magic at all. Everything Scarum sold was junk, and Scarum is stunned. Teo knows that. He asks where Teo heard it, then tries to brush it off as a misunderstanding and invites him to talk in private. Instead, Teo calls for the guards, yelling that a wicked goblin is here trying to scam a rookie merchant. Scarum tells him to wait, saying he won't get away with this, and then he runs. Teo snaps at the rookie not to believe Scarum so easily. The beginner thanks him and says Teo saved her, then asks his name. Teo introduces himself with a cute little pose, and she's surprised he's the famous Teo she's heard about. She thanks him again, but Teo brushes it off and heads out, telling her not to get scammed again. But that little fox apparently knows more than she showed. She says the mission is complete and orders everyone to reveal themselves. At once, ninjas drop down from above. 3 dogs also gather near her. She demands to know what happened. Didn't she tell them to remove every possible problem that could interfere with the mission? They apologize, saying their agents had the whole area within 100 meters under control as planned. They just don't know how that merchant cat appeared. She says that's no excuse. The dogs apologize again to Agent Zerafe, a secret inspector from the Boreal branch of the Traveling Merchant Association. Zerafe asks if they really think that counts as an excuse. They've spent months preparing to arrest this guy, and now the operation is close to failing. For now, they're heading back to Boreal Inspection Headquarters. Before leaving, though, she mentions 100 apology letters, and one of the dogs asks what she means. She says it's to make them think about today's mistake. Bring her 100 apology letters. Everyone trembles as she walks away. As she leaves, Sarum thinks about the many reports they've gotten lately about a scam merchant tied to the Traveling Merchants Association. After a long hunt, they finally trace Scarum's movements. He knows where to get items that should only exist outside the tower, but they still haven't figured out whether he's using an illegal route. Because of that, catching Scarum in the act has been difficult. Still, while disguised as a traveling merchant, she somehow managed to make contact with him. But just as they were about to arrest him, they were interrupted. Now she knows the plan needs work. She remembers the cat's name was Tell, and since he clearly wasn't on good terms with Scarum, she decides to investigate him too. Meanwhile, Tell starts feeling pretty good as he heads home. Back with Sejun, he's teaching Scythe Rabbit. He explains that this is how to cut it in an X shape. Scythe Rabbit picks it up fast. He's doing really well. After that, you just moisten the soil a little and place the cut piece in the ground. Sejun asks Father Rabbit if he isn't amazed. With this trick, they can plant 400 potatoes using only 100 seeds. He says he once saw this on YouTube. Funny how something he barely watched while eating is helping him now. He gains a bit of farming XP. It's not much, but it still feels like easy profit. Now that the potatoes are done, he wonders if they should dig up some sweet potatoes too. Everyone gets excited. He says the rabbits haven't had any since they were tiny, so it's been a while. Then he asks the little rabbits if they know what comes first. He means the sweet potato vines. They need to pull those up before digging. They can't just toss the vines away, since those same sprouts can grow more sweet potatoes. Hearing that, the baby rabbits look crushed. But Black quickly calms them down. He remembers what happened last time. Looks like they've got a slightly evil little plan. He asks if they think planting the sweet potato vines counts as their job anyway. Then he says no, he just doesn't want to keep all the fun for himself. Farming is all about timing, and he can't mess up the crop just because his skill is good. That makes everyone sad, because now they know they'll have to work. So the mother rabbit and the scythe rabbit start cutting the vines. The chubby one hauls them away in a cart. The warrior rabbit runs behind, struggling with his small load while trying to keep up. And that's how they plant everything. Once the work is done, Sejun stands up proudly. They've made 500 square meters of sweet potato fields. He's shocked that even without doing all the farming himself, he still gets XP for creating the field. The reward is huge, 150 points and a bonus stat. Then the father rabbit and the mother rabbit start dancing, and soon everyone joins in. They keep dancing and singing, while Sejun has no idea what's going on and wonders what this is about. The system explains that the white rabbits are waiting for the full sweet potato harvest. It's a joyful dance of abundance for the tower's farmers. Even the tower manager joins in, shouting, "Roasted sweet bat bat, roasted sweet bat bat." The protagonist wonders if he should start pulling them up with all that support behind him. But when he pulls the first one, something starts glowing from the ground. As he looks closer, the light gets so strong it almost blinds him. Then he realizes what it is. It's a sun-abundant sweet pumpkin potato, a mutant sweet potato that absorbs sunlight at the top of the tower. It holds solar energy, burns 100 grams of fat when eaten, and gives cold resistance for 24 hours. The system says he earned an achievement for creating a new species in the tower, and Sejun is stunned. What shocks him most is that he really made a brand new species. Meanwhile, in the real world, on a quiet neighborhood street, the leader of the Phoenix team stops there and realizes this is the place he was looking for, Sejun's house. Back in the tower, both MC and the rabbits stare at the new variety in amazement. The system confirms he harvested it, and his contribution points jump a lot from all the recommendations he gets. Then the tower gives him exclusive rights to grow new varieties. No one can plant the sun pumpkin sweet potato without his permission. He thinks that's amazing. It means the potato is basically his alone. Even if he sells one, nobody else can grow it without his cultivation rights. That's the best part, so he sets it back down. He wants to taste it, but since it's a new variety, he decides to plant it first and make sure it grows well. After that, he says they should dig up more sweet potatoes and goes looking for the others. He ends up gathering a lot of them. Then he starts piling them up with the rabbits, and after some time passes, he grills fish for everyone to eat along with the sweet potatoes. When he takes them off the fire and splits one open, everyone is blown away. He says this is the kind of food he'd die to eat. The rabbits dive in with him, but he tells them to slow down since the father rabbit is almost choking. The system reminds him that the admin is waiting for a turn too, wiping away drool. Sejun thanks him for letting the rabbits eat first. He asks for 10 sweet potatoes, and the admin gratefully says he'll enjoy them. Then it's his turn. He asks the scythe rabbit if he's done eating and can help him for a bit. Meanwhile, the little dragon is happily eating sweet potato too, stuffing it down. Then he realizes he already ate all of his and wonders if he should ask for more. But then he notices Sojun doing something different, making thin slices with the scythe rabbit's help. The protagonist explains that after drying them like this, they just need to be turned once or twice more, and he asks the scythe rabbit for one more potato. The rabbit tosses it into the air and chops it up beautifully for Sejun. He says it's perfect since the slices are so even, and tells him to keep going like that. The little rabbit gets super excited. The admin starts wondering if MC is wasting those delicious potatoes, but he says he's not throwing them away. He's drying them and making something really good. Then he asks if the admin has ever heard of dried sweet potato. While Sejun brings new cooking ideas to the tower, Kim Dong-sik arrives at his family's home, and someone inside asks who it is. He asks if this is the home of Park the protagonist. The people inside open the door right away and ask about him, but they also want to know who this man is. They invite him inside, apologizing that they haven't had guests lately, so they're not sure the food would suit his taste. He says that's fine. He'd be grateful even for just a glass of water. They ask why he came looking for MC, explaining that MC is currently missing. He apologizes for introducing himself so late and says he's Kim Dong-sik, leader of the 5th team of the Phoenix Guild. They're stunned to hear he's from Phoenix, and the younger brother immediately recognizes it as that famous guild. Then their father asks what happened with him. The boy can hardly believe it. This is really the leader of the 5th team from one of the top guilds in the country. A high-level hunter like that should be amazing. But Dong-sik stays humble and says it's nothing special. Then Sejun's father asks why someone so important would come to their house. He even tells his wife to bring out the expensive melons, but Dong-sik stops them and says they should just sit comfortably. His wife says that if he's a hunter, then the protagonist must be in the tower. They ask when he entered and why Dong-sik came for the protagonist in particular. Dong-sik says he came to deliver something on MC's behalf. Then he places a letter on the table. Everyone is horrified. They think it's a will and call Sejun an ungrateful brat, crying that he left his parents behind with so much still unresolved. But Dong-sik quickly says it's not a will, and his father is left even more confused. As soon as they open it, they see messy writing in 50 million won. Dong-sik explains that the protagonist is sorry for rushing into the tower. He wants them to know he's safe, and asked for this to be delivered to his family. His father starts laughing, saying his son is smart like him, and was bound to succeed anywhere. But MC's mother asks if he's really okay, and why he didn't come hand it over himself. Dong-sik says MC can't leave because of his mission, and that this happens a lot with hunters, so she shouldn't worry. He also confirms the younger brother's name, Sejong, and tells him to speak casually. The boy agrees and says he heard earlier that he was missing. He asks if Dong-sik really had no idea he had entered the tower. They say yes, they suddenly lost contact with him about 5 months ago and heard nothing for months. Just in case, they even asked the Korean Awakened Association if there was anyone named Park the protagonist, but were told no. Dong-sik wonders if Sejun used a fake name. He says some people do that sometimes, but it could have been a simple mistake, and he'll check with the association through the guild later. He notes that, based on what the family said, MC entered the tower 5 months ago, and was never registered with the association. That shocks him, because he climbed all the way to the 40th floor. No tower player has reached the 40th floor that fast. He starts wondering if a once-in-history genius hunter has just appeared. Then Sejong asks the team leader if the guild does any kind of talent scouting. His father scolds him, saying his brother is already working hard inside the tower, and the best help is supporting him from outside. But the kid insists he might be talented too. Still, Dong-sik says becoming a hunter is extremely dangerous. You can lose your life. Even the association doesn't recommend having more than one hunter per family, because one tragedy is enough. He says it's time for him to go, but Sejun's father feels bad that they served him nothing, and urges him to at least stay for a meal. Dong-sik politely refuses, saying he came here right after leaving the tower and still needs to see his own family. Realizing they've held up a busy man, they tell him to stay safe on the way back. Back in the car, the system pops up a notice. The contract mission is done. He wonders if he should head out now. Then his daughter calls. He asks if she missed her dad. With a smile, he tells her to guess what he brought, something she really likes. Meanwhile, Teo complains that the 99th floor is way too far, but he's finally getting close to Sejun's hole. At the same time, the protagonist is back home. He starts working with the carrot tops, soaking them in water first. Once roots grow, he plants them. The carrot top planting is a success, and the system keeps handing out rewards. Sejun explains the method. Put the leftover carrot tops from the rabbit's meals in water for a few days, and once the leaves grow enough, cover the root part with soil and plant it. The eaten roots won't grow back, so he waits for flowers to bloom on top and gathers the seeds. And yes, it really works. That's exactly why he loves farming. The little rabbit is thrilled, and MC says hard work feels even better when small rewards keep piling up over time. Then the tower manager asks if the dried sweet potatoes are ready yet. Giving in to the DM's impatience, he says he was going to check anyway. He heads over with the rabbits, and they get excited too. The sweet potatoes have dried really well, so he grabs one and tastes it with them. The moment it goes into his mouth, he lights up. The outside is perfect, while the inside still keeps its moisture and sweetness. All three of them love it. Sejun says nobody could resist that soft, chewy texture. Dried sweet potato is just a roasted sweet potato left in the sun for 24 hours, so it keeps both sweetness and moisture while getting that chewy, slightly salty, addictive bite. He gets excited and says he needs to dry more to snack on later when he's bored. Then the admin asks if he forgot something, and the protagonist quickly apologizes. The system says the admin wants to eat right away and wants the mission finished fast, so Sunjun should send some over. But MC asks if the admin can wait a bit. Just sending food in a plain bowl every time doesn't feel right, and he says he has a better idea. The admin says none of that is needed. They just want it sent quickly. He insists it'll only take a moment and says it's basically ready. Then he packs it into a bag. He proudly calls it a dried sweet potato gift set. It even looks nice. He says he used to do packing work before, and since this is the admin's first time trying dried sweet potato, it should be done properly. On top of that, sealing it like this helps it last longer by keeping the moisture inside. The admin is left speechless. Sejun asks if they're not going to take it, and all the admin can do is thank him. He's confused. He expected a bigger reaction, but that one was pretty flat. For a second, he wonders if the admin is the type who thinks making food look nice means you're playing with it. Meanwhile, the little dragon thinks it's super cute and wonders how anyone could eat something that adorable. The reaction is intense. Meanwhile, Sejun remembers drying 40 roasted sweet potatoes and wonders how they vanished in one day. Then he notices everyone's been eating with him. That explains it. Soon the queen bee comes over. He asks what's wrong and she hands him something strange. It's a pack of compressed corn pollen. His beekeeping level goes up a tiny bit, and he's never seen anything like it before. So the corn really is growing. He realizes he hasn't paid much attention to it, but it's grown a lot already and even bloomed. There's no corn honey, so he figures that must be why the worker bees gathered pollen instead. Looking at the compressed pollen, he wonders if he should try it. People eat pollen as a health supplement, so it should be fine. When he tosses it into his mouth, he finds it a little bitter, but mostly sweet, almost like candy. He loves it and thanks the queen bee. Then she gives the signal for the others to start working. They bring Sejun a bunch more while she looks very proud of herself. He tells her there's too much for him to eat alone, and besides, it's too precious. Then Teo comes back to the protagonist looking very pleased, and he is surprised, but when Teo looks down, he jumps after spotting the queen bee. Teo says he's scared of her, but Sejun tells him not to worry. They all know he's on their side. Then the queen bee tosses some pollen at the cat, and when he sniffs it, her kindness backfires. He starts sneezing and complains that he hates pollen. MC tells him not to do that on his clothes. It's his only shirt. Then he asks salesman Teo if he handled what was requested. Teo proudly says of course. He finished every mission and sold everything too. He then asks if he delivered the news to his family and says it should be done since Teo had a contract for it. He checks and sees the contract is complete, which means the message and the 50 million won were delivered. Teo says it should have gone smoothly, since Teo contracts are strict, and he can always check later. Hearing that, Sejun thinks the cat is pretty reliable. Then he thinks about his dad, his mom, and his little brother Settle. He had entered the tower in a terrible situation and couldn't contact them, so they must have been worried sick. They probably never even imagined he entered the tower and ended up farming with rabbits. He wonders what faces they'd make if he told them his job as farmer in the tower. He figures Settle, that little brat, would definitely tease him non-stop. His dad, though, loves growing flowers, so he'd probably ask about nutrients and give advice. Thinking about it now, the protagonist realizes he really did inherit that talent from him. Then he thinks of his mother, remembering the days they all spent together, and quietly admits he misses his family. But then everyone gathers around Sejun, reminding him he has family here too. He smiles and agrees they're his family now too. Teo asks if that includes him, and MC says, of course. He's like family and his one and only most capable employee. After that, Teo tells him to check the tower coins and items he brought back. He used 50 tower coins for the contract fee and 142 for the messenger, leaving 2,088 tower coins. He is shocked and calls it amazing. Teo smugly says that just like he expected, people raise their own prices when you do business the right way. He also bought a few other things at the market for Sejun. The protagonist wonders how long it's been since he last saw something from civilization, and everyone gets curious about what the cat brought back. Teo says it was made in the tower, so it has its own item mark. But MC notices something odd. The maker's name is hidden. Then he picks up a dagger nearby. It's a short dagger. He says it's the first weapon he's seen since entering the tower that actually looks like a real weapon. The requirements are level 10 and strength 5, but the maker is hidden here too. He wonders why there are question marks in the description, and asks Teo where he got it. Teo says he heard the blacksmith's lottery corner sells things cheap, so he just picked what looked good. That surprises Sejun. Since he meets the requirements, he wonders if he should use it. But then he's warned that the item hasn't been appraised by the system. The admin says using an unappraised item carelessly could cause big trouble, and the protagonist asks what could happen if he just uses it anyway. The admin says they'll appraise it for him, then sends 2 missions. First, send the unappraised short dagger to the tower admin. Reward none. Failure. The item can't be appraised. Second, send a roasted sweet potato as a gift to the admin. Reward the appraised dagger. Failure. He won't get his dagger back. MC asks if it really has to be done like that, and the admin strongly denies that this has anything to do with wanting roasted dried sweet potatoes. Still, he can tell that was basically a yes with extra denial. He even notices the tower manager wiping away drool and gets annoyed because the admin already took plenty of sweet potatoes earlier. In the end, he agrees. Since using an item with unknown info feels risky, he accepts the deal and sends it over. The admin uses appraisal and says, thankfully it's not an item that would cause harm. The mission is cleared, and the dagger returns to him after he pays with the sweet potatoes. It turns out to be Kane's training short dagger. Red Mountain Hunter Kane's used it as a kid. The black iron blade makes it heavy for a dagger, and a bit of mithril helps it stay sharp for a long time. It needs level 10 and 5 strength, was made by Crow Blacksmith, the black hammer of ARF, and it has a skill that boosts the proficiency of any dagger skill by 5%. Sejun is shocked to see it has a proper name. This is named gear. Outside the tower, named equipment starts at 100 million won. That's how rare and valuable it is. Now he's wondering if Teo really found something like this in a lottery corner. He's even more surprised by Teo. The protagonist thought he was just a naive little guy, But now he starts thinking the cat might actually have real talent. The truth is, he just got distracted staring at Teo's paw pads. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a red bear is eating in peace. But this isn't just any red bear. It's a baby red bear, and that's the problem. A cute baby from a huge monster usually means the giant mother is close by. Cave Lady keeps rambling about her delicious churro. Back with Sejun, he gets ready to use his short dagger, slicing a bunch of green onions with ease. Then he asks the rabbits what they think of his dagger skills and whether he's actually good. Everyone seems into it, but then Tato asks if MC liked that little sword. MC says yes, and admits he's impressed. Tato brought back something like that. Teddy reminds him about the promise from an hour ago. He was supposed to call him Merchant Tedio. He agrees, calls him that, and says the cat is amazing. Still, he says he'll let it slide just this once, and tells the protagonist to be careful. MC can't believe it. He thought Teddy was just a soft, clueless cat, but he's got gold in his hands, or rather gold in his paws. He keeps admiring Tedio's paw pads, saying they suddenly look extra nice. Tedio asks what he's doing, and he says those little paws must be sore. Talking to Merchant Teo, he asks if he should give him another churro pack while putting William on his lap. Teo thinks this proves it. Sejun may act tough, but he's still human, and humans always kneel before his paws. Now that he knows that, he plans to use it well. He proudly declares his front paws are lucky golden paws, and tells the protagonist to massage them already. There's no time to waste. But MC notices this feels a little suspicious, so he picks up Teo and sets him on the ground, saying his 1 hour is up. Teo asks if time really ran out that fast. He wants to stay a merchant a little longer, but Sejun says it's over and leaves it at that. Teo realizes that won't work. Time for a special move. He's going to stay a merchant no matter what. Then he tells him he has something else to show him, pulling out pepper, tomatoes, and all kinds of other items. The protagonist is stunned by all those seasonings. Teo proudly asks what he thinks, saying he got tons of rewards from taking pictures. Sejun is especially happy about the salt, finally tasting it again. He can't believe he actually got some. He talks about the pepper's heat and how rich the seasoning tastes. But when the rabbits try it, they hate it. MC says this is the taste of spices he hasn't had in days. Teo quickly presses his luck after bringing all this. Can't he be a merchant for 2 hours? He asks, 2 hours? Then says he'll allow 24. Teo is thrilled to be a merchant for a whole day. Now Sejun makes a fancier fish dish. He adds pepper, spices, and salt, then puts it on skewers. The smell comes out amazing, and spreads everywhere. It reaches the rabbits, who rush over hungry. Sejun greets everyone, good morning, asks if they slept well, and says if they're already hungry, they'd better hurry and grab a spot. Today he's showing off a little with a full barbecue feast for everyone. They're amazed. Just to be safe, the protagonist keeps the salted fish and the peppered fish separate, so everyone can choose what suits their taste. Most of the white rabbits go for the spicy one. The chubby rabbit already finished eating. The droopy-eared rabbit clearly hates it, and the scythe rabbit doesn't seem to like it either. The black rabbit, though, loves it. Then MC looks over at Teo and notices he's still sleeping in. He goes to wake him up, saying breakfast ready, and Teo immediately asks for grilled fish. Sejun says there's salted and peppered fish, then asks which one he wants. Teo stares at it and asks what he thinks he's doing. Why would he mess with divine fish like that? So the protagonist accepts that Teo isn't into salted grilled fish, and gives him the plain one instead. Teo says simple grilled fish is best after all. After that, they go harvest tomatoes with the rest of the rabbits. This time Sejun harvests with his dagger, and the system gives him a nice reward, 70 extra XP from those tomatoes. He realizes Kaiser Pratani's short dagger training option isn't just useful in battle. Any skill that uses the short dagger levels 5% faster. As expected, named B-rank gear really is different. He had to work hard to raise proficiency before. He thinks working really is worth it and tells Teo to grab something over there. Though Teo clearly isn't happy and starts pouting. Teo says he's the great merchant, so why is he doing this? MC shoots back that he's the president, and he's still working. Teo is shocked. MC was the president this whole time? He says yes and tells Merchant Teo to move it. Teo agrees, but asks if president is higher than merchant. He says it is. Teo decides that's very useful information, and says he'll work hard with that in mind. Then he laughs to himself, thinking that once he becomes president, he'll monopolize the protagonist's hands and feet. Soon Teo figures his bag is full, so it's time to head out. MC asks if he's leaving already. Before he goes, he reminds him to buy what they need when he reaches the shop area, and to stop by the forge too, especially the lottery corner. He can't let Teo's talent go to waste. Teo confidently says of course, and promises he'll be back soon. Then he heads off after saying goodbye to Sejun. Left behind, the protagonist thinks he should finish the cherry tomatoes on that side and then rest. As he harvests, XP keeps pouring in. But he's surprised this is way more than he should get from just 6 cherry tomatoes. When he checks the fruit's stats, he realizes the crop has become D rank. The fat-reducing effect, mana boost, and even the shelf life have nearly doubled. On top of that, it tastes much better. Sejun is stunned. All the crops are now D rank. It seems anything he grows turns into D rank crops now that he's a D rank farmer too. If Teo had left a little later, he could have sold D rank cherry tomatoes. Too bad. But there's nothing he can do now. Since they're supposed to taste great, MC eats some and takes a nap with the rabbits. As Teo walks away, he somehow feels a little disappointed. Elsewhere, the dragon goes into a room and looks at the black dragon ice statue made by Kaiser Eileen Pratani. After staring at it up close, the dragon suddenly breaks it and puts Sejun's sweet potato gift in its place. The dragon says the sweet potato has a permanent preservation spell on it, so it'll keep it instead of eating it, because her human, he gave it to her. Then the dragon wonders if it should check what the protagonist is doing through the crystal ball. It sees him relaxing and napping, completely unaware of the danger around him, and starts thinking it should scout the area. But then it notices something strange. Worried about what might happen to Sejun, it quickly sends a bunch of alerts to wake him up. MC grumbles, wondering what's wrong with the tower admin. He asks what the problem is, and the admin tells him now is not the time to sleep, then tells him to look up. There's something above him. A monster. Sejun is shocked. The dragon tries to scare the bear away by sending it a notification. But when the message pops up, the bear gets startled and steps wrong, falling down. He tells it to wait, then runs over and catches the little bear before it can crash. He wonders what just fell on him. Maybe a dog? But then he realizes it's a baby giant crimson bear, and it's staring at him, looking adorable. Come on, stop that. You're way too cute. But this is definitely going to cause trouble. Then he realizes it's the baby of the crimson giant bear. It's the same monster he saw during the blue moon. The one with that terrifying stare. Except now, it's tiny and ridiculously cute. Seeing that, the protagonist gets a message from the tower manager asking why he caught the crimson giant bear cub after it fell. The protagonist says he couldn't just let it drop. It was too dangerous. The manager tells him to send the cub out of the cave right away. Its mother is probably nearby, looking for it. But MC hesitates. The little guy is so small. He asks if it's really okay to send it away alone. Wouldn't it be better if the mother came to get it herself? But the manager warns him that crimson giant bears are glutton monsters, and this cub will eat all the cave's food. He can't believe it. How could something that small eat that much? He wonders if the manager is exaggerating. Then the cub wanders over to Blackie. Blackie pets it, and the two get along right away. Meanwhile, Queen flies off with the other bees. The cub tries to follow her up. The bees do not like that at all, and they instantly swarm toward the little bear. Cedric jumps in to protect it, while the cub shakes in fear. He calms the bees down, saying it's okay. The cub isn't an enemy. He explains they only reacted because it rushed at them out of nowhere, then tries to comfort the crying cub. Maybe it went after Queen because she smelled good. Even the protagonist thinks that's adorable. So he asks Queen for a favor, though she clearly doesn't love where this is going. Even so, she agrees and gives him some honey. Cedric offers the honey to the cub and tells it to try some. He says he knew it would like it. It probably came here because of the smell. Bears really love honey. The manager is left speechless. The cub quickly grows attached to MC, and MC is shocked when it finishes the honey right away. He asks if it was good and if it wants more. The manager, meanwhile, is practically shaking at how dumb this is, and now he's seriously mad. A new message pops up right in Sejun's face. It's a quest telling him to send the cub out of the cave now. The reward is a work skill. Refuse, and the penalty is death by starvation. The system says the tower manager is angry at the crimson giant bear cub. The cub gets scared, and so does everyone else. He protests, it's just a baby. What could it possibly eat to make the manager react like this? The manager says he's only driving away monsters that could threaten the tower's farmer. The protagonist complains that this is all the manager's fault anyway. If he hadn't startled the cub, it never would have fallen into the tower. But the manager calls it an innocent mistake and tells MC to do as he says immediately. He gets stuck on that word mistake. After all, people said entering the tower was a mistake too. Thinking about that, he starts to feel for himself and for the cub. Everyone turns to look at him. They wait to see what Sejun will do. Even the little dragon is watching. It's moved by the protagonist's story too. At last, the manager tells him to do whatever he wants and gives up. Sejun asks how much this tiny cub could even eat to make the manager this jealous. Then he says fine, he'll send it out later. For now, he tells the cub to get up, since the scary thing is gone. But when he picks it up, he realizes the cub fell asleep in his arms. It's too cute, so MC decides to let it sleep in the cave for one night, and lies down beside the plush-like little thing. He promises to send it back tomorrow. But while he sleeps, something happens, and the cub wakes up first. It starts moving around the cave, heading into another area. Blackie wakes up before everyone else and notices what's happening. He starts yelling about it. Then he wakes him up, he sits up, asking what all the noise is, and then asks where the cub went. A second later, he sees a huge mess. The rabbits are furious and demanding to know what happened. That's when the protagonist realizes his whole crop along with the vegetables nearby got eaten by that innocent-looking little monster, which wrecked everything and devoured the food. In one night, his storage was basically wiped out. Cedric just stares, because the manager really did warn him. The rabbits rush the cub and start fighting with it over what it did. MC checks what's left and finds that a third of the sweet potatoes and carrots are gone. Somehow it didn't touch the cherry tomatoes. The rabbits are still furious, but the cub runs straight to him, knowing he'll comfort it and go easy on it. It jumps into the protagonist's arms crying. He asks what happened, then notices the cub has grown a lot in just one day. Yesterday it was almost rabbit-sized. That's when he remembers, inside the tower, eating can make creatures grow fast. So this isn't strange at all. The manager warned him that crimson giant bears are glutton monsters that would eat all the cave's food. Now Cedric finally gets how bad this is and that he should have listened. The manager sends another message explaining that crimson giant bear cubs are the biggest gluttons of all and can easily eat 100 kilos in a single day if they get enough food. MC notices the manager is talking to him again. He apologizes and the manager accepts it, saying he still meant well. Looking at the cub, he admits he thought the manager was just jealous of him feeding it and didn't think deeper. The manager tells the protagonist again that the cub has to go outside, and MC agrees. The problem is figuring out how to do it, so he ties green onion vines around the cub. He turns them into a kind of harness, checks that it's secure, and straps a little pack onto it. Then he asks the rabbits if they're ready, while Blackie waits outside to help pull. Cedric tells the two of them to start hauling. Everyone strains together to drag it out, and finally they lift the cub and slowly pull it upward. He cheers them on, they're doing great, and manage to get it off the ground. But while it's going up, the cub starts thrashing around. Seeing it panic, Cedric brings it some honey to calm it down. He tells the cub it's going back to its mother now, and once it gets the honey, it settles down and stays still. The protagonist says goodbye. The cub waves goodbye too. As a reward, MC gains the work skill, Seed Harvest, which slightly raises the chance of getting better seeds during harvest. After everyone returns from sending the cub out, Cedric wonders if it made it home safely and says they all did a good job. Then hunger hits, and they remember there's barely any food left because the cub ate most of it. When he looks back, both the husband and wife realize they're in a pretty awkward spot. He wonders if they should just eat tomatoes and cherries for now. A few days later, a giant shadow covers the cave. Everyone looks up, and the protagonist freezes in horror. At the cave entrance stands the cub again, and this time its mother is with it, a massive bear. Cedric immediately thinks he's dead. After coming back, the little cub brought its mother. Face to face with the monster that already terrified him once, MC panics and wonders why the crimson giant bear mother is in his cave. Blackie is already sweating, thinking they may have to fight, and against that thing it won't be easy. He starts thinking she came to eat him. In his head, she thinks he kidnapped her cub for a whole day and won't forgive him. She's about to grab him and swallow him in one bite. He thinks this is the end and starts thinking about his mom, his dad, and his little brother. He blurts out that he won't taste good because he only eats tomatoes, begging for his life. The bear just finds him weird. Then the system delivers a message from the tower manager saying they aren't here to threaten him. Sejun asks if he can understand crimson giant bears. The manager says yes, and explains that the mother bear wants to feed her cub with honey. The protagonist is confused for a second, then remembers the honey he gave the cub, and the bear confirms that's what she wants. The manager passes along her offer. In exchange for more honey, she'll protect the area around the cave. The bear confirms it by lowering her paw. She brings it down close to Sejun, and he looks back at the rabbits, who are all thrilled with this deal. So MC says he'll give the bear the honey she wants. The manager tells him to climb onto the crimson bear's paw, and when he does, the bear carries him outside. On the way up, Sejun looks down at his farm and thinks it grew well all this time inside the cave. Then he says he's finally leaving that place. For the first time, he's stepping into the real world of the tower outside the cave. And when he finally sees the sun again, he's stunned by how huge the land around him is. Everything he can see from the bear's paw feels way too vast, and he wonders if they really are still inside the tower. Then he spots a beam of light below. The manager says that place is a waypoint, and Sejun asks what that means. That transit point is the only way hunters from outside the tower can move between floors. He realizes that if he can use it, he might reach the first floor and finally get out. Then he wonders how to get there, and the baby bear calls out from below. The mother bear gently sets Sejun down. He wonders if he has to cross the desert, but the distance is way too much for him alone. Still, with the crimson giant bear mother, it might be possible, so he asks if she can carry him to the beam. She refuses, and the tower manager translates. The protagonist asks why. The manager explains that area isn't her territory. To reach the transit point, MC would need to get past about 3,000 monsters, which shocks him. She points behind her and explains that her territory only covers the forest and the land around it. Most monsters stop before the route to the desert. Once he leaves that safe zone, protecting him gets much harder. As he starts to get it, Queen and the rabbits come out carrying a suitcase. He notices that Black brought his backpack and thanks him. The baby bear grabs Black in a hug, grateful too. Just like that, the two become friends. Then the mother bear steps up, reminding Sejun about the honey. The moment he pulls out the bottle, the cub starts drooling all over Black. Poor Black gets soaked by the starving little guy. The cub rushes over and catches the honey. The protagonist tosses into his paw. The mother bear watches, curious, and Sejun asks if she wants some too. She turns it down and tells him to give it all to her cub. There's barely any food where they live, so the little one hasn't been growing well. But after just one day with MC, the cub grew a lot. MC remembers why it ate a huge chunk of his crops. He forces a smile, thinking the little glutton nearly wiped out his stock. Queen clearly doesn't like hearing that either. The mother bear says this especially sweet-smelling honey will help, and when he looks to Queen, she's suddenly shy, hiding behind him. They keep talking, and the protagonist asks if the mother bear really went hungry that day. From what the tower manager said before, crimson giant bears eat a lot. She says she spent 3 days starving while searching for this cave. That stuns MC. Her baby matters, sure, but that's still extreme. So he says that won't happen again, and asks everyone to wait a bit. Calling it a challenge, he looks at Black, who's in. He declares he's about to show off Chief his skills. Black runs off to gather fish. Meanwhile, the scythe rabbit starts chopping carrots. Using both ingredients, the protagonist cooks up a hearty meal. When it's done, he tastes it and confirms it's ready. Then he serves everyone a fish stew with carrots and tomatoes. The mother bear lights up at the sight of it, and her cub's eyes sparkle as it drools. Sejun says the stew is packed with nutrition. They may be short on ingredients, but the taste is solid, and a mother has to eat well for her cub to grow strong. The cub is already digging in while the mother stares at him, drooling too. Then she scoops up MC and the rabbits, hugging them all in thanks. The tower manager makes sure to pass that message along. Happy it all worked out, Sejun, currently being crushed, says he can't breathe. The manager reflects that she's been watching ever since the baby bear left the cave days ago. She feared it would bring back its mother and put the human in danger. But for some reason, the crimson giant bear chose friendship instead. So she stepped in early and delivered his message to the bear before it entered the cave. Even so, she never expected things to end like this. Then the manager starts thinking ahead. If the protagonist comes outside and expands his farm, there will be more to eat. And if that crimson giant bear becomes his bodyguard, even better. Two birds with one stone. As expected, the so-called genius black dragon, Eileen Pratani, is very pleased with herself. At the headquarters of the Traveling Merchant Inspection Department, a bunch of sellers are gathered around. That fox is studying a document from Teo, thinking too much information is missing. The same thing happened with Skiram, and based on his personality, Teo doesn't seem skilled enough to sell that well, so she starts wondering how he gets so many sales. Just then, another dog-like worker arrives and calls for Zareth. He reports that after a warehouse theft involving a major landlord group on the 55th floor, small amounts of stolen goods have been showing up on the black market. He's there with the stolen item list the director requested. Lizarath scoffs at that landlord, calling him a cruel man who lives off peasants. She asks why their department has to help catch thieves for someone like that, and mutters that the director should ease up. Then another dog rushes in, calling for Zarath again with a fresh report. They've received word from an inspection agent watching the route of that cat merchant they suspected was the one in question. He just arrived on the 75th floor through the traveling merchant passage, and Zarath is caught off guard. She says they'll review the stolen goods list later, and heads out. The little dog wishes her luck. Zarath gets ready to leave, determined to uncover the truth about him. Proud of her name as Zarath of the Traveling Merchant Inspection Department, she heads off while Teo is relaxing at the market, picking up snacks to eat. The next day, the two bears come back to Sejun's cave. He quickly asks the mother to lift him up again. It's been 3 days since their deal with the Crimson Giant Bear mother. Once she sets him outside, he gives her some food to eat while she patrols, and she happily accepts. Sejun explains that every morning, the mother leaves her cub there and goes straight out on patrol. After moving outside, he and the rabbits slowly carry their things over and start clearing the area around the cave. But the ground here is nothing like the rich soil underground. It's full of rocks and dry as dust, so growing crops will be tough. The rabbits get sad hearing that, but then MC notices something nearby. The baby bear is helping. It runs back and forth, plowing the dirt. Sejun thinks it actually did a great job. Now removing the rocks will be much easier. Since the cub is helping so much, he rewards it with a sweet potato. The shovel rabbit and the cart rabbit are put in charge of hauling away the stones. The protagonist realizes that in just a few days, the cub has grown to almost his height. If it had stayed in the cave, he doesn't even want to imagine it. After that, he starts planting sweet potatoes. The land is too barren, so root crops come first. With sowing level 3, the sweet potatoes have a better chance to take hold, and his farming skill rises a bit too. Notifications keep popping up and he decides cherry tomatoes can wait until later. Then he looks back and sees the cub digging holes, but the little guy is actually digging up the sweet potatoes Sejun just planted. MC yells that they're farming, not hunting treasure. The cub freezes in surprise. He groans that the cub already ate everything he worked so hard to plant, so now the whole field has to be fixed again. At this rate, he'll have to teach the cub what farming is. The little bear starts crying in total regret, while the white rabbit shows it what it should and shouldn't do. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, Teo returns to the humans and announces that he'll auction 6 lots of 300 cherry tomatoes each, 1,800 total. Bidding starts at 25 tower coins and everyone keeps raising the price. Teo notices it's less gold than last time and thinks it would have been nice if another fool had shown up like before. Then that guild leader approaches Teo and asks if he checked on the contract from last time now that it's been fulfilled. Teo welcomes Kim Don-shik. Kim Don-shik asks Teo to send Parkham a message. He spoke with his family, so they don't need to worry. Teo sees the request went through, then asks why he didn't join the cherry tomato auction this time. Kim Don-shik says he needs something besides tomatoes now, and Teo asks what it is. Instead of answering right away, he asks if they can take a photo together. His daughter likes cats. Teo asks what he'll get in return, so Kim Don-shik holds something out. It's red pepper powder, and he says Koreans can't eat without it. Teo assumes it must be good and pops it straight into his mouth. Kim Don-shik immediately warns him that's a bad idea. A second later, Teo starts sneezing and jumps into the air, dropping the pepper. He cries out that his tongue hurts. A little later, he heads to the merchant's village and upgrades his bag. As he leaves, his tongue is still tingling from that red pepper powder. Still, the upgrade was worth it. Now his bag can hold hundreds more cherry tomatoes, all thanks to the rewards Sejun gave him. At this rate, he'll earn 1,000 tower coins, reach intermediate merchant rank, and maybe even become president one day, then make the protagonist bow to him. He plans to stop by the shop alley and finish the task he took, but then a smell catches his attention. It's grilled skewers. Teo figures that might calm his burning tongue. He asks the fox for 1 skewer, and the price is 1 tower coin. Teo asks for a discount, and the fox quickly realizes he's not dealing with an ordinary customer. He actually gets the price lowered and proudly says he pulled it off again. Then someone walks up to him. It's Zarafe. Teo remembers her right away as the sucker who almost got tricked by Skaram. and she notices that's exactly how he remembers her. She gets annoyed at being called that, saying he's the one who ruined the deal, then introduces herself as Zarafe. Tato asks what she wants. She says she never thanked him for saving her before and wants to give him something. He turns her down, saying he's busy, which catches her off guard. She hurries after him and asks if they can at least have some tea, but he refuses. He can't drink hot stuff right now. So she offers a nearby dessert shop instead, a place people wait years to book. A friend works there and can get them a top-tier dessert called special pudding. But Teo says he hates sweets too, and tells her she's really pushy. That leaves her wondering why this idiot is being so hard to crack. Then she goes all in, dropping to the floor and crying as she begs him to listen. Tae freaks out and asks why she's suddenly throwing a tantrum. Through tears, she explains she only recently became a traveling merchant to make a living, but she's terrible at it. She says she was amazed by him. He saw through cruel scam right away and saved a total stranger, calling him an amazing, cool, wonderful traveling merchant. She says she respects Tafsikas Okefs when to work on him. All that praise goes straight to his head. Flustered but pleased, he says he might teach her a little. Zerafai lights up and asks if he means it. Privately, she thinks it worked. In her eyes, he's just an easy rookie, and this trick never fails. Embarrassed, Teo tells her to get up already, so she does. She asks where he was headed, and Teo says he needs to buy a few things, so he's on his way to the blacksmith's shop. That surprises her. She asks if he's planning to buy items to resell, and he says she'll understand when she sees it, so the two of them head to the blacksmith's place. It's crowded with customers buying items. Once inside, Zerafe spots some goods and says they look really nice. She mentions hearing that this smithy carries lots of high-grade items, but Teo says he has no interest in that junk. She asks just how good the item he wants must be. Teo says this is the right place, then goes to a section marked 50% off everything and asks if the owner is around. He leads Zerafe into a much darker area. She realizes this section is full of unappraised items, in other words, a shop for stuff treated like trash. Wondering what kind of merchant skill he plans to show her here, she listens as Taeryu points to the sign saying every item costs 20 tower coins and asks if that's true. The owner says yes. Most of the items haven't been appraised, so no one knows their real value, and if Taeryu picks something ruined with age, they'll refund him. He tells Taeryu to choose whatever he wants. Instead, Taeryu suddenly shouts at the clerk. He demands a discount. Serafe is stunned. She wonders what in the world Taeryu is saying, and if this is seriously his merchant technique. He's taking her advice way too literally, and she can't believe he's asking for a lower price in a place that's already discounted. She starts wondering if he's actually confident this will work. Then the clerk really does drop it to 18 coins, leaving Zerafos shocked. But Taeryu asks for an even better deal. The owner laughs and says he's a bold cat, offering 15 tower coins. Taeryu pushes back again and asks for 13, promising he'll come often, and pressing for one more cut. The seller says he hasn't laughed like this in a long time and agrees to 13. Taeryu is thrilled. He turns to Zerafa and asks if she saw that. She calls him amazing, even though he mostly just bullied his way through it. Then she asks if he's really planning to buy something from here. Taeryu looks around the pile of goods, then suddenly stops at a hat. Serafe asks if he's really buying that and whether he's serious. Taeryu says yes and asks what the problem is. She can't believe it. It's not even a weapon, just a straw hat, and to her it looks like total trash. When the shopkeeper asks what she means and whether she has a problem with the store, she instantly backs off in panic. Taeryu calls her a nuisance. She starts apologizing, then wonders why she's the one apologizing at all. Taeryu just says he liked it, and Seijin told him to buy whatever he wanted, so he leaves with Serafe trailing behind, completely confused. Taeryu tells her he's seen enough and is heading out, which surprises her again. Then he asks if she learned anything from his merchant skills and says he hopes she becomes a good merchant too. With that, he just walks off and leaves Serafe standing there speechless. She figures there's no point chasing him any farther and it would only get awkward, so she decides to back off for now. But then a thought hits her. She looks back at Teo. As he walks away with that hat, she realizes she's seen it before. It was on a list. Now she thinks there's no way he picked that hat by accident. He had to know what he was doing. Meanwhile, Seijun is working on something else. The carrot flowers sprouted earlier than expected, so he decides to plant half in the cave and half on the surface. He also plans to cut their stored carrots in half because of the baby rabbit issue. The rabbits have started trembling again. Now they're carrying fish with the chubby rabbit and Blackie, and MC starts wondering if it's time to eat. Thinking over the menu, he settles on fish soup and asks if the fish can be cleaned with the strong rabbit's help. He gets excited to make it, then notices the mother rabbit hasn't had much appetite lately, so he decides to pick some fresh cherry tomatoes too. He harvests 10 ripe magical cherry tomatoes at once. That raises his harvest skill and it finally reaches level 4. He immediately wonders what new effects it gives. One new effect makes slightly unripe or overripe fruit count as perfect for harvest, and there's also a tiny chance the crop's level can go up by 1. Even if that chance is low, higher level crops are always better, and just thinking about tastier cherry tomatoes makes him happy. He also realizes level 4 adds more skill effects, but he'll need to raise his other skills to learn more. Then the rabbits call for him, and he reminds himself not to get distracted. He heads over and cuts a few leaves. The soup is ready. It's fish soup made for the pregnant rabbit, and the mother rabbit comes over to eat. Sejong made it with fish, carrots, and green onions, simmered for a long time into a light, comforting soup just for her. He thinks that even without much appetite, she needs to eat well, because her health matters most right now. The father rabbit looks completely smitten, and he tells him the farm is doing fine, so he should focus on his wife. Since the babies will be here soon, she needs to keep eating. The protagonist tells Blackie he'll be meeting his little siblings before long. Just then, the bear cub shows up calling for MC, and he thinks the timing is perfect. He calls the others to head up and eat with him, while the cart rabbit and the scythe rabbit stay behind in the cave to watch the vegetables. Then he ties up the things they're bringing up. He ties himself in too. Once everything is set, he tells the bear cub to start pulling. Up top, the cub pulls while Sejong waits above. He says he'll see the others again soon. A few days earlier, with help from the giant mother bear and a huge stone used like a pulley, they built a manual elevator. Now the day starts with the bear cub coming down to work in the morning and bringing everyone up for breakfast, and he still thinks it's amazing every time. He only asked for a rock to tie a rope to, but she brought an absurdly massive one to the cliff edge. The scale on this floor is just different, maybe because it's the 99th floor, but thanks to that, going up is easy. The protagonist praises the cub for doing a great job. Maybe it's because he's sturdy, but the cub has gotten really strong too, and from how much faster he pulled today, the protagonist jokes that he must have wanted to see him even more than yesterday. MC jokes that maybe the cub pulled him up for food, not because it missed him. The little bear agrees. He tells the cub to eat. These are roasted sweet potatoes. Since it had only eaten them raw, this was probably new. He even saved some from last night, even though the tower manager got annoyed because he thought the bear would like them, and it really did. The cub gets so into it that it tumbles right into the pile, and the protagonist tells it to slow down. By the time it calms down, only one sweet potato is left. That makes Sejong wonder, and then something snatches the last sweet potato and runs off. The cub rushes to the dirt and starts digging. MC asks what it's doing. Then it buries the sweet potato. Sejong realizes the cub is trying to plant it, like it'll grow more to eat later. The little guy looks very proud of itself. Everyone starts laughing because it's too cute. He explains it won't grow just because it's in the ground. Cooked food doesn't work like that. The cub is stunned, so he asks if it was really that good and says he'll make more. He admits he hasn't laughed like that in a long time. Then he hears something and spots a fish head buried nearby. There are more buried all over the place. Sejong says the cub clearly needs extra lessons, so it stops doing this. Right then, his stomach starts growling. Meanwhile, inside the queen bee's castle, something is getting bigger and bigger. The queen sits inside holding what looks like an egg. Outside, the little bear and Black face each other, ready for a match. Black gets into position. The cub gives the signal and charges. Black dodges the attack. Then he quickly strikes back, coming from behind. Even so, the cub still reaches for Black and catches him, then starts licking him. Turns out this sparring match is mostly just play. Sejong watches the whole thing, wondering if they're really training or just messing around. Nearby, the chubby rabbit keeps pushing the cart back and forth with tomato juice and carrots. The protagonist says he was actually thirsty, and thanks him while the rabbit keeps handing drinks out to everyone. Then MC looks toward the hole and notices bees coming out. They look like poison bees on patrol, and one of them flies straight toward him. Then he spots the queen bee too. She comes out as well, which feels strange. She walks up to him with a serious look, and Sejong asks why she left, when she should be laying eggs. Instead, she hands him something wrapped in chiv leaves. He asks what it is. After giving it to him, she backs away and lowers her head, and all the other bees do the same before leaving. Sejong wonders what she just gave him. When he opens it, he finds a poison queen bee cocoon. A poison bee larva accidentally ate royal jelly and is now getting ready to become a poison queen bee. It will be born in 10 days and will treat the first thing it sees as its owner. The protagonist is shocked by what she handed over. Then he understands. This queen only became the hive's ruler not long ago, so the colony is still weak. If a new queen is born before the hive is ready to split, that small strength will be divided even more. So the queen gave him the cocoon, even though it's clearly precious to her. Sejong immediately decides what to do. He tells it to grow well and become an amazing poison queen bee, cheering the cocoon on. He's already looking forward to the day they meet. Sometime later, Taeo is still heading back to Sejong's cave, happy that he's finally there. He imagines MC dropping to his knees so Taeo can enjoy his authority as boss, but then he notices something weird and asks what that is. Who is that in front of the cave? It's the little bear. Then Taeo sees his bag in the cub's mouth. He freezes. Isn't that Sejong's bag? Why is it outside the cave? Taeo's mind spirals fast and he panics, wondering if the bear killed the protagonist. He drops into total denial, asking why this happened when his dark guesses are always right. He says that explains the bad feeling he had since entering the 38th floor. He knew he should have run right away. Now he regrets not using all the time he had left with Taeo the merchant cat, getting sad mostly because of the benefits he'll lose. Then he swears revenge for his lap and charges at the cub. But Sejong shows up right then and asks if Taeju just got there, catching him mid-attack. Taeju instantly stops. Instead of hitting the bear, he lunges at MC and grabs onto his head. He asks if he is okay, and whether the bear bit him anywhere. He asks what on earth happened. Taeju starts rambling about his knees and how he even got out of the cave, clinging to him from every angle. Sejong tells him to stop before he falls. Taeju then blurts out asking what that giant red bear even is. The protagonist tells him to calm down first. One thing at a time. So Taeju sits and explains that as MC can see, it's the cub of a giant red bear. It fell into the cave and they got close. In exchange for the mother protecting the area, he agreed to give them honey and food. Taeju says he thought the protagonist had been eaten by that monster, but the protagonist admits anyone would think that after seeing how huge the cub is. Still, he feels weird calling it giant red bear cub forever and says it should have a name. So he asks Taeo if he can ask the cub what its name is. Taeju checks, then says the cub is just cub. It doesn't know its own name. So Sejun asks if he should give it a temporary one, and the cub seems to agree. Taeju asks what name he picked, and MC says he has a really great one. It's Kyugengi, because it keeps saying quang quang all the time. He says it's perfect. Everyone around him, the rabbits and Taeju too, looks at Sejun with deep disappointment. They're all thinking the same thing. The protagonist is terrible at naming things. He asks why. He insists it's a good name and asks the cub what it thinks. Tickling it as he does, the cub actually likes it, and MC proudly says he knew it would. But Taeju, full of jealousy, tells him to stop and look over here instead. He says he finished all the missions again and sold everything, then asks how much time that earns him. He says it's great. Added to the time left from before, Taeju now has about 38 hours. Taeju lights up and says he'll use all of it right now, telling him to give him churu. So the protagonist picks him up, serves him like a proper lord, and invites Lord Taeju to enjoy some churu. Taeju is thrilled by the treatment, but while he's eating, the little bear comes over and takes some of his churu too. Taeju snaps, asking what the bear thinks it's doing. How dare it put its tongue on his churu? Furious, he tries to claw the cub, and Sejun has to hold him back. Taeju keeps yelling that the bear even dared climb into the chairman's lap, and he can't forgive that. The cub just looks hurt. Even so, Taeju still manages to scratch the cub's face. The cub bursts into tears and cries for its mother. MC suddenly feels the forest shaking. As the cub keeps crying, the mother bear jumps in, rushing over to protect her baby. Both Sejun and Taeju are terrified of the furious giant bear. She arrives to defend her child, staring them down with a deadly look. The cub hides under her while Koengi cries and seems to explain what happened. He knows this is bad. Taeju looks completely defeated in front of the monster, and he thinks they're both done for. Seriously, never hit a baby animal. If the baby is already that huge, imagine the mother, and if it cries, she'll come. That's exactly what happened. Terrified, Teo says hello to the bear and introduces himself as a wandering merchant cat. He points out his merchant badge and says this was just a small misunderstanding with her cub, but she's too angry to hear any of it, and roars at him, ignoring everything. Then she steps closer as if trying to calm down, but she's so loud up close that she nearly deafens everyone anyway. Teo quickly apologizes and promises they won't fight anymore. Sejun adds that it was only a small fight and nothing serious happened, but she's still upset. In the end, she lets it go and walks away, leaving Teo behind. The protagonist says he really thought they were done for. While Teo stays there crying, he asks if Teo is okay and tells him to calm down. Teo thanks Sejun for saving him. Then MC apologizes, saying he should have explained all this earlier. He holds Teo in his lap while Teo sulks, and even Black comes over to cheer him up along with the others. Teo starts saying it tickles. Soon everyone gathers around and the mood turns warm again. But the little bear stays off to the side, looking down sadly. After a moment, it slowly walks over. And then Teo even licks the cub to make peace. He says he's sorry too, and tells Koengi that from now on they'll be friends. Friends now. But Teo still begs Koengi not to eat his ballenas. So Koengi agrees they should all get along, and before long everyone starts getting sleepy. So they pile together and fall asleep in one big group. Later, the rabbit parents head out to check what happened outside. When they get there, the place seems quiet, but then they find Teo's bag. Inside it, the father rabbit spots the hat Teo brought. Then the mother calls him over after finding everyone gathered together fast asleep around Kwang. Seeing them all getting along, the two rabbits move closer. The father rabbit puts the hat on Sejun's face and they settle down to sleep too. Honestly, he's living the dream. Peaceful days, farming cute animals, no trouble, even making money. But then, in another part of the same tower, far off in a space-like area, several dragons watch a mage work powerful magic. He's using the spell on a crystal, but the crystal reacts in a way he didn't expect. Kaiser gets upset because the tower still won't open. Then Anton steps in and tells his lord to stop. He asks Kaiser to calm down, reminding him he can't move the island himself. Kaiser says it's been 10 years and many days since the last convulsion. They finally found the cure, but now the portal won't work. Even the tower's emergency system is down, so there's no other way in. They're stuck outside with no idea what's happening inside. Anton tells Kaiser that if the Black Tower's emergency system didn't activate, then the island likely didn't have a convulsion. They still have time. He says they all understand how Kaiser feels. Every dragon here came because of the island, so of course they're worried too. The tower manager's room sits at the center of the mana that supports the tower, and the dragons take turns managing it while growing stronger there. All of them gave up that place because the island was sick. They also risked danger and suffered losses searching for a cure. In the end, these dragons gathered to save Aline Pratani's unstable body broken by her dragon heart. Every dragon there cares about Aline Pratani the same way. Even so, Kaiser says there's nothing they can do right now. Anton says he understands. Speaking to his father, he explains that's why he's staying calm. After all, Aline Pratani is his daughter. He trusts that child more than anyone and believes she's fighting the convulsion. Well, Kaiser thinks that if Anton says so, then maybe things really are fine. So he tells Anton's dragons to wait until the tower opens, and the dragons fly off after Kaiser's order. Anton notes that the expected date of the convulsion has already passed. He wonders if Aline Pratani's dragon heart might have changed for the better. Kaiser says he hopes so. Still, as he thinks about his granddaughter, he just hopes she's eating well. And meanwhile, Aline Pratani is eating like crazy inside the tower. She wonders if the cherry tomatoes taste stronger now because they reached D rank. Before, she had to stuff her whole mouth to taste them. Now just a few are enough, but while she eats, she suddenly feels something in her heart. That makes her pause and look down at her chest, wondering if it was her dragon heart. It hasn't beaten once in the last 200 years. Did it just move on its own and absorb mana for a moment? She checks inside her body to find out. Then she realizes something else. By now, she should have already had a convulsion. Maybe the cherry tomatoes changed that. The more she thinks about it, the more it makes sense. Human crops slowly raise mana, and she had forgotten that trait. She thought they just tasted good, but they might even heal a dragon heart. That makes her burst into happy laughter. For the first time in 200 years, the great black dragon Aline Pratani has found someone she wants to protect. And since he made her dragon heart beat again, even for a moment, she decides to protect the tower farmer, Sejun. Then, acting all proud, she says he should feel honored. Her liking someone is a huge blessing. A moment later, she notices he got an ungraded item while she wasn't looking, and thinks, a little giddy, that he really is unstoppable. Meanwhile, the protagonist knows none of this and keeps sleeping peacefully in his little straw hat. Then system pop-ups start appearing right in front of his face before he even wakes up, and they're so close he can barely see. He snaps at the tower manager saying the status window is right in his face. Once he sits up, he reads a message asking if he wasn't already warned about the danger of carelessly using unappraised items. Startled awake, Sejun asks what she means by unappraised items. Then he notices the straw hat on his head and wonders why it's there. The father rabbit points at Tio, and MC asks if it came from Tio's bag. If Tio was the one who brought it. He tries to wake him up, but Tio just covers his face with a paw and mumbles that he wants to sleep more. Sejun realizes Tio really loves sleeping and gently sets him on top of the little bear. Then he looks at the hat. Its name is just Farmer's Straw Hat, and the details are vague. It has Mother Earth's protection level 1, which gives weak protection to all farmland he owns and slightly speeds up mental recovery. He is shocked. It sounds amazing, especially since it might not even have a size limit. The only problem is the high stat requirement, over 20 strength and 20 stamina. Then the manager tells him she appraised the hat first and asks if he'll take a mission. The mission is simple. Send the hat to the tower. The reward is nothing, but if he refuses, she won't appraise items for him. So he sends it. Aline takes the little hat and says she'll show off her skills by using appraisal on it. Once she does, she sees everything it can do and is surprised by how good it really is. Pleased, she praises it as excellent after its true value is revealed, and Sejun asks if she's congratulating him. Then he gets another mission. The tower manager wants his promise that during the next blue moon, he'll offer her his crops filled with blue moon energy. The reward is the appraised straw hat. If he refuses, he won't get it back. The protagonist is surprised, but then remembers the blue moon is coming again soon. His field has grown, so he decides he can spare part of the harvest and agrees. Aline wants a pinky promise. She also says the tower manager already told him her name, and he should know what an honor that is. Sejun thinks about it. Aline Pratani, and says she didn't really need to tell him her name. That instantly annoys her, and she demands to know if he wants his straw hat back or not, stomping around and saying knowing her name is a huge honor. MC quickly goes along with it and says yes, he's honored. Then he promises Aline Pratani that during the next blue moon, once he harvests crops with blue moon energy, he'll give them to her. He reaches out, and the manager says this is their first promise. He thinks about that while she gets all excited over the pinky promise, repeating that it's the first promise between them. With that, he completes the mission and gets St. Patrick of the Earth's straw hat. Sejun realizes he just got an artifact. The item says this straw hat once belonged to the farmer Patrick, called the Saint of the Earth for saving many hungry people through farming. It's one of only 10 artifacts in the Black Tower. Depending on the user's job level, its restrictions are removed. The job requirement is any agriculture-related class. Its maker is Patrick, and its skill is Mother Earth's protection level 1. He's stunned that it's one of the tower's 10 artifacts, the first time he's ever heard of named gear being classified that way. The old stat requirements are gone, replaced by a single condition. The user must have a farming-related job. He wonders if appraised is the item's class, since its skills seem to change based on the user's job level. The moment he equips it, his D-rank tower farmer class is recognized, and the artifact also becomes D-rank. That removes all E-rank restrictions and raises Mother Earth's protection to LV2, while revealing farmer's body. Then the D-rank limits are lifted too. Mother Earth's protection rises to LV3, farmer's body to LV2, and a new skill appears, wishing for a good harvest, so it keeps getting stronger. Wishing for a good harvest gives a very small chance for some of his farmland up to 100 pyong to enter a good harvest state for 1 week, boosting yield by 50%. Sejun is blown away. The item's effects are incredible, and he wonders if this is what one of the tower's 10 artifacts is like. He says the item is amazing. Its skills are perfect for farming that isolated land outside the cave. Just like I thought. Taebu really has the golden touch, and his guess was right. The protagonist happily grabs Taeyo and hugs the merchant cat tight. But Taeyo stops him while Sejun is kissing his paw. Startled, Taeyo asks what he thinks he's doing. Then MC realizes Teo was awake. He tells him he can be the merchant cat for a whole week, and Teo is shocked. It's a full week instead of just 38 hours. He confirms it, calling him a cute little guy. Teo instantly perks up and says he doesn't know why, but now he's really excited. He's thrilled to be the merchant cat. A little later, the protagonist heads back to the pit. All the bunny kids are sitting nearby. The black bunny is especially nervous, tapping its paw. Sejun is anxious too, and Teo sits in his lap. Teo is shaking because MC won't stop moving. Teo asks if he can quit bouncing his legs because it's driving him crazy, but he says he's too nervous to stop. A long time passes with no news. The bunnies wait by their mother's house just as worried. Teo says waiting this long is hard, and asks the protagonist for some churro. The protagonist agrees and says it may still take a while, so they might as well take a short break. Then the scythe bunny comes out from inside. MC quickly asks if they're out, how many there are, and whether they're all healthy. The bunnies outside can only stare. The scythe bunny comes out carrying 3 baby girls. Everyone is stunned, and then the father bunny comes out too. He's carrying 3 more in his arms. That makes 6 babies in total. Sejun thinks he should make soup to help the mother bunny recover after such a hard morning. It's a really happy moment, and the babies are adorable. He asks Teo what he's doing and tells him to come closer. Teo wonders if he really can. He says of course, then asks if the babies aren't cute. Teo says they're way too tiny. So Sejun tells him he just became an uncle, and Teo melts on the spot. The protagonist says that's right, and tells him to take good care of them. Cool Uncle Teo. Teo, all flustered, pulls out some churro from his cape. He offers it to the babies, saying their cool uncle is sharing his favorite snack. But MC stops him, saying they're too young to eat churro, leaving Teo embarrassed. Then he asks if he was secretly hiding more churro, and Teo nervously says it was only for emergencies. He begs the protagonist to let it slide this once. The protagonist says it's a good day, so he'll ignore it for now. And on day 179, trapped in the tower, new family members were born. Meanwhile, far from there, near the teleport gate, several horned beings gather. One of them addresses his proud warriors. He tells them to listen, the blue moon is coming, and they must not go hungry. He orders them to search that barren land for anything they can eat. That monster is the boss of the 99th floor, the Bull King. Back at the pit, Sejun is spending a peaceful moment with his whole little family. After a while, wishing for a good harvest level 1 activates. The 30 PL magic tomato field gets a good harvest effect, boosting yield by 50% for the next week, while all the other skills keep working too. MC notices way more flowers than usual, and realizes that's how the harvest goes up by 50%. He thinks about the 7th blue moon they faced since entering the tower. He wonders if Kwang and Kwang's mother are getting ready, since they didn't show up that day. He needs to get to work and prepare too. Then he hears the rabbits behind him. When he turns around, Teo is chasing after all the babies as they run everywhere. They try to play with a leftover fishbone, but Teo snatches it away, warning them it's dirty. Then they head toward the fire, and Teo rushes over again, telling them it's dangerous. To Teo, everything is dangerous. He gathers all the little bunnies beside him and fully turns into their babysitter. Sejun says he had no idea Teo had such strong protective dad instincts. He asks how being the cool uncle is going, and Teo says it's exhausting but fun, because he's an uncle now. Meanwhile, the bunny parents are loving all this chaos because it finally gives them a little free time. Sejun completely gets what's going on. Later, he tells Teo to come back before dinner, then goes off to play with the rabbits. He tells the babies to hold on tight. They're going on an adventure this time. Meanwhile, over by the cave, the bees in the hive are all hard at work making honey, and the rabbits finally shut themselves inside to wait out the blue moon. Sejun also feels fully ready for it. But when he looks over, Teo is climbing into the supply bag, and he asks what he's doing. Teo says he's hiding in there to avoid the blue moon. The bag has a trait that blocks blue moon energy. Inside, it's as roomy as a small tent. Other merchants and hunters use ones as big as houses, and the protagonist realizes this bag has way more features than he thought. Then he asks if Teo can carry something too. Teo asks what it is, and Sejun hands him the queen bee's egg. Teo asks what that is, and MC says it's the bee's cocoon. Teo is surprised when he hears that. Still, he says he'll keep it safe in his fluffy fur, tucking it against his belly. He says he's trusting him with it. And the protagonist hears a noise outside and realizes the blue moon has started. As darkness spreads, he worries about Kwang and Kwang's mother, but the sound outside is terrifying, so he just hides and complains that he's never heard anything this loud before. He wonders if another monster entered Kwang's territory and his mother's too. Just to be safe, he uses cherry tomatoes and earplugs, but the noise only gets louder and more violent, scaring him even more. At last it stops. He wonders what that sound was. It almost sounded like a cow crying. Are there even cows on the 99th floor? Then he looks at his crops and sees several cherry tomatoes absorbing blue moon energy. This time the energy is even stronger, and he wonders what else is happening. When he focuses, he realizes it's that one from the cornfield. The corn is absorbing blue moon energy too. He thinks that's great, but also wonders if it's because the field is under the good harvest effect, meaning even the blue moon crops are being boosted by the skill. By the next day, the sky clears, and Teo goes out to check the area. He sees no one there, and Sejun steps outside too. MC thinks that's good, but Teo asks if it wouldn't be smarter to wait until Kwang and his mother come back, since outside could still be dangerous. He says that before the blue moon faded, a monster was roaming near the cave. He needs to make sure the field is safe and tells Teo not to worry, he'll just check and come right back. He also has to harvest the crops filled with blue moon energy. Teo knows the protagonist is going no matter what, so he says he'll come too, even if he's tired. The protagonist thanks him. Outside, the whole area is torn up where the farm should be. Sejong figures the sweet potato field got ripped out just like he expected, but then he notices strange tracks and wonders if they're hoof prints because they're huge. Judging by how deep and high the piled up dirt is, whatever made them must be really strong. Then he notices something. He quickly climbs the dirt pile with Teo. Teo asks how long they plan to stay there and says they should head back now, but MC tells him to wait because there's something he needs to check. Just as he thought, the texture is different from the usual barren soil. It isn't crumbly, it's soft, holds moisture, has the right thickness, and is full of nutrients. He can't believe this rich soil was hidden under the barren ground. Now there's hope to rebuild that wasteland and turn the whole area into fertile farmland. So he says that if they could just flip all the soil over and mix it together, it would be perfect. The problem is he has no farm tools like heavy equipment or tractors, and digging that deep is too much even for the rabbits. Then Aileen speaks to Sejun and asks what he's doing out there. He says he's fine and was just about to head back. Aileen warns him that even though the blue moon is gone, monster territories are still a mess, so it's dangerous and he needs to return to the cave fast. Then he remembers to ask Aileen Pratani if she was okay last night. She says she's fine and tells him not to worry. Instead, he should worry more about his own safety as the tower's farmer. Sejun says she's fussing over him too much. Then he brings up the blue moon crops, saying this day opened a lot of new chances, so Aileen should be ready. After that, the protagonist heads back inside with Teo. Teo says he worked hard but really just wants to sleep more. Then MC goes to check the blue moon corn and he's shocked. When he harvests it, it's his first time collecting this corn. His harvesting skill jumps to level 4 and he gains 100 XP. Sejun thinks that's awesome. Looking at the purple corn, he realizes it's stamina corn. It permanently raises stamina by 0.1 and its shelf life is 160 days. He figures that might be because it's a D rank crop. Still, the stat boost is twice what an E rank crop gives, so he starts wondering how important that is. But right now, what matters more to him is the crunchy texture and the taste of the corn. Then the tower manager asks if he forgot his promise, and he admits he did. He just couldn't help himself, so he keeps harvesting the other tomatoes. He says the blue moon was a great pick for the harvest, and tells her to take 5. The tower manager thanks him and says she'll repay him later. Sejun says he'll look forward to that, even if 300 years is a bit much. Aileen happily receives 5 cherry tomatoes filled with blue moon energy. She thinks normal cherry tomatoes can make her dragon heart beat, so blue moon cherry tomatoes definitely should too. She tosses all 5 into her mouth. They taste amazing, and she gets excited right away. But she forces herself to focus. Taste doesn't matter now, she needs to watch the flow of mana. Reaching deeper inside herself, she starts to concentrate. Soon she feels her dragon heart beating strongly. Then she gets hit by a huge shock and is thrown down hard. She feels both good and terrible at the same time, screaming as her heart goes wild. Meanwhile, Sejun is in a great mood, harvesting his corn and getting it ready to cook in the pot. Now it's finally time to use the pot. Teo got the other day. Sejun says the husk will trap a layer of air between the pot and the corn, helping it cook. He also plans to dry the corn leaves well and make corn silk tea, giving himself one more food option. Then he calls the rabbits over, and they quickly gather around him. He asks Father Rabbit where the babies are, and Father Rabbit points to the house. They're probably asleep with Mother Rabbit. He shows them the blue moon harvest, and everyone gets excited. He tells them they even got a new kind of blue moon corn, and since it's cooking now, they'll all share it. Father Rabbit asks Sejun if he can have it. The protagonist asks if the cherry tomatoes aren't enough, teasing him about wanting the corn all to himself. He says that's just like Father Rabbit, always thankful. The others feel a little bad since they thought they wouldn't get any. But MC says he can't eat it alone. They'll have breakfast, harvest more corn, and eat dinner together. Hearing that, the little rabbits light up. At the same time, Queen Bee and her worker bees keep tending the flowers in the field. Before long, Surun finally finishes cooking the corn, and it looks delicious. He might disagree, but glowing purple corn doesn't exactly look safe. Weird colors usually mean trouble. Still, when he picks it up and feels the heat, he figures a crop filled with blue moon energy has to taste incredible. So he decides to try it with the rabbits while they keep tossing those tomatoes into their mouths. As they eat, Father Rabbit worries about Mother Rabbit and takes one for her. Sejun asks if he's going into the cave to share it, then tells him to enjoy it. The protagonist digs into his own corn too. It's sweet, and every kernel tastes great. The more he chews, the stronger the sweet and salty flavor gets, and he keeps eating without stopping. Since he ate stamina corn, his stamina permanently goes up by 0.1. Before he notices, he's finished the whole cob and tosses it into the fire. Then he calls the rest of the rabbits over to eat more corn. He notices another patch is fully ripe, so he harvests it and gets more points too. 20 XP for each one. The stamina corn's effect can stack up to 10 times in 1 hour, and for non-awakened people it burns 20 grams of fat and improves skin elasticity. This thing would be a nightmare for the cosmetics industry. Sejun figures his mom would love it, especially for the skin benefit. Next time, he plans to send news to his family and wonders if he should send some crops too. Just then, Kuang's mother shows up with the cub and MC greets them. He asks if they got hurt the night before. Then he gives Kuang some honey, saying it must have been rough since he couldn't eat anything that day. Kuang looks thrilled. Mother Crimson Giant Bear shows up too, asking for her share. Sejun says he'll bring her some grilled fish later. Then Teo wakes up and says he's heading out. He asks why he isn't sleeping more. Teo says a sales cat can't waste time sleeping. He's going to work because he's a true pro among merchants and wanderers. The protagonist thinks Teo really does have the mindset of a real sales cat. Then Teo asks MC to take him to the wandering merchant passage while clinging to him, but Quang grabs Teo by the cape and says he'll take him instead. He just wishes him luck while Teo flails around, wanting to stay on his lap. With that, the protagonist doesn't have much else to do, so he decides that until Quang comes back, he'll clean up the ruined field, little by little. Meanwhile, over with the Binators, they start making their report to the king. Bull 1 brings back mud, while Bull 2 brings dry soil. They ask what this is supposed to mean, since it's all just mud. The king demands to know what they were doing. He told them to bring food, not piles of dirt. One of them tells the captain it's been a long time since they've seen grass in their territory. No matter how much they tear things up, there's nothing but mud, and everyone looks miserable about it. The king sits down, deeply upset, wondering why this is happening. Back then, this place was a real meadow, filled with high-quality grass. When he first came here, he was the feared Black Minotaur, the strongest monster in the Black Tower, guarding the passage to the 99th floor. If he didn't refill the energy drained by the blue moon, he'd lose muscle, so he ordered his subordinates to spread out and eat grass during the blue moon. But Minotaurs are huge monsters with huge appetites from the start. They ate the grass much faster than it could grow back. In the end, the whole place turned into barren land, where not even a single blade of grass could grow. Now he thinks the newborn Minotaurs don't look very strong. To keep the power and pride of great Minotaur warriors, they need high-quality grass. Then he calls for Bull 3, but no one can find him. The king wonders if he wandered into another territory and couldn't return. At last, Bull 3 arrives, apologizing for being late, and says that when the blue moon ended, he opened his eyes and found himself far away. The king says it's fine since he made it back safely. But then he stares in surprise after spotting something stuck on him, and asks what that is. He asks Bull 3 what's on his head. What is that tasty, sweet-smelling root hanging from his horn? Bull 3 didn't even know it was there. It's one of Sejun's beets caught on the horn. The smell drives the king crazy. At the same time, Aline is still sprawled out in her office. Now she wakes up with a headache, wondering if she passed out. She really thought she'd be fine, but when she moves, she bumps into the chandelier and wonders why the light is hanging so low. Then she notices her desk is far below her too, and realizes the light didn't drop, she got much bigger. Seeing how huge she is now, she realizes the room feels cramped. She wonders if she suddenly grew and what caused it. Aileen concludes the Blue Moon cherry tomatoes must have over 10 times the magic power of normal magic cherry tomatoes. Since she ate 5 at once, she wonders if that triggered a chain reaction in her dragon heart and restarted her growth. Still, she says it was only temporary. Her dragon heart isn't reacting anymore. She wonders if a permanent treatment might still be possible, but even so, she's confirmed her dragon heart can heal even if only a little. Thinking about that moves her deeply, and she can't help thinking about her cute little tower farmer. Then she's shocked to realize he's eating all kinds of tasty things without her. She tries to see what it is, but it's too small from where she is. She thinks she needs the big crystal ball her grandfather used to have, and then notices the door is too small now, so she can't get out. She says she wants some of the tasty food too, kicking her feet and begging Pax and Sejun to share. Meanwhile, MC is down in the pit with the baby bear, the bee, the father bee, and the rabbits harvesting the whole field in peace. While they carry the crops and start roasting them, the new little rabbit captain sorts everything out with the cart rabbit. Then Sejun tells the cart rabbit he just steamed the last ear of corn and asks him to call everyone over for dinner. He gets ready to take out the steamed corn with the hungry cub, thinking it smells great and is cooked just right. At the same time, the tower manager says she wants to try the corn too. She asks if she can have one, and a new quest pops up, share corn with the hungry manager. The reward is extreme gratitude. Refusing means extreme disappointment. He tells Aileen he was going to give her some anyway, but asks her to wait a bit so he can send the grilled corn too. She agrees. Soon all the little rabbits arrive with the roasted corn. They set it by Sejun, and he can already tell the meal looks amazing. He adds the seasonings Teo brought for the grilled corn. He says it's a shame he can't make the original butter version, but this is still good enough. First, he coats the corn with sugar and grills it until it turns golden. Then he sprinkles Parmesan over the steamed corn, wondering who even thought to bring cheese into the tower, but he's glad they did. To finish it off, he grabs the red pepper powder he found in Teo's bag. He found it while checking the bag after Teo came back with the straw hat. Keeping such a great ingredient a secret was almost a crime. A salesman cat should know better, but Sejun lets it slide this time. Once the pepper goes on top, the grilled corn is complete. With a taste so addictive nobody could resist it. That sweet, salty, spicy flavor reminds him of home. Feeling that taste again in the tower makes all those daily YouTube cooking videos feel worth it. Then he tells Aileen to enjoy hers too. She's unbelievably grateful. Sejun checks on the rabbits too, asking if it tastes good, and everyone is digging in. As for the two parents, they feed the babies first without even taking a bite themselves. The protagonist figures a spoon would make things much easier, so he helps the babies eat without making the parents stop. This way, he doesn't have to feed them one grain at a time, and the little ones can eat on their own. He tells the parents to enjoy their food while he watches the babies. They ask if they can finally eat now. But just as he's about to feed them, the babies swarm him too. Sejun just stares, wondering what this is because they've got corn all over his body. He thinks they're going to drive him crazy. Sticking corn on him like that is too much. Then he tells them he'll clean them up so they should come closer. Taking care of babies while working isn't easy. That makes him remember the salesman cat and how much he misses him, so he starts writing in his Lost in the Tower diary. After harvesting the corn, everyone enjoys the meal together, even the bone mother and her baby outside. But somewhere else, the rest of the group is getting seriously annoyed. They wonder why the wandering merchant still hasn't shown up. At the Phoenix Guild's temporary camp on the 38th floor, one of them says he's later than usual. Someone asks if something happened, then wonders if they're buying all the cherry tomatoes again. He thought his girlfriend bought them last time, but the other guy asks if he hasn't heard the rumors. Now rich people outside the tower are paying insane prices for those magic cherry tomatoes. A single one is worth over 500,000 won. He says they should move before the rumors spread more and even more buyers show up. Then the blonde asks the leader what they should do. Should they start preparing to enter the tower for the planned attack? If this keeps going, they'll run out of supplies and they'll have to report back to the guild too. He says they have no choice. They'll leave only the minimum number of people needed for the auction, and the rest will head into the tower to prepare. Since he knows the merchant hunt, he'll stay behind just in case. A few people actually leave, while those three stay behind. He says he thought Jessica would stay, so he didn't expect Sora to be here instead. Sora explains that Jessica's sister said she doesn't need the cherry tomatoes anymore, so that burden is gone. Sora is pretty happy Jessica gave her spot to him. Then someone from the guild asks if she's joining the auction and whether she wants the cherry tomatoes too, but she says no. What she really wants is to give churros to Etel, and this time she brought a lot of them. He says he gets it. Etel is seriously charming. Meanwhile, Teiko keeps walking along all casually, looking so cute anyone would want to pick him up and pet him. Seijun even thinks the babies are cheering him on from afar. At last, Teiko reaches the wandering merchant passage on the 60th floor. He always felt this before, but this passage really does seem much bigger here, like it goes all the way to the sky. As he walks through it, a wide-eyed little dog with its tongue hanging out asks Teo for his agency and rank. Teo says he's a beginner wandering merchant and wants to use the common merchant passage connected to the 38th floor. From a distance, everyone watches and wonders if that's really Teo. They think it is since he's a cat like in the picture, but not much else matches. One wolf gets annoyed at how bad the sketch is. He also points out Teo isn't carrying the straw hat, but another wolf, Elk, tells Elko he probably stuffed it in his bag. Why would he wear it around? Then one of them reminds him it's Chief Elka, and wonders why Mr. Greed is searching for such an ordinary straw hat in the first place. Elka says it doesn't matter. The Silver Wolves are the best independent mercenaries in the tower, so they'll follow the commissioner's orders. For now, they'll keep tailing him, and Elka checks that everyone brought their mercenary association IDs. At the same time, Seraph watches them and is shocked to see the Silver Wolves here. She wonders if they're after Teo, and starts guessing why. Then she realizes it must be because of that some very dangerous people are following the cat. Thinking about Greed, she wonders how important that hat is for him to hire a whole mercenary group. So she decides to follow them too. She has no idea what might happen with Teo being threatened like this, while Teo himself keeps strolling ahead right in front of deadly danger. Meanwhile, Sejun works with all the little rabbits to restore the land damaged during the blue moon, and even the bears help. MC is amazed. The piles of dirt that look like hills vanish in no time thanks to the mother bear. Then he decides what to plant today. It's peanut seeds. He says they harvested all the remaining corn that morning, and he even went up 6 levels. Raising his agility really paid off, because it let him finish planting all the peanut seeds in just a few hours. On top of that, the seed shop changed a little. He noticed peanuts had appeared among the choices, along with radish and cucumber. Peanuts are great for restoring soil fertility, and they grow well even in rough ground, so he buys them. When he purchases the corn and peanut seeds, 5 tower coins are taken from his bank account, and he gains 50 seed shop points. That brings him to 106 points total, and 100 points are used to level up. That catches him by surprise. His rank rises from novice to commoner. At the commoner level, 4 random seed types appear, and he can buy as many as he wants within the limit of 5 tower coins. The shop levels up, and he can use it again in 30 days. Sejun can't believe he went from novice to commoner. The number of seed types increased from 3 to 4, and now he's excited for the next seed shop. He keeps wondering how many different kinds of seeds he'll be able to buy later, because he really needs more variety. Since corn doesn't grow fruit again after it's cooked once, they gather everything left from the field and pile it near him. Even Aang helps Sejun a lot by carrying the bundles over. He plans to cut them up and spread them over the ground around the peanut field. That way the moisture won't dry out so fast. The sun shines there all day, so planting without protection wouldn't work. If he can delay watering even a little, he can free up time and use that labor somewhere else. After that, he starts removing the corn kernels. He says he finished collecting the corn seeds for the next planting, and plans to soak them in water for a day and plant them tomorrow. But then the little rabbits show up. He tells them those aren't for eating, but they still try to grab them. Sejun figures the babies are just bored. The adult rabbits are busy expanding the field outside the cave, so no one is around to play with them. Then he gets an idea. Calling the little ones over, he says he has a fun job for them. He hands them small pouches and laughs at how cute they look, like kindergarten kids. Then he tells them to wear the bags and walk around, giving 1 carrot slice to each adult working outside. But they can't take the carrots out early, only give 1 when they reach a worker, then come back to refill the bags. He sends out the little supply team, and they really do deliver carrots to everyone. Watching them, Sejun wonders if he should ask Teo to buy some cute clothes for the baby rabbits next time he comes. He starts imagining all the outfits they could wear and thinks they'd look adorable. Too bad he can't take a picture. Far from there, the Minotaurs are still searching. Duro 3 keeps wandering around, trying to remember where he found that root and grass. The blue moon messed up his memory, but he thinks it should be nearby. He still doesn't get why the captain gave him this order. The captain had questioned Duro 3 about where he picked that grass and root. It sounded like the place was near the border of the area, so Duro asked if he had crossed out of his territory. Duro 3 said he didn't know. The blue moon erased his memory, so he can't be sure. The captain is shocked. He knows he's never seen anything like that in his own land, and it smells amazing. He tosses it into his mouth. As he chews, he starts bellowing in excitement. The more he eats, the sweeter and better it gets. Soon he feels energy surging through him and his muscles swelling. So he orders Duro 3 to find where that grass came from. He says the future of the Minotaur race depends on it, and as a warrior, Duro 3 must carry out that order. Right then, Duro 3 thinks that if he fails, the captain will beat him with those huge muscles. He reaches the border where the forest meets the wild area and wonders what he'll do if he runs into Redbone. He doesn't feel confident enough to fight. Then he catches that scent. He looks over and finds grass. Better yet, it's piled up and smells unbelievably tasty. So he starts eating. Thankful for the meal, he happily keeps stuffing himself. He wonders what kind of grass this is, then decides it doesn't matter as long as it tastes good. He plans to take all of it so the captain will be pleased. Grabbing the plant, Sejun left to protect the peanut field from drying out in the sun. But from far away, Mother Crimson Giant Bear senses someone inside her territory. She lets go of her cub and turns toward the intruder. At once, she gets seriously angry. Meanwhile, Aline is relaxing with tomato juice. She says it's really good. Now that her body is bigger, she can comfortably use the other dragon's bath stuff, unlike before when she was too small. Then a notification pops up. Annoyed, she wonders how some giant bone creature dares interrupt Aline. Pratani the black dragon. Black asks what happened. Giant Bone is calling for her. After checking the notice, she asks what Giant Bone said. Back with Sejun while he's asleep, Aline starts calling him. She tells him Giant Bone detected traces of other monsters near the cave, and the protagonist is startled. Mother Crimson Giant Bear is also calling him from above. When he comes out, he sees the peanut field is no longer covered. He asks what happened. The corn leaves he spread over the field are gone. Meanwhile, far away, Teo finally reaches the humans on the 38th floor. He cheerfully announces that he's back and ready to start the auction. Even so, they're worried. Sejun wonders if someone stole from the farm, but he didn't hear anything last night. Mother Crimson Giant Bear says it was probably those cursed intruders. MC asks what she means, but then remembers the monster that dug holes during the blue moon and realizes this could be bad. At least they only took the cover leaves and didn't ruin the field. Blackie is still upset, but he says they can bring more blue tomato leaves from the cave and cover it again. Mother Crimson Giant Bear says she'll expand her territory and start patrolling now. Sejun gratefully accepts. Still, he tells her not to push herself too hard. Staying safe and healthy matters most. They're just relieved no one got hurt, but they still need to get ready for what's coming. Just as he thought, he needs more power to protect himself. Sometime later, he heads down to the cave. The rabbits are carefully looking after the poisonous queen bee cocoon. He thanks them for helping and wishes them well. Sejun says today is the day the poisonous queen bee cocoon should hatch. He left the farming to the rabbits because according to the system, he has to be there to witness it. The cocoon's description said the first person the newborn sees will become its master, and now the number of bees in the cave has grown fast, almost 200. If this second queen bee is born and later builds strength outside the cave, she'd be enough to help protect the area. So he wonders if she'll hatch soon, though taking a day off for the first time in a while is making him sleepy. He plans to offer her flowers so they get along when they first meet, then wonders if she'd prefer tomatoes or sweet potato flowers instead. In the end, he just thanks her for being born, then falls asleep. Meanwhile, the cocoon starts to shake. She comes out hatching almost like a Pokemon, and when she's born, she's tiny and adorable, almost a copy of the original poisonous queen bee. She looks back and notices her wings, flaps them, and manages to fly. Then she heads over to Sejun. She stares at his face and gets startled. But the system declares that the newborn poisonous queen bee now recognizes Tower Farmer Park, the protagonist, as her master. That makes her brighten up, and then she notices the flowers nearby. Seeing them makes her happy. The original queen bee comes out too, and moves in to meet her daughter. She teaches her what she needs to know about Sejun. The two quickly bond, and soon they're flying around together. Then they introduce themselves. After that, the newborn flies back to Sejun and gently rubs against him while he sleeps. That finally wakes him up, and she quickly darts away. MC looks confused by the pile of messages in front of him and wonders where the poisonous queen bee is. For a moment, he even thinks she vanished. Meanwhile, King Taro receives the leaves that thief stole from Sejun. Daro 3 says he found them in the abandoned land bordering their territory. The king notices it's a different kind of grass than before, one he's never seen. There isn't much of it either, too little to share. So number 3 apologizes, admitting he probably ate most of it on the way back. The king says that can't be helped. Minotaurs are a race with huge appetites. Still, he notices the sweet smell. Once he tastes it, he's blown away. It's delicious and he can feel energy overflowing. He tells Duro 3 they did it. Duro 3 doesn't understand. So the king explains that if they had plenty of this grass, it might even bring life back to their barren land. Now he's wondering what's happening in the forest. The thought of this kind of grass appearing in that abandoned place makes him question what changes are coming to the 99th floor. If he could, he'd go there himself and secure as much of it as possible. But he can't leave the landmark without knowing how much grass is there. His time away from the landmark is limited, so he turns to Duro 3 again and orders him to find the source of the grass. If some appeared there, then more must be nearby. And if someone grew it on purpose, he wants that person's identity too. But before leaving, Duro 3 brings something up, asking if he can take a short nap first. After eating so much for the first time in a while, he's getting hit with food sleepiness. The king tells him to move now and looks ready to smack him, so Duro 3 bolts. At the same time, Teo talks with the humans, and everyone is glad he's back, though they ask why he took so long. He apologizes and says something came up, but in return, the magic tomatoes he's selling today are special. They question that since the magic tomatoes were already special, but Tato says no, these are even better. This time, they're D-rank magic tomatoes. Everyone is stunned by what the cat just said. They check the effects and see the tomatoes now reduce 20 grams of body fat, boost mana by 0.2 and last 60 days. The leader thinks he's never seen D-rank tomatoes before. He's amazed because now he can eat them and save even more than last time. Tao says he'll auction 400 units, split into 2 lots of 200 each. The bidding starts at 70 tower coins for 200, then jumps to 90 for the same amount. Tao keeps selling little by little and ends up making a huge amount of money. He says this deal pushed his profit past 1,000 tower coins, so he can finally become a wandering merchant. Once he reaches veteran wandering merchant rank, the rules on marking growers will be lifted. Then he won't have to hide it from Sijun anymore. The girl shows up again and asks for another photo with Tepsio. Feeling proud, he decides to move on to his next business like a true veteran wandering merchant. He tells everyone to line up, touch his paws, and give the reward he asks for. But when he looks ahead, only that girl is there. Teo asks why she's alone. Where did everyone else go? She explains that he hadn't come by in a long time, so the people waiting for him already left the tower. Teo realizes that's why the crowd looks smaller than before. She tells him not to be too sad, and says she'll at least cry for him a little. Even so, Teo looks crushed. This hurts his pride. He wanted to earn a lot of cat sales authority this time, so now he starts wondering if his front paw isn't lucky anymore. Then a few more people show up and head over to see the cat. They ask if he's the wandering merchant cat they can take pictures with. Teo immediately asks how they knew. They say they saw him on Instagram and wanted photos too. Tamio has no idea what this Instagram thing is. Then he spots an opportunity. Somehow it smells like money to him, so he says anyone who wants a photo has to give him a reward. Tamio may be silly, but not that silly. The girl shows him the Instagram account she made for him, full of his pictures with 23,000 followers. He asks if those humans saw the photos she posted and came because of that. She says yes and apologizes for not telling him sooner. Tamio stares at her and she starts to worry. Maybe he's mad she posted them without asking. He says of course she should apologize, but only because she should have told him about something this big way earlier. That throws her off. Then Tamio asks what she's waiting for, and tells her to take more pictures so she can post them. He starts striking pose after pose, one cute pose after another for her camera, like a cat acting naturally. Except Tamio is clearly trying to look adorable. The girl keeps snapping pictures and asks for even more poses. She even teaches him a few new ones, while gushing about how cute he is. Tamio asks if she got good shots. Then he tells her that if anyone wants to meet the cute and cool wandering merchant cat Tamio, they should come to the 38th floor. With enough rewards, Tamio will dance just like his new slogan says. That's the moment the greatest cat star is born. A little later, he steps away from the humans, thinking that was exhausting. Still, the picture should turn out great. Next time he'll come back looking even better, and he starts licking himself clean. He can almost hear his rewards piling up, and starts thinking he might even aim for master rank. That thought makes him giddy and greedy. Then a strange wind brushes past his ears. Tamio complains that he worked hard to fix his fur, and now it's all ruined. But when he turns around, he sees huge wolves. They are hooded and closing in on him from every side. Tamio instantly goes on guard, scared out of his mind. Their leader moves in behind him too, sealing him in. Tamio freezes in fear. One of the wolves reaches a paw toward him. It taps Tamio a few times and asks if he's the wandering merchant who bought the straw hat at a blacksmith shop in the merchant district. Terrified, Tamio can barely process what he just heard. The wolf yells, asking again if he bought that straw hat at the smithy. He threatens to tear Tamio apart if he doesn't answer properly. Tamio is so scared he can't speak, while the wolf keeps pressing him for an answer. Then a pine cone drops and startles them both. Tamio stays curled up while the wolf turns toward it, asking what that was. That pine cone suddenly releases smoke. The smoke quickly spreads through the whole area. The wolves breathe it in, and realize their noses are going numb, like they've been hit with a stink bomb. Tamio feels it too, but only a little. Then a fox rushes in from behind. Seraph grabs him, and pulls Tamio away. As she runs, she tells him to be quiet and hurry after her. The wolves are stunned that he's getting away. They shout, asking what's going on, but two of them are already on the ground begging Elka to save them. They say their noses feel like they're about to fall off. Elka realizes the mission failed and is clearly frustrated. Far from there, Seraph and Teo finally shake them off. Seraph tells Teo the wolves won't be chasing them for now. He thanks her, saying he really thought they were in trouble. Seraph says he saved her once, so helping him back was only fair. Teo still thanks her again and promises he'll reward her. Then he asks if she likes grilled fish. Seraph thinks this is her chance. She asks if he'd mind letting her travel with him for a while, saying she wants to learn from him like before. Teo gets excited and invites her along. He says they're heading to the merchant district, and Seraph offers to take the fastest route. Before that though, Teo says he needs to visit the merchant guild and apply for a promotion to intermediate merchant. That shocks her. He only started as a wandering merchant a few months ago. Teo is surprised too and asks how Seraph knows that. She starts panicking inside. She can't let him find out she works for the secret wandering merchant inspection department. Teo starts getting suspicious, but instead of figuring it out, he assumes she must have heard way too much from that idiot while she was scared. He decides that Loudmouth must have spilled everything, and Seraph is relieved Teo is a little slow. Then she asks how he earned 1,000 tower coins so fast. That's far more than an ordinary wandering merchant could make, so she wants to know what special items he's been selling. She thinks the same thing without outside help. Making that much money so quickly should be impossible. If she finds out he's hiding dangerous goods, she'll arrest him to protect the inspection department's honor. Teo casually says he sells tomatoes and cherries. She can barely believe him. She asks if he means actual red, round tomatoes and cherries. Teo just says yes. He adds that he already sold everything so he doesn't have any on him now, but he can show her next time. For now he says they don't have time to stand around and tells her to come with him. Seraph keeps asking how he made 1,000 tower coins from just tomatoes and cherries. To her that sounds way too suspicious, so she follows him with growing doubt. Meanwhile, in the United States, that vice president gets his hands on the new D-rank magic tomato. He's shocked. It now burns 20 grams of fat. Its effect is twice as strong as the E-rank version, and even the taste is richer. Then he asks Jenny if they got any results from planting the magic tomatoes in soil. She says that as expected they just grew into normal tomatoes and cherries outside the tower. He realizes that makes sense. They're tower items after all. So he asks about the results from planting them inside the tower. Jenny snaps back asking what he thinks she is. She's Jenny from Esther after all. They planted 100 E-rank magic tomatoes on the first floor of the tower and 10 successfully sprouted. They'll be ready to harvest soon. He asks if that's true and praises her hard work. Jenny says it all came from his support and that this result was expected with his tech and Gegu's methods. She adds that soon they may raise the germination rate to 50%, and he can tell things are finally going well. Then she says the budget for the tower farm project has already been approved by the board. They're now hiring awakened people to build the farm and keep nearby monsters away. He realizes the tower project is finally moving, and the business he'd been waiting on is back in action. All thanks to the magic tomatoes and cherries. Meanwhile, the main guy is living peacefully with the new queen bee Blackie and his whole farm. At the Merchant Association, Teo really does earn his title and gets promoted to intermediate merchant. He's thrilled. Seraph congratulates him, and Teo says that with this momentum, they're heading to the trade market to buy what they need. That gets Seraph thinking. The trade market is where intermediate merchants show what they can do. It starts with the auction house, where you can buy great goods from farmers and workshops on each floor for the best prices. If you play it right, you can buy in bulk, cut losses, and make huge profits. This is where a merchant's skill is judged. To Seraph, that place is basically a battlefield. 1 second of hesitation can cost everything, and it's nothing like that small general store from before. So she wonders what technique Teo will use, only for him to casually say he's just buying from that weird shop. That makes her pause, because it's just a miscellaneous goods store. When they go inside, they start checking what's there. Then Teo says he wants 2 kitchen tools and 1 sewing kit, and asks how much it will cost. The hyena asks why he's buying this stuff instead of wholesale goods to resell on another floor, and Teo casually says he sells cherry tomatoes. That gives Seraph a headache all over again. She thought she was finally about to see his real skill. The hyena says the total is 2.4 tower coins, and Seraph is caught off guard. The pots are cheap, so even with the other items, this should cost under 2 tower coins. She realizes the shop owner is trying to rip Tell off and squeeze money out of the cat merchant, but Tell pushes back. He asks for a discount right away, and Seraph notices how easily the hyena plays along. It looks like the same reckless move as before, but when the owner says this is already a wholesale price, Seraph knows this shop isn't like the last one. Then the hyena drops it to 2.2 tower coins, saying he's only doing it because Tell made a good impression. Seraph sees the trick right away. Start high, then lower the price so the buyer feels like they're getting a deal. She watches the two test each other and gets nervous because this shopkeeper is no amateur. Teo still asks for even more off, whining right in front of him. The hyena snaps that he already offered wholesale and Teo won't find this price anywhere else. Teo just goes, "Really?" Then he tells Zeraseed it's fine and says they should leave everything and go. She's confused and asks if he's done bargaining. Teo says if that's the final price, he'll just walk away. That makes the hyena crack. He calls Tell impatient, gives up, and offers the lot for 2 tower coins. Tell doesn't stop there. He says 1.8 or he's leaving. The hyena reluctantly agrees and tells him to take it. Tell thanks him, and Zerafe realizes what he did. He used a no-gap discount trick, take it or lose the sale. After trying to cheat him, the shopkeeper got completely beaten. To her, this was never a fair fight. Tell had already won. Even with the special training from her family, she knows she couldn't have turned things around that fast. She would have settled at 2 tower coins, so he really did make 1,000 coins just by selling cherry tomatoes. Tell grabs the items and calls Zerafe to head back to the tower. She wonders if she just watched the birth of a genius merchant. Meanwhile, Teo is thrilled, just like Seijun taught him. He asked for a discount 3 times, stayed stubborn, and actually got it 3 times. After they leave the shop, Zerafe follows him. Partway there, she says she'll be leaving now. Tell asks if she's going already, and invites her to eat before she goes his treat. but she refuses, saying she's already troubled him enough and learned a lot thanks to the cat. She thanks him for seeing past her arrogance, and Tell just asks what she means. That only makes her think he's even humble. She tells him to be careful. Next time he might run into one of the wolves too. With that, she leaves him behind. Tell watches her go and thinks she's one weird fox. Then he remembers he needs to get back. He wants to nap in Sejun's lap. Elsewhere, Seraphi finishes her report, and the dog clerk comes to see her again. He says the director wants to set up a meeting about Mr. Greed's stolen goods, and asks if he should say she's busy. She says no, she'll visit the director's office soon. When he asks about the paper, she says it's a report on a wandering merchant they were watching, then orders him to send it to the merchant corridor office and remove that merchant from surveillance. The dog realizes she means that wandering cat merchant from before. He asks if the report really rates him as a bargaining genius. Seraphi says that for the first time in a long while she's met a true merchant. It's a huge misunderstanding, but hearing Tail called a real merchant is still pretty wild. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Sejun is making another peanut bed, and thinks that with Mother Crimson Giant Rabbit on patrol, no thieves should show up. They planted corn and cherry tomatoes there that day, and now it finally looks like they can move the farm outside the cave. While they water the crops with the watering can rabbit, he notices the water stops. The rabbit is confused too. The watering can is supposed to never run dry. So Blackie runs over to the other two, calling Sejun and the chubby rabbit. The protagonist asks what's going on. Then he heads down into the cave to check the lake. And when he gets there, he sees something that shocks everyone. The lake is full of lobsters, way more than he expected. He wonders if they came through the same hole the piranhas used, and what kind of ecosystem this cave even has. Then his mind goes straight to food. He likes the idea a lot, and says lobsters are famous for being delicious. He tells Black Rabbit to catch them, but Black Rabbit isn't into that idea. Sejun says they may look weird, but they taste amazing. He pulls out his dagger and promises he'll love them. That's enough to get Black Rabbit excited, and he grabs his hammer. MC says they can't waste the chance to get a new source of protein, so the two get ready to catch the lobsters. The hunt starts, and some of them even leap at Sejun. He jumps into the water to grab them, and the lobsters turn on him. They spring out of the water, but he cuts them down one after another, even scoring a triple kill and nearly a fourth while gaining 30 XP per lobster. He tells Black Rabbit to gather them up and toss them onto land. Then the rabbits load them into a cart and bring them over to the Scythe Rabbit, who tries to chop them up but can't get through the hard shells. Sejun comes over and says the shells are too tough to cut unless they're cooked first, so they should wrap them in green leaves and grill them. The Scythe Rabbit looks disappointed but agrees. The protagonist starts making little bundles and sets them by the fire. Soon a rich salty smell fills the cave, and everyone waits, hungry. He opens one to check, sees the shell has turned red, and finds it cooked through with corn steamed inside the leaf too. The grilled lobster comes out packed with juicy salty flavor. Sejun says now it's time to eat. He takes the first one and shows everyone how to crack it open so the meat comes out easily. Once they see the meat inside and smell that salty aroma, everyone wants some. He tells each rabbit to grab one while he removes the heads so they can start eating, and they all love the lobster meat. Sejun thinks it's amazing, salty in a good way, perfectly seasoned without any sauce. He asks if everyone likes it while Mother Rabbit picks up a head and eyes it suspiciously. MC tells her they're not throwing that part away, which only confuses her more. He points out the organs inside the head and says dipping the meat in them makes it even better. It looks pretty questionable, but he insists it tastes great, and it makes him wish he had soju. Black Rabbit seems curious too, so Sejun brings him a head and asks if he wants to try it, placing it in his paw. Black Rabbit sniffs it first, still unsure, but the moment he puts it in his mouth, his ears start bouncing with excitement. The protagonist asks if it's good, and Black Rabbit dives right in, eating more and more. Sejun says he'll give one to each of them and tells everyone to eat plenty, while Black Rabbit keeps going all out. At this rate, there will be 2 chubby rabbits soon. The funny part is Black Rabbit eats just as much as the chubby one. Then the bear shows up above, watching the feast below. MC tells him to wait a second, he'll bring some over before the bear falls down trying to reach them. Up above, he brings lobster over, even hauling some to the bears. He tells the bear how to twist off the head and do the rest, but the bear just eats it like shrimp and tosses the whole thing into his mouth. He asks if it's good and the bear clearly loves it. He shrugs and says that's fine. He's heard the shell is nutritious too. Around that same time, on the 2nd floor of the tower in Skeleton Village, a group of men are wiping out every skeleton in sight. The skeletons living there run from the hunters in terror, begging for their lives, but the men keep killing them without mercy. They crush skulls underfoot, and one of them is the vice president of the company trying to grow Sejun's tomatoes. One adventurer welcomes the vice president, and he says things seem to be going well with securing land for a big farm. They report that they've called in all the mercenaries and already taken over more than half of the skeleton villages on the 2nd floor. He's surprised it's only half, and the adventurer quickly apologizes. Then he asks how much longer it will take. They say the area is huge, and with so many new mercenaries, it'll still take a few more months. The vice president pulls up his menu for a moment. He sends something to the hunter. Confused, the man asks what it is, and the vice president explains they took over the debts of people who used private loans, brought them into the tower, and locked them into lifetime contracts. Since they don't need to leave the tower, he says that should be enough. Then he gives them 1 week, and orders them to focus on securing farmland. The hunter thanks him right away. A researcher approaches the vice president and says they've been waiting for him. She tells him the cherry tomatoes have fully grown, and asks if he wants to try one. He gets excited, thinking they finally did it. He picks one up, but he already has a bad feeling. It doesn't seem like an item, so he decides to at least check the taste. The moment he bites into it, he realizes it tastes awful. He spits it right out, and everyone asks what happened. Annoyed, he demands to know what's going on. The researcher asks what the problem is, and he says the tomato has no taste at all. She can't believe it, but after trying one herself, she admits it really does taste terrible. She says they use the best nutritional supplements, but the tomatoes still have no flavor. Their analysis shows every part of the fruit is below standard, basically the lowest market grade. That pushes him over the edge. He throws the tomatoes to the ground and stomps on them, but then he notices there are no seeds inside. Meanwhile, Sagun is having the time of his life at the top of the tower, sleeping peacefully on the floor with the bunnies. While he's asleep, bull number 3 shows up again to steal his leaves. The guy is thrilled, happily munching on the fresh greens. And sometime later, back at a mansion, the vice president stares at that tomato, realizing it has no seeds. Without seeds, no matter how much they improve it, growing more is impossible. That makes him wonder if this all goes back to what happened 10 years ago. Soon after the tower first appeared, he entered it during a disappearance incident. He picked up a sword and began his journey. Back then, his younger self felt like his dream had come true. Wide, rich land inside the tower, and a sky where the sun never sets. Perfect soil all day long. If crops could be grown there, taking over the global food market wouldn't be just a dream anymore. After making decent progress, he left the tower and went straight to his company to convince his father. Everything went smoothly, and that's how the tower farming project began. From there, he started taking it seriously. But then unexpected problems came up, and one question kept bothering him. Why wasn't anything producing seeds? Even after pouring unbelievable amounts of money into hundreds of methods over the years to build the best farming environment in the tower, he still couldn't solve that same problem. No seeds. Research eventually showed that awakened people lose their reproductive ability the moment they enter the tower. It's a temporary side effect from their bodies suddenly adapting to mana, and most of that ability returns once an awakened person reaches level 10. Even so, the news was shocking. Everyone was horrified, and it turned out the same fertility problem affected plants too. Seeds brought from outside couldn't be improved there, so he had to find another path. That's when he decided to use crops that were born and raised inside the tower, since those were sold as edible food just like crops on Earth. Then a merchant told him about seeds, but said he couldn't sell any because they were all controlled by a greedy guy named Greed on the 55th floor. At the time, he had only reached the 10th floor. He had already spent a fortune, and his father and the board treated him like a useless son. Young Spirit was the only excuse he could come up with. Faced with the tower's wall, his dream of building agriculture there completely fell apart. Even so, he refuses to give up. He orders them to bring in every hunter from the 38th floor immediately, shocking everyone around him. Then he grabs a huge pile of money and says he doesn't care what it costs. Just buy every D-grade magic tomato from the wandering merchant. If the lower grade failed, then he'd try growing D-grade magic tomatoes instead. Maybe a higher grade would give different results. Thinking about those tomatoes, he swears he'll get them into his hands. Meanwhile, Tio is calmly heading home when he notices a bunch of leaves scattered around and thinks something's off. Then he realizes it's the green onions. Sejun was growing. Seeing them all over the place, he starts picking them up one by one until he bumps into a minotaur. He's stunned to find a wandering merchant there. Tio asks where he got what he's eating. Bull number 3 says he picked it up off the ground. Tabi immediately denies it, saying this is Park the protagonist's grass, and the protagonist values it too much to just toss it away. He adds that the grass can be used as bowls, made into rope, and is even useful for cleaning yourself. Then he asks if the Minotaur really dared to steal something that precious. So yeah, apparently that's what they use it for. Hearing that, the bull gets offended and charges at Teo, barely missing him. He insists he's a warrior with honor, and a Minotaur warrior would never steal. Even if he's a wandering merchant, he can't let that insult slide, and Tabio ends up in another life-or-death mess. Still, Tabio says he wasn't lying. He tells him they should ask Park Sukjan and settle who's right. That calms the bull down a little, and he agrees, telling Tabio to take him to MC. So Tabio tells him to follow. As he walks behind Tabio, the bull thinks Park he must have thrown the grass away, otherwise why would something that tasty be lying on the ground? He also remembers his commander told him to find where that grass comes from, and now he expects to be praised again. But while Sejun is sleeping, he gets woken up again, this time by Teo, who jumps right onto his stomach after rushing in with the bull. It's about the worst wake-up possible. Teo tells him this isn't the time to lie around, and orders him to get up, while the protagonist clutches his stomach in pain. MC asks what's going on. Teo bluntly says he caught a thief. Sejun still doesn't get it, but the moment he steps outside the cave, he comes face to face with a giant minotaur. He asks Teo if this is the thief he meant. Teo proudly says yes, and tells him to hurry up and scold him. Still holding the rope calmly, Sejun is told to look. This black minotaur stole all his grass. When the protagonist checks, he realizes it's the green onions they had spread across the field. The minotaur argues that he only took what was lying on the ground. If it wasn't being thrown away, he says, then why was it left there? That's when MC realizes this is a black minotaur, the horned monsters Kwang's mother had warned them about. They were the ones who wrecked the field during the blue moon and stole the buried leaves a few days ago. Tamo must have caught this one in the act. The Minotaur keeps claiming he's an honorable warrior and would never steal. But Tamo snaps back that they never threw the grass away, so yes, he's a thief. Sejun thinks it over. Since the guy's basically a bull, he figures he can dig deep into the ground too, so maybe this can be worked out. Tamo tells him to hurry and make it clear to that idiot whether the grass was thrown away or not. The protagonist says of course it wasn't. The Minotaur immediately looks embarrassed, and the protagonist explains it was important grass used to cover the field and keep in moisture. The Minotaur says he had no idea and apologizes, but Mumsy tells him sorry isn't enough after stealing. He demands 100 tower coins as compensation for messing up the field and taking the grass. The bull is shocked and asks if grass can really be that expensive. Tamo asks if he understands now and tells him to hurry up and pay the 100 tower coins. But then Tamo starts climbing onto the Minotaur and asks what they're supposed to do if he has no money. Sejun answers with a smirk. If he can't pay with money, then he can pay with his body. Hold on him. Don't get too excited. Instead, the protagonist tells the Minotaur to come work there every day. He'll pay 1 tower coin a day, and that money will go toward the debt. The Minotaur asks if he's really supposed to pay it back by working. Sejun says he'll get meals too. If he likes chives, he can eat as much as he wants. He's not some cruel boss, so honestly, it's a pretty good deal. The Minotaur eagerly agrees. If food is included, he's in. MC says the deal starts tomorrow, and just like that, the contract with the Minotaur is set. Tamo can only stare at him in shock as he watches him make the deal. He starts thinking that if someone has no money, they really can pay with their body. Tamo is way too impressed. He thinks he should write that down before he forgets and actually pulls out his little notebook to do it. Meanwhile, the Minotaur heads off. Sejun praises Tamo for catching the thief. Thanks to him, they even got a new worker. Tamo asks if that means he did an amazing job. The protagonist says he'll extend Tamo pedo merchant status for 1 more month. But Tamo still wants more and clings to MC's leg. MC tells him to get off before he rips his pants. The next day, Sejun keeps catching lobsters down below with Black. They're having a great time, taking down a bunch of them. Black throws them out, and Sejun finishes off the ones that land. After piling up a lot, he figures that should be enough food for Kuing and his mom. He tells Black he did great and says his skills are getting better little by little. Then Black suddenly starts glowing and evolves like a Pokemon. The protagonist notices right away, and Black ends up getting a newly upgraded hammer. The hammer has changed a lot. Once Black grabs it, Sejun realizes this isn't a normal upgrade. It's Black's second awakening. He calls him amazing, and Black is thrilled along with his siblings. So MC leaves the lobster hunting to him now. Then Queng's mother shows up, and he asks what's wrong. He turns to Queng and asks what she's saying. Queng explains it to him. When Sejun looks back, he spots a beehive and wonders when that got there. It turns out Queen Bee, a 2, built it. She comes over to the protagonist, and he's shocked it's the 2nd-generation poisonous queen that was born before. He says it's nice to finally meet her, and asks where she's been. Since she was marked as his, he'd been worried when he couldn't find her. Then she calls over the other bees from her hive. Sejun realizes she made her own swarm, and he's relieved she came back safe. Queng stays there watching them, so MC introduces him to the queen, and says he hatched not long ago. He adds that Queng should protect her home well, and in return she'll work hard to make the honey he loves so much. The two quickly get along. For a moment, everything feels nice and peaceful. Then the Minotaur shows up, saying he came to work, and Sejun welcomes him. But Queng's mother gets angry. She charges at the Minotaur without hesitating. The Minotaur is terrified of the bear, especially since he never expected to run into her there. Still, he gets ready to fight back. Sejun quickly tells Queng's mother to wait and begs them not to fight. But the mother bear shoves everyone aside. Taida shows up while he is down on the ground, saying he heard the noise and asking what happened. The protagonist begs Taida to stop them. He couldn't even explain anything, and if they fight, both of them will get hurt. Queng's mother and the Minotaur need to stop, so Sejun yells that the Minotaur is here to work. He's not an enemy. Queng's mother says something, and Taida translates. She wants him sent back to his cave, because she won't allow a Minotaur in her territory. Then MC speaks to the Minotaur, but he says that as a Minotaur warrior, avoiding battle would be dishonorable. Queng runs over to help, and he has no idea what to do. Teo translates again. Queng is about to cry and wants him to scold them. Right in the middle of this, Aileen sends a message begging for something to eat because she's bored. The protagonist says they're a little busy since the Minotaur and Queng's mother are fighting. But Aileen really wants to know why there's a Minotaur there, and tells him to fix it fast because she's hungry. Sejun says if it were that easy, he'd have done it already. They aren't listening. Then Queng starts tugging on his clothes, and Teo says Queng is hungry too. Meanwhile, the fight keeps getting worse. Teo starts asking to go back to the cave and says he's hungry too. Stuck in the middle of all that chaos, Sejun finally gets fed up. He yells at everyone, if nobody listens, then nobody gets food. That threat stops the fight instantly. Queng's mother, the Minotaur, and everyone else hates hearing it. But the second food is on the line. They all calm down. Even Aileen gets nervous. Tabitz panics too, clinging to Sejun, and crying that this isn't fair. Still, once MC gets serious, he finally brings the whole mess under control. Then he tells everyone to sit down. The Minotaur, Queng's mother, Queng, and the others gather around him. Even Aileen sits quietly, ready to listen. Sejun tells the two troublemakers that if they keep causing fights like this, the fields, the crops, and everyone around them will suffer too. First, he says, they need a meal to calm things down and clear up the misunderstanding, and he asks the rabbits to help. He calls everyone over to eat. Then they quickly prepare the food and serve it to everyone until they're full. Before long, the Minotaur and Queng's mother start acting friendly. They even eat side by side, and Sejun tells them not to rush. He also tells Aline to enjoy the corn he sends her. The Minotaur says it tastes amazing and tries to grab some corn, but Kwang's mother won't let him. It's her prey, not his, and the two immediately start glaring at each other again. Sejun cuts in and tells them to stop talking and just listen while they eat. He explains that Kwang's mother protects the fields and the cave along with Kwang. Then he introduces the Minotaur, though he doesn't know his name yet. The Minotaur introduces himself as Bull 3, a proud Minotaur warrior. He just rolls with the weird name and says Bull 3 will help with field work. That finally makes sense to Kwang's mother. The protagonist asks if they understand, no fighting here. If they fight, he won't let them eat anything. Both of them are shocked by that rule, but in the end they agree. Just like that, they make peace. Sejun says that's better, and Teo translates Kwang's mother's reply. She wants him to notice that they're shaking hands. Then the Minotaur asks what kind of work he has to do, and MC answers like it should be obvious, just to make it clear. So he takes him to the barren land and says that since he already dug it up during the blue moon, all he has to do now is turn the softened soil before lunch. The Minotaur asks if that's really all and if lunch is included too. Sejun says of course, he's not a cruel boss. Bull 3 then makes his horn grow huge and charges at the ground, flipping up everything around him. He's ready to work hard so he can eat a lot. Sejun realizes they can till the land much more easily now. He decides they'll plant chives there. Going down to the cave to pull them one by one is a pain, and for some reason he feels like they'll need a lot more of them. Luckily, increasing chive production isn't hard. They just harvest medium-grown onions and cut off the tops, leaving only the roots. Over time, those roots split and grow again from the cut side, so all they need to do is replant the divided roots. Sejun sees the roots are strong and starts planting them. He creates a 200 pyong chive field and earns 200 EXP. With that done, he notes the field is complete. Since crops grow fast inside the tower, this field should multiply quickly if they keep dividing the plants whenever the stems grow. Now there's only one problem left: watering. The watering can has a limit, so he can't water every crop. That'll be a problem once the field gets even bigger. But then Father Rabbit starts glowing in front of Sejun, and his watering can turns gold. The protagonist is stunned. The watering can changed, and it looks like Father Rabbit had a second awakening too, just like Black. He quickly congratulates him. The timing is perfect. MC wonders if it happened because he kept watering until he hit his limit, and asks if the water capacity increased. He says the watering can now holds twice as much water, so he decides they can definitely expand the field. At the same time, the Bull King realizes Bull 3 has been gone way too long. That day, the baby rabbits leave the cave for the first time. The moment they step outside, everyone gets excited. The protagonist introduces the babies to Kwengi, and as soon as he gets close, he starts licking all of them. The babies run off in fear, but then they realize Kwengi is actually super friendly, so they jump right back onto him. Then, the protagonist asks if Kwengi can look after the babies, and he agrees. Hokao proudly says that makes him their uncle, and calls them over, saying Uncle Teo will take them on an adventure outside the cave. But they ignore Teo and stick to Kwengi instead because he's so soft. Teo hates that and starts acting dramatic, asking if they already forgot their uncle. The protagonist laughs that kids really do grow up fast, while Teo is shocked that after everything he did to raise them, they abandoned him. Still, the protagonist tells him not to be sad, just calm down, sit there, and drink some churro. That helps him settle down. Then the protagonist asks the merchant cat Teo if it isn't about time for him to head down to the lower floors and trade there. Teo says he wants to, but thinks he can't, and the protagonist asks why. So Teo finally explains what happened with the wolves, and the protagonist is surprised to hear a wolf pack has been looking for him, and that Straw Hat. Teo says yes, and that's why he can't go down. The whole thing has gotten messy. The protagonist wonders why they're after the Straw Hat. Its effects are great, but it feels too specific unless there are farmers on other floors too. If that's true, then Teo really shouldn't worry, because the protagonist already has an idea. So he offers a solution and asks if Teo can hire a freelance mercenary. He says they should hire Guxian-san as one, and Teo is shocked, calling it a great idea. A freelance mercenary is a job only tower-born people, like wandering merchants, can have. Through a deal between the Freelance Mercenary Guild and the Wandering Merchant Guild, freelance mercenaries can use merchant routes by paying a fee. On top of that, even non-mercenaries can use those routes if a wandering merchant temporarily hires them through a freelance mercenary. Teo says he'd love to travel the tower as a mercenary too, but just like wandering merchants, only those born in the tower can do it. Then he says he's impressed the protagonist remembered that. Still, he asks if Guxian-san would even agree, since he's a monster from the 99th floor. The protagonist thinks they can make it work by offering triple the daily tower coin rate, 3 tower mana if he escorts Teo as a mercenary, and Teo calls him a genius, saying he never would have thought of that. The protagonist brushes it off and asks if Teo wants some churro too. Teo says yes, thinking that maybe one day he'll learn to come up with ideas like that himself. After that, Bull number 3 keeps hiding near his home. When he finally tries to leave, someone shows up and asks where he's going. It's a bull woman. She says she's been looking for him for 3 days, and Bull 3 is shocked to see her there. He tries to brush her off and tells her to go away, but she says his face is glowing and asks if he's been secretly eating something good. She keeps pressing him to take her along, but he denies everything and calls it a conspiracy. Then she threatens to report him, saying the chief is looking for him and he's obviously up to something. Cornered, he finally gives in, and she lights up with excitement. Bull 3 says he'll take her with him, but she has to stay quiet because it's a secret, She agrees and the two of them head over near the protagonist's house. When they arrive, both are stunned to see the number of minotaurs has doubled. The protagonist asks what's going on. Did he bring a friend too? She introduces herself as Shionsa and asks if he's the one offering food to anyone who flips the soil. Bull 3 asks if his friend can work there too because otherwise it'll be a problem. The protagonist thinks they don't need extra help right now but says she can work below for now since a favor was already asked. She agrees and asks what he needs. He explains that the wandering merchant Tio is being threatened by wolves. Bull 3 says that's serious, so the protagonist offers triple the normal daily tower rate plus food if they escort Teto as freelance mercenaries and asks what they think. She says she doesn't like that, and he asks why, since she just agreed to work. Then she explains she can't eat tower coins. The protagonist gets it and asks what about 3 meals a day plus snacks. She agrees right away, but Bull 3 says he wants the same deal. The protagonist realizes both of them are driven by hunger and says that's fine. Having 2 escorts will be safer anyway. He adds that he'll pack food for the trip, and both of them are thrilled. She jumps onto Bull 3 thanking him for bringing her to such an amazing place. Bull 3 tells Shepsa he's glad she's happy too. The protagonist watches all this and picks some green onions. There are a lot of them and he wonders if it's enough. Teo asks if they really need to bring all that. The protagonist says there's plenty and asks if his storage space can hold it. Teo tells him not to worry, throws out his little bag and sucks up all the green onions. The protagonist notices it holds more than before. Teo says that's right. He's now a senior wandering merchant, and when he got promoted his bag's capacity increased too. The protagonist thinks about it and realizes even Teo's badge color changed. But Teo gets sad that he only noticed now. The protagonist just tells him to hurry up and get ready. Pinching the cat's cheek, he says he has gifts to send to Teo's family this time and asks if he knows what to do. Teo says he understands and tells him to leave it to him, since he already knows the routine. Then he heads out with the other two. The protagonist tells them to stay safe and asks Bull 3 and Shionsa to take good care of Teo. He stays behind with the rabbits, but then starts wondering if those 2 starving gluttons might eat Teo once the green onions run out. Meanwhile, at the Wandering Merchant's passage in the residential area, the wolves are still waiting for Teo. One of them brings food to Elka, and she says he did well. She asks how much is left for the guards, and he says this is the last portion. Elka tells Elko to eat, but he says he doesn't want to. Then he asks leader Elka how much longer they'll have to stay there. He's tired of spending days just watching people and wants to go back to the 85th floor. But she asks if he's really going to keep saying stupid things. Has he forgotten about their tribe, hungry and waiting on the 85th floor? If they fail this mission, they won't get food from greed, and their tribe's survival depends on it. He apologizes and asks her not to be angry, admitting he was wrong. Then he drops to the ground whining while she loses patience. Elka tells him that hungry or not, he has to eat, because that food was bought with precious money. Their tribe scraped together for this mission. He needs strength. He thinks their leader should eat too, but she lets it slide. While she's talking to them, she suddenly catches a scent and rushes to look. The others ask what happened, and she realizes she's found the wandering merchant with the straw hat. Watching Teo casually pass by, Elka swears that no matter what, this time she'll get information about the straw hat. At the wandering merchant's base, everyone stares in shock at the minotaurs. They're stunned to see black minotaurs there. They never thought they would. For some of those merchants, it's their first time seeing a monster from the 99th floor. They start wondering what kind of amazing merchant could hire black minotaurs as escorts. Then Teo shows up and asks if someone was looking for him. He's so small they barely notice him at first. When they finally look down, he's standing there all proud and they ask what this tiny wandering cat merchant wants. Teo proudly introduces himself as the wandering merchant. Teo, the one who hired the minotaurs as mercenaries, and starts laughing smugly. They ask if he's really the one who hired them. Since it's their first time hearing the name Teo, they accuse him of lying. Teo starts panicking and calls for Ashuan-san and Ashuan-san to come over. But when he looks around, the 2 minotaurs are already gone. He yells, wondering where they went. At that moment, the minotaurs are off somewhere else, and Shuan-san calls out so Bull 3 can come look at that grass. They spot a poor little mouse and start eyeing its food, thinking it looks tasty enough to steal. The bunny just begs them to spare his life. Then Teo runs over, saying he'd been looking for them, and asks the bulls what they're doing there. They're supposed to be his mercenaries and protect him. He complains and they apologize. They just couldn't help it because this caught their interest. Teo asks if this is their first time in the Merchant Passage village, and Ocean-sen says yes. They've never left the 99th floor before, but then he wonders why it's called the Merchant's Passage. Shouldn't the tower's paths be open to everyone born in the tower, not just wandering merchants? Tamio laughs at that and says they really know nothing. Just country folk from the 99th floor. So he climbs onto a few boxes to give them an explanation. Acting proud, he says a mid-level wandering merchant will teach them. Long ago, he says, every path in the tower spread out at random, like branches reaching from the first floor all the way to the 99th. But there were so many paths that none of them were truly safe. No one even knew which ones were dangerous. Then the first great wandering merchant created the Wandering Merchant Association, sorted the routes, cut off the risky ones, and kept only the safe paths. Later, that association became one of the tower's main powers, and made an agreement with the tower itself. They provided the resources and workers needed to manage the passages. And since the routes are still run by the Wandering Merchant Association, that's why people call it the Merchant's Passage. Yangsha is amazed and asks how Teo knows all that. He proudly says this is basic knowledge for a mid-level wandering merchant. But deep down, he knows it was just the first page of the beginner's guide, and he's glad he read it. Then he adds that everyone in the tower can use the passages, but there's also a paid route only wandering merchants can access, a kind of shortcut. Shanqi immediately gets curious. Tamio says they can use that paid passage because he's a wandering merchant. If they took the normal route, it would take much longer. This village sits at the center of a major branch where those paid passages gather. They need to go to the 38th floor, then use the paid passage to drop to the 40th, and after that switch to a regular path. Shanqi writes it down, saying the route sounds pretty complicated. Tamio agrees, so before anything else, they're going to eat. The two minotaurs are fully on board with that plan. So they follow Tio, who says he's taking them to his favorite fish restaurant. But on the way, the wolves suddenly jump him. Tio nearly gets caught, then jerks aside when a huge gray wolf charges in. At last, Elka has found Tio, and she's full of anger. Tio instantly shrinks back into a corner, stiff with fear, breaking into a cold sweat the moment he sees that wolf again. The wolf orders Tio to answer one thing. Where did he get that straw hat? But Shanqi throws a punch that nearly crushes the wolf, slamming the ground hard, and the wolf barely dodges. She glances over, shocked to see a minotaur there. Shanqi asks who that is, and Teo quickly says it's the bastard who's been chasing him. Shanqi decides they'll get rid of her. The other two wolves rush after their leader, trying to gang up on Shanqi, but she steps in first, lands a hit on both of them, and sends them flying face first into the ground. Elka calls out to Elko, and Elko, while Shanqi asks if there are any more cute little pups after smacking those two around. Elka tells Shanqi to protect Tio. She'll handle this. Shanqi says that's fine. Tio worries if Shanqi can handle them alone, but she asks what he thinks they are. They're monsters from the highest floor, the 99th. These mutts are no match for them. Tio even blurts out that Shanqi is stronger than he is, sounding oddly impressed. Then Tio notices something, so he calls out to Shanqi. He tells her not to kill them. She looks back like she can't believe what she heard, but says she's not sure she can hold back as she charges at the wolves. The two fallen wolves are helped up by Elka, who asks if they're all right. They say they are. Then they ask what they should do next. Elka says they can't retreat. If they lose that cat merchant now, they may never get another chance. The three wolves take their positions against Shanqi, and Elka tells them to get ready. They're attacking all at once. Shanqi just waits, looking completely confident. Meanwhile, back in Sejun's cave, the scythe rabbit is having a full grooming session. His fur is neatly trimmed, and he's feeling proud after helping his brother. He says the scythe rabbit is surprisingly good at grooming and praises him for making both the black rabbit and the chubby rabbit look great. Then Sejun admits his own hair has gotten too long and keeps getting in his eyes. He asks for just a little trim and says he'll leave himself in the rabbit's care. But while handling the scythe, the rabbit accidentally breathes on another rabbit's ear, making him flinch, and that makes his nose itch. He sneezes, and in that instant takes a huge chunk out of the protagonist's hair, leaving a massive bald patch. Both of them stare at it in horror. Sejong had been nervous already, and now he's unknowingly invented a whole new kind of bald hairstyle. After that, the three wolves charge Yong-sai. One leaps straight at her, and she readies a punch to crush him. But another wolf slides in below the first and acts like a step, so the two of them spring up onto her arm, while the third attacks her leg. The wolf still in the air reaches for the minotaur's horn and goes in for her throat. He bites down, but then they realize something's wrong. Her skin is so tough their teeth can't even break through. Jeong-sai asks if they're surprised. A minotaur's hide isn't that easy to pierce. Then she flexes her muscles and throws them off. One starts bleeding from the nose from the pressure alone, and she grabs him by the collar and hurls him away. Elke gets wrecked by the impact. His brother panics, only to get kicked away too. That leaves only Elke hanging at her throat. Elke is stunned that the minotaur knocked Elke out with one hit, but she refuses to let go. Then the minotaur slams her into the ground with full force, leaving her sprawled out and helpless. One more punch is coming, and when that fist gets close enough to kill her, Elke suddenly remembers the past, when her father explained something to her. He told her they are pure-blood silver wolves, and when they die, they become guardian spirits watching over their tribe. Those spirits make them stronger than other tribes, sharpening their hunting and tracking through the blessing and will of their ancestors. Elke says her pride comes from those ancestors too. They must live with pride so they won't stain the honor of the ancestors guiding them. Someday, all of them will find their answer. So she once promised her grandfather she would live for the honor of their ancestors. She asked if in time she would find the right answer. Then came terrible famine. Food vanished everywhere, and the tribes said the great golden hunger had left nothing to eat. The western tribes were looting and slaughtering each other. Their tribe was attacked by foxes, and while Elke fought off another wolf, her grandfather stayed behind in battle and died. Later, when Elke was leading the tribe, some wolves confronted her. They asked if it was true she was working under Grid's orders, and if she felt no shame before their ancestors, especially serving that vile boar who caused all this. She shouted for them to shut up. They had no other choice. They didn't even know if they could survive until tomorrow, and right now they had to think about the children. Everything she did was for the children. For them, she could throw away honor and anything else. The ancestors would understand her too. Now she's working for that greedy boar, used like a tool and forced to do things she never wanted. So she wonders if her grandfather still understands her now. At that moment, the minotaur stops her punch. Instead of killing Elke, she strikes beside her and only knocks her out. Even as she fades, Elke keeps repeating that it's all for the children. Teo walks over to check if she's alive, then wonders if she really passed out. Shion-san asks if she should break their legs so they can't follow him anymore, and Teo is horrified. He says trying to kill him is a serious crime, but that would still be way too cruel. So for now, he says they'll take the wolves with them, and Sejin will decide what to do as they carry the wolves away. Somewhere else, the Scythe Rabbit is in just as much trouble along with Kyuang because MC's shining bald spot is impossible to ignore. The sun is blazing on his shiny bald spot, and Scythe Rabbit and Kyuang look really nervous. Scythe Rabbit says something to Kyuang. I can't make it out, but it's obvious they're wondering what to do. Then Sejin asks what happened and if it's over already. That leaves both of them stunned. A second later, he feels his head and goes, "What is this? Why am I bald?" He can't believe it. After checking the little braid, he says if he'd known, he would have asked Teo to bring a mirror. Scythe Rabbit quickly starts apologizing, but he lets it go. Everybody makes mistakes, and besides, who's even going to see it? There's only one person here, and the rest are monsters. He even says a straw hat will cover the bald spot, so it's fine. Still, he ends up sulking in a corner, crying over his hair. The two watching are shocked. Then Rabbit Mother shows up. After Scythe Rabbit explains, she gets seriously annoyed at him. Sejin insists he's okay, but Rabbit Mother takes him away with Scythe Rabbit. Soon he's seated with a haircut cape on, while she gets ready. Then she pulls scissors from her pocket like she knows exactly what she's doing. Meanwhile, Aline is reading while snacking on fruit, saying reading really is fun. But then she notices she's out of cherry tomatoes. Ever since she got bigger, the amount of food she used to get isn't enough anymore. Even so, if she asks for more, Sejin will probably misunderstand again, like last time when he wondered if she was some kind of flying pig. Just thinking about it annoys her, so she decides she needs snacks and contacts the protagonist. But the moment she does, she notices something strange and wonders what she's looking at. The tower manager asks what happened to him, and MC is surprised. Eileen messaged first. He asks what's going on. She says he looks a little different. Sejin explains his hair got too long, so Rabbit Mother cut it for him. Then he asks if it looks weird, and wow, now he looks like a full-on drama star. Eileen sees it and freezes. He meanwhile is quietly pleased with the new look. Then Eileen's reaction catches him off guard. So he asks why she stopped replying and reminds her he asked about the haircut. On her side, she's completely panicking. She gets all flustered, blushing like a K-pop fan. Sejin keeps calling for her, and she finally blurts out that the tower manager doesn't want him getting any closer. He asks if something's wrong. She says it's nothing. She just couldn't look away. Then she asks if he can give her more of those lobsters from before. The protagonist figures it really was about food, but says she may need to slow down for a while. The lobster numbers have been dropping, and now only 1 to 3 show up. Because of that, there's no Vesperum either. He adds that he's been eating mostly vegetables lately, so meals feel a little lacking. It'd be good for her to get proper nutrition too. Instead, he offers her something else and asks if she wants tomatoes and corn. He guesses she already finished the dried potatoes too, so he sends more. Aline thanks him, then starts to say something else. Cedric gets curious, and after hesitating, she finally says the new hairstyle suits him. Then she just leaves. MC stares after that, wondering what got into her, and shocked she actually gave him a compliment. That lifts his mood, and he gets ready to focus on work again. Meanwhile, Aline receives the corn. She's still red-faced, dazed, and barely breathing right. Her heart is pounding so hard that she wonders if something's wrong with a dragon's heart. But then she shakes her head and rejects that idea. She tells herself she was only surprised because Cedric's appearance changed so suddenly. Trying to move on, she focuses on eating. But when she looks at the corn, she remembers him saying it would be good to nourish her body too. That makes her go searching for a book she knows is nearby. Before long, she finds the big recipe book. Now she's determined to make something special for Cedric and puts her whole heart into it, while falling for him more and more. At this point, I'm fully losing it. I'm sure she'll become human eventually, especially since her grandfather had a humanoid form. Please, just don't make her a loli. I'm begging anything else. Anyway, Teo reaches the humans and immediately offers tomatoes, asking how many they want. They tell him to hurry and show what he has, because they need a lot. Teo asks why they're in such a rush. Then he starts the sale, putting up batches of 400 tomatoes for a total of 3,600. The buyers are shocked he brought that many. Bidding starts at 120 for 400, and climbs to 200, where Teo accepts. He keeps selling little by little until only 2,000 are left. Then someone tells him to stop. A buyer says they'll take the rest for 1,600 tower coins. Teo turns around and asks if anyone can outbid Giggle. No one speaks up. Since Teo just wants to sell, he agrees, says he'll come back next time, and hands over all the tomatoes. After that, people complain there are no more cherry tomatoes outside the tower, so normal sales are basically over. They can't believe a big company can lock it all down like this. They point out that regular hunters like them won't be able to buy any now. One guy is especially upset. He wanted some for a meeting with his future in-laws next month. Then someone asks when he's sending the invitations. The leader says he knows Teo, and there may still be another way to buy from Cedric on the 40th floor. But then the man with that boy tells them to check the cherry tomato listing, because the grower's name, which used to be hidden, is now visible. Judging by the name, the cultivator is Korean, the tower farmer him, so he asks to take a closer look. When he checks it, he really does see Cedric's name and is shocked that he's a tower farmer. At once, the boy orders his subordinates back to the guild camp on the first floor to find out who the protagonist is immediately. He says they need the protagonist on their side, and tells them to send the hunters in the United States straight to South Korea. He's thrilled. They just got valuable information, he'll earn praise from the vice president, and maybe finally get promoted. But the leader realizes this also means losing a valuable talent. More than that, MC's family is in danger now. Outside the tower, cherry tomatoes are more valuable to the rich than jewelry. If the grower is trapped inside, there's a real chance someone will target his family through blackmail or kidnapping to control the supply. The leader remembers what Teo said before. Seijun has never left the tower because of a quest. Since all his outside information came through Teo, he probably has no idea how bad this is. Then he spots Teo nearby, talking with Don Shike, and asking what he thinks. Instead of answering, the man grabs the cat and runs. Teo asks Don Shike what's going on. The leader demands to know why the grower's identity was suddenly revealed, now when the name used to be censored. Don Shike explains that Teo became a mid-level wandering merchant. Beginner wandering merchants have growers' and producers' names hidden for protection. But now that changed. Then he asks what the problem is. The leader tells him Seijun's family is in danger now, and Teo is stunned. He explains that inside the tower people may not know, but outside it, everyone is going crazy over cherry tomatoes. Until now, things were safe because the grower's name stayed hidden. But with his name exposed, plenty of people would do terrible things to monopolize the tomatoes, and they'll all target his family. Tegu panics, asking if this happened because he became a mid-level wandering merchant. He starts freaking out over what to do, already imagining the protagonist scolding him. But Don Shike tells Teo not to worry. He'll protect Seijun's family even if he has to risk the honor of the Phoenix Guild. Tegu starts thanking him right away. The leader decides he needs to hurry back to the lower floors. But Tower pulls something from his bag and says he has one favor first. He explains it's a gift from MC for his family, handing over corn and carrots. The price is the same as before, 200 cherry tomatoes. The leader is shocked. These are agility carrots and stamina corn. He realizes how incredible that is. If the world found out, it would cause chaos. Tower asks if that makes it dangerous. Don Shike tells him not to worry and says he'll deliver them, then asks Tower to tell him the same. Tower agrees. As Teo leaves, Don Shike looks at the items and says he knew it. He has to report this to the guildmaster. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the passage to the 38th floor, the minotaurs keep eating while escorting the wolves. Elka is furious about being captured and starts yelling at them, calling them cowheads. The other two stay quiet while she keeps struggling, and mocks the minotaurs by asking if their pride got crushed by people this week. Elka can't believe they work under that wandering merchant. To her, taking orders from a cat like a bunch of lackeys makes the legends of the 99th floor sound fake. John just asks if he should smack her on the head again, and she warns him she'd die if he does. Then Teo comes back and tells the two of them to move right away. It's urgent. They're shocked he returns so fast. When they ask what happened, Teo says Sezun's family is in danger, and he'll explain on the way. The two get ready to take the wolves and leave, but Teo stops them for a second. He wants to check one seller first. He asks the price of a necklace, and the seller says it costs 2 tower coins. Then the seller notices the minotaurs behind Teo and gets scared fast, while Teo calmly asks for a discount. Teo's discount trick is getting way stronger, especially with those 2 giant bodyguards behind him. Meanwhile, Don Shike is meeting his guild leader. The leader learns about 26-year-old Park, the protagonist. Don Shike, freezing in a heavy coat, listens as the report says the protagonist likely entered the tower because of the disappearance phenomenon and passed the 40th floor in a short time. His exact location is still unknown, and he was recently exposed as the grower of the magic cherry tomatoes sold through a wandering merchant cat. He's the tower farmer. The guildmaster finds that interesting. This man is Han Taejong, former Phoenix Guild master, now part of the Korean Awakened Association. Don Shike asks if his master is okay. The man repeats the question, like he can't believe what he just heard. He points at himself, burning hot enough to crack the ice around him. He's stunned. Seijun had talent like this and already got past the 40th floor. Furious, he says he's stuck in this frozen room doing nothing, so of course he's not fine. Don Shike tells him not to act rashly, and quietly adds that MC may have reached the 52nd floor too. That makes his master pause. He asks if Don Shike is hiding anything else, but Don Shike says that's all the report had. He adds that tower farmer is a job no one has ever seen before, then notices the master burning the report. Don Shike is left stunned, while the master sits back down and says this is no fun. Then Don Shike asks if the flame curse is still spreading. His master's arm is on fire, but he brushes it off like it's nothing. If not for this curse, he says he would have rushed into the tower already. Then he asks why Don Shike really came, since he wouldn't show up just to chat. Don Shike says he wants support from the Korean Awakened Association to protect Seijun's family. Now that the tomato producer was revealed to be Korean, pressure will come from everywhere. His master tells him not to worry. He already formed a security team the moment he got the call, and he wants Don Shike to lead it. Since they know the family, it'll be easier, and they can't let another country steal someone this valuable. There have already been contact attempts from several countries, so Don Shike should confirm the situation. He's amazed by how fast his master moved and thanks him. Then Don Shike says he also brought a gift, some magic tomatoes. That catches his master off guard. Don Shike explains that Park Seijun grew them, and the wandering merchant cat gave them to him. They may seem small, but they could still help. His master stares at the tomato and eats it. A moment later, he realizes it's really good. Sometime later, with his family, they're shocked to receive cherry tomatoes, carrots, and corn, and ask what all of it is. The little brother asks if these are the tower items everyone's been talking about lately. The weight loss cherry tomatoes plus carrots and corn. Then he asks if his brother really grew all of them. Don Sheik says Sejun may not know it, but a lot of people are watching him now, and his family isn't safe either. The Korean Awakened Association wants to protect them, so they need to get ready to move quickly. They're stunned and ask where they're supposed to go. They haven't even finished paying the loan on this house. Don Sheik tells them not to worry because a home has already been prepared for them in Hanam-dong. The boy gets excited and asks if that's the neighborhood where all the famous people live. Don Sheik says his family lives there too, but the boy sounds a little disappointed. He was hoping some idol group might live nearby. So Don Sheik asks if he likes boy groups and says maybe he knows LJSN. The kid lights up and says, of course, everyone in South Korea knows them. Don Sheik smirks like he expected that answer. Then he shows a photo on his phone and says his daughter is Sarah, a member of LJSN. Since the boy's a fan, he'd be happy to invite him over. The kid nearly loses it when he hears she's the leader and main vocal of his favorite group. He starts praising her as a total genius, songwriting, composing, producing, even her looks. Then he remembers an album cover where she mentioned her father was a hunter, and he freaks out after realizing it was team leader Don Sheik. Right away, he begs to be adopted and starts calling him dad. He keeps going on about how much he loves her, leaving Don Sheik confused, while the boy's actual father turns to his wife asking what is happening. But she's worried about Sejun. He said he'd be a good son and make money in the tower. But who would have guessed he'd be farming in there and working this hard? She wonders if anyone is taking care of him. At that same moment, Eileen is thinking exactly that. While making him soup and whatever she put in it has some wild effects. Then she adds one more ingredient from her hand and it starts glowing. She looks at it and says it's finally done, completely excited. Meanwhile, Sejun is planting green onions. He says he collected flower seeds from them 2 weeks ago and found they grow well that way. Now, with Black Rabbit, he decides it's time to harvest. He planted them outside the cave hoping they'd turn into an item. When he pulls off just one leaf, nothing happens. No item, no status window. He wonders if it's because it isn't a fruit. But Black Rabbit points at the whole stalk and Sejun realizes that's the key. So he pulls the whole thing out at once and harvests Detox Green Onion. A flood of notifications follows. He gets 36 XP and the green onion can remove C rank or lower poisons for 1 hour when eaten. On top of that, it activates liver detox for 24 hours. It's ridiculously useful. The protagonist says he knew an item would appear if he planted fruit or flower seeds. He wishes he'd started collecting and planting them much sooner, and Black Rabbit gets excited with him. Then he wonders what the detox green onion tastes like. When he tries it, it tastes normal but still different from the ones he used to eat. Of course, he can't feel the poison cleansing effect himself. He figures the detox effect would be great for people who drink alcohol, and since green onions grow fast, he plans to sell them once he has enough. Then the chubby rabbit runs over calling for him. Sejun asks if it's already time to eat, and they head to the lake. There he sees the number of piranhas and lobsters has dropped a lot. Even blood won't lure them out anymore, so he tells the rabbits they'll have to give up meat for now, and the chubby one looks crushed. While they're all upset, MC gets a message from Aline Pratani. She says she prepared a gift to celebrate his 200th day in the tower. He's surprised it's already been that long. Then he gets touched that she made something for him and asks what the gift is. Instead of answering, she gives him a quest. Hand over 1 cherry tomato and receive her present. Refusing isn't really an option, so he gives up the tomato. In return, he obtains Eileen Pratani's health soup. A cauldron drops right in front of Sejun. The second he sees it, he's horrified and wonders what in the world it is. That soup looks awful. There's a hornet, a bone, an eyeball, green slime, and a frog with its mouth wide open. Seriously, Eileen Pratani, what did you make? It's Eileen Pratani's health soup, the first dish the great black dragon Eileen Pratani has ever cooked. The taste is not guaranteed, but the effect is amazing if he survives it. It raises all stats by 3, but it also inflicts C-rank paralysis poison and C-rank acid poison when eaten. It's an A-rank item, and Sejun can only stare in shock while all the rabbits keep their distance. Then he asks if she really expected him to eat that. Eileen Pratani says she's going to sleep because cooking wore her out. He can't believe that soup took that much out of her. She lies down with a happy smile, watching him hold the soup and says she made it carefully, so he better finish all of it. Then she warns that when she wakes up, she wants his review, and if he doesn't eat it, she'll kill him. A moment later, she falls asleep. Sejun calls out to her, but gets no answer, so he turns to the rabbits nearby. He announces he's looking for a volunteer to eat the soup for him. Every rabbit bolts so fast that even the chubby one disappears. The protagonist begs them not to abandon him, but nobody listens. They all run off, and even the bee wants nothing to do with that soup. The chubby rabbit running on 2 legs is ridiculously cute. Still, Sejun remembers the reward. Eating it would raise all his stats by 3. That makes it a great item, but the C-rank paralysis poison and acid poison make it insanely risky. Then Black reminds him of something. There's still that green onion nearby. Sejun realizes they have the healing green onion, and that instantly lifts his mood. With that, he might survive. At least the poison probably won't kill him, so he decides to eat plenty of onion first. After eating it, he gets an hour of protection. With the prep done, he picks up a spoon and wonders if the taste might be better than the look. Then he scoops some up and forces it down. It nearly kills him on the spot. He spits everything out, spraying the ones nearby. The bee and the chubby rabbit run off in disgust, and the bee looks especially mad. Sejun starts gagging, and even the chubby rabbit looks upset. It tastes unbelievably bad, but the system still counts it as Aileen's health soup. The poison hits him, and the green onion heals him right away. He thinks people say bitter medicine works best, but this is on a whole different level. In his head, MC starts calling Aileen a real winged pig and wonders if she actually wants him dead now that she doesn't need the tower farmer anymore. Then he snaps and decides the only way through is to drink the whole thing at once. He lifts the cauldron and the rabbits stare in shock. He tells himself he can do it. He's almost there, but near the end he spots that hideous fish in the soup. He almost throws everything up, instead he drops the fish with the cauldron. The cauldron falls and lands in the river, poisoning the water. Sejun realizes he dropped it by accident, but then the system says he still consumed the whole soup. His stats go up by 3, and he's shocked by the notifications. Somehow the soup also kills a piranha. Then he sees even more things dying in the water and freezes. It even kills a giant electric eel, earning him 5,000 XP. That notification almost makes him lose it. Now it's obvious the lake got poisoned by that soup. The rabbits get upset since the food they could have caught there is dying for no reason. Sejun apologizes and says he was too panicked to stop it. For now, they can't eat anything from the lake. At least they can still deal with drinking water by using the rabbits' watering cans. But he is worried about the hole in the lake where the poison flowed, since so many piranhas and lobsters died after being exposed, even a giant electric eel. That means there's a bigger ecosystem down there, and it also explains why fewer piranhas and lobsters have been coming into the lake lately. If they can figure it out later, that place could become a huge source of protein. Black likes that idea. He gets excited and suggests sending his descendant to swim through the hole. Sejun asks if he really wants to try that, and Black stays fired up, but the protagonist refuses. The lake is still poisoned, and even with the detox green onion, the hole is too narrow. If the little guy gets stuck, there may be no way back. He could die. MC says he understands how Black feels, but he's too precious to send somewhere that dangerous. The little rabbit looks sad, but MC promises they can think about it later, once the lake water is diluted enough. He tells them it'll be fine. They still have food stored up, so they can manage for a while. Then he calls on everyone to cheer up, and they start to calm down. At the landmark near the Minotaur King's base, the king is getting impatient. He thinks about Song San and wonders why she still isn't back. Did she forget his orders? He asks another Minotaur whether Song San went to look for Song San, since she hasn't returned either. The answer is yes, and the Minotaur King isn't pleased. He wonders if the two wandered into the Red Bones area or the Poison Bees area looking for tasty grass and ended up in danger, or worse, near those awful worms. Thorin once said that if someone goes there, not even the body might be left. The king thinks that could happen to Song San, but she still isn't a warrior who would fall that easily. That makes this even more troubling. So he orders everyone under him to gather at the landmark and have someone hold his place for now. It looks like he'll have to go find the two of them himself. Meanwhile, Sejun finishes harvesting all the green onions and ends up with a huge pile. He figures it's enough to fill up 100 minotaurs. Then Kwong jumps right onto the pile. He asks if he likes it, soft like a bed. Kwong looks thrilled and he tells him to take some for sleeping later and share some with his mom too. Just then a notification appears, wishing you a good harvest. Leave 1 has activated. Sejun is stunned. 70 puang of green onion field gets blessed. The harvest rate rises by 50% for the next week, and all the onions start growing. They were already fast growing, but now they're practically shooting up instantly. The protagonist says he should harvest them 3 times now instead of 2. With the stat boost from Aileen Pratani's soup, the work feels easy. He asks the strength rabbit for help, and the rabbit is all excited. Then tower manager Aileen Pratani suddenly asks if he ate her soup, and MC jumps. He quickly says of course he did, and even leveled up thanks to it. But Aileen reminds him that she asked about the taste, and Sejun has no good answer. He stalls, trying to figure out what to say. Aileen starts looking down and asks if it tasted bad. He lies and says it was delicious. He insists it's true. That's why he finished all of it. It was so good it was worth dying for. That makes her happy, and she grabs her pot, saying she'll make more. The protagonist immediately tells her not to. Aileen asks what's wrong, and Sejun says she used up all her energy making that soup, so she doesn't need to push herself that hard for him. He says he likes talking with her like this, so she doesn't need to tire herself out just to cook for him. Instead, he says he'd rather cook for her and watch her eat, so from now on she doesn't need to force herself to cook. Really, MC is just trying to save his own life and begging her never to make that again. But Aileen takes it sweetly, getting flustered that he's thinking about her that much. A dragon-human romance is not what anyone expected, but here we are. Aileen gets so shy and excited that she starts smashing things around her, blushing hard and proudly says she's really proud of that tower farmer. In the end, she agrees with him, and Sejun just thanks her. He's relieved since he almost died. Then Aileen asks what's on the menu for tonight. Right then, the whole area starts shaking and everyone panics. He asks what's going on. Kuang and his mother both turn to look. Then the Minotaur King shows up, stomping through Sejun's green onions as he enters the field. The protagonist is shocked to see another Minotaur. The king roars as he charges in. Kuang's mother instantly gets ready to protect everyone, while the force of the roar nearly knocks MC and the little ones over. He can tell right away this Minotaur is completely different from Sejun-san. Aileen explains that this is the Minotaur King, the boss of the 99th floor, and Sejun is stunned. She says the floor boss guards the waypoint, so he normally can't leave that area. The protagonist realizes this is the monster guarding the way out of the tower, the same one Kuang's mother said he would have to defeat. So he wonders what brought the boss all the way here. Aileen says she has no idea, but she's sure the rule about the 99th floor boss not leaving the waypoint territory is written in the tower guide her grandfather gave her. Aileen tries to use her tower manager powers to summon the boss of the 99th floor, but the power fails right away. She stares at the status window in shock. It will not answer even though her manager authority should work, so she admits she cannot contact him and has no idea why. Sejun is completely lost. Then the status window makes it worse. It says there is no way to stop the monster charging at them. Kwang's mother steps forward to fight, and MC notices at once. That only scares him more. If even she has to step in, this enemy is way beyond him. After all, this is the floor boss. The Minotaur jumps at her with his axe raised, ready to strike. Everyone freezes, and Sejun grabs Kwang, sure they are about to die. Ninja Siren starts screaming, worried about him, but then the Minotaur's axe is thrown aside, and when the protagonist looks back, he sees the Minotaur crashing into the green onions. He looks completely love-struck. That is when Sejun realizes he is just a Minotaur obsessed with green onions. Everyone is left speechless. This huge monster just came here for green onions, and now he is rolling around in them. A moment later, he seems to realize what he is doing, grabs some green onions, and gets ready to leave. Just like that, the boss turns to run, and Sejun realizes he is stealing the green onions. The Minotaur bolts. MC cannot believe it, and asks why that guy even came. Eileen says he looks like he is heading back to the waypoint. He says he was so scared his legs almost gave out, then asks if everyone else was terrified too. He thanks Kwang's mother for trying to protect them, and she looks proud and happy. Then Sejun sees the damage. A lot of the green onions are ruined. The whole field is a mess, and the boss ate plenty too. Eileen says she is relieved the tower farmer is safe and she is sorry about the field. The protagonist thanks her and says not to worry, he is actually glad. He says he should have visited the boss sooner. He just never thought the boss would come to him first. Eileen asks what he means, and Sejun remembers that black Minotaurs care a lot about warrior honor, especially their king. Eileen starts to get it. She wonders if MC is plotting something. He says trampling his field and eating from it would definitely stain the Minotaur king's honor. Now he is wondering how many times he can make him repay that debt. Sometime later, the protagonist sets out the meal. He tells everyone to eat quickly so they can fix the field. The Minotaur king wrecked yesterday. The baby rabbits start whining because they do not want the food, and Sejun catches it. Seeing the tantrum, he tells them that if they want to help their mom and dad be on the field, they need to sit properly and eat. He points at Kwang, saying he is eating without complaining. The blue moon is coming soon, and they will be adults, so do they not want to grow up? That works. They agree and start eating, and MC is happy to see it. He says that is what makes them such cool white rabbit kids. He praises Kwang too for behaving well and not being picky, and Kwang lights up. Then Sejun pauses and wonders why Kwang has not been growing lately. At this rate, he should be much bigger by now. While he tickles him, Kwang suddenly drops to the ground. He worries he is not getting enough food and asks if he is sick. Just then, Tace comes back calling for the protagonist. He is with the Minotaurs and some wolves. MC welcomes Tace, then asks the Minotaurs who the wolves are. They say the group is from the Silver Wolves tribe, which shocks him even more. Tace climbs onto him and explains, these are the ones chasing him. Shang Sat took care of them, but since she did not know what to do next, she brought them here for Sejun to decide. The protagonist says they will first hear why those wolves were after his merchant, Teo, but then he notices they seem to be asleep. Shang Sa says they were too noisy, so she knocked them out. MC just asks if they will wake up again. Teo also asks why the fields are such a mess, and he explains. He says the Minotaur king came and left, and everyone is stunned. They ask how the king knew they were there, and Shang Sa starts thinking they are in trouble. Sejun cuts that off and says they can talk details later. They all worked hard, so they should eat first. The Minotaurs are thrilled and rush over, shouting that they want corn. Teo then tells the protagonist he has something important to discuss, and Shang Sa asks what happened. Teo starts saying something happened on the 38th floor, but then Elka wakes up and lunges at Sejun, nearly grabbing him. When they look back, Kwang suddenly jumps in to protect him. He knocks the wolf back. MC is shocked that Kwang moved on his own to stop Elka. Elka jumps away, startled by what just happened. Then she notices the bear cub that almost got her. At the same time, Teo looks at Sejun and realizes his hat is gone. Elka runs back toward the wolves with the hat already in her paw. She thanks them for helping her get the straw hat, clearly planning to take it. Sejun is stunned to see his hat with her, and everyone turns against Elka and the wolves. He sees the hat is really gone, and Teo says those idiots pretended to be passed out just to steal it. Elka calls to Elk and Elko, telling them to run. But then Kwang's mother shows up and terrifies all of them. They instantly shrink back, and she keeps pressing forward. She roars at them again. Elka slowly raises a paw, saying she surrenders, and drops the hat. Sejun quickly runs over and picks it up again. He is relieved to see it is not torn. Then he looks ahead and sees Elka with the other wolves surrounded on all sides. Shang Sa thinks she should have broken their legs, while Kwang and his mother keep scaring them. With everyone closing in, Sejun asks what they should do with these annoying monsters. Teo says Kwang thinks they should eat the wolves, but the protagonist tells Kwang not to do that. He will give him some honey instead. He also asks the second poisonous queen bee to help calm him down. Then he tells the other huge monsters to stop getting worked up and go sit down. They actually listen to MC, and Elka cannot understand why those red-bone minotaurs, famous for their strength, obey this man. Then the other wolves tell their leader that the wandering merchant cat called him master earlier, and they wonder if that is some special title used only on the 99th floor. Another wolf says Seiju must be the Black Dragon. Otherwise, there is no way all the monsters on the 99th floor would obey him. He goes on saying the Black Dragon really does exist, and Master is how they address that dragon. Elka remembers the great Black Dragon who rules the 99th floor, and she wonders if this weak-looking guy could really be him. Then she decides that must be the point. He hid his power to lower their guard. Now she thinks she understands this is the Black Dragon's test. She becomes sure this is the answer her ancestors spoke of, the one her grandfather mentioned, and that this is her chance. Cedric walks up to Elka and asks why they were after Teo and the straw hat. Instead of answering normally, she drops to her knees and apologizes to the great Black Dragon. She says these lowly beings did not know who he was, disrespected him, and had no idea the wandering merchant cat was his subordinate. He is stunned to hear her call him the Black Dragon. Aileen thinks it is weird too, then starts laughing. She decides this could be fun and sends Cedric a message. She says she will forgive him if he pretends to be the great Black Dragon, then gives him a mission: show the Silver Wolves tribe the majesty of the Black Dragon. The reward is Aileen's happiness. Failure means her disappointment. She adds that she will definitely help him. The protagonist is shocked that she wants him to take her place and cannot believe Aileen is really a Black Dragon and not some flying pig. Then he realizes it does make sense. She is called the Tower Manager. After all, Teo keeps asking his master what is wrong, but Cedric decides that if Aileen wants this, he might as well go along with it. So he says they caught him after all. He thought they would not recognize him in this form. He declares that yes, he is the great Black Dragon. Even Teo is startled by how far MC is taking the act. Then MC demands to know how they dared covet his possessions and threaten his subordinate, saying he cannot forgive that. Everyone except the wolves just stares at him in disbelief. Even Aileen starts wondering what he is doing. Then one wolf asks another if this is really true, only to get smacked because of course it is a lie. Teo asks the protagonist what he is doing because it is giving him chills, but the protagonist just throws him a dramatic look and asks if he does not want the grace of the great Black Dragon. Teo catches on right away. He declares that his master is the Black Dragon, calls himself the Black Dragon's servant, and orders everyone to kneel. Helga keeps begging for forgiveness. She admits her crime is so serious that even giving her life as chief of the Silver Wolves wouldn't make up for it. Still, she begs for mercy just this once. Cedric tells her it's fine and says he'll give her one special chance to be forgiven. She can hardly believe it. His price is 10,000 tower coins for going after his merchant cat's life. Pay that and he'll let it go. That demand shocks everyone. Even Teo gets emotional and asks if his life is really worth that much. MC says of course it's Teo, the merchant cat who handles food sales from his farm. Then Cedric brings up the contract and Teo starts digging through his bag. At the same time, Helga still addresses him as the Black Dragon and says they don't have that kind of money. Teo walks up and says that if they can't pay, then they should pay with their bodies. She's stunned, and he quickly explains he means they can work it off. But Helga brings up their contract with greed. She stops to think. Then she apologizes and says they probably can't accept that deal. Cedric asks what they mean. Aileen gets annoyed that they would dare turn down the Black Dragon's offer, so he asks Teo if there's a reason, wanting to hear it clearly. Helga explains that the 85th floor where her tribe lives has been hit by a long drought. Because of that, strong fighters like them became mercenaries and were hired by the landowner Greed to bring food there. This time, Greed's job for them was to recover the stolen straw hat. Now that they know it belongs to the Black Dragon, they can't complete the job. If they fail, the food going to the 85th floor will stop, and while they work for the Black Dragon, the young wolves back home will starve. Elka begs him to spare her people, and let them pay with their lives instead. Sejun cuts in and asks her name. She introduces herself as Elka, and the protagonist asks what she thinks of this place. She asks if he means the farm where he grows his crops. She thinks for a moment, then Sejun says he'll add a condition to the contract, so her whole tribe can repay the 10,000 tower coins. In return, while they work here, he'll provide food for the entire tribe. Then he asks what she thinks. They're stunned. They won't have to listen to that rotten pig anymore, and now they can live. Elka starts thanking MC and promises her tribe will do their best. She keeps thanking him over and over, so the whole thing ends on a good note. Aline is pleased with how it turned out. She's happy with what Sejuan did. The mission is complete. The system says she's glowing with joy because the Black Dragon is being praised. After that, Elka signs the contract. He says it's settled. By the terms of the deal, Merchant Cat Teo will supervise them from now on, and they'll serve under him, so they need to follow his orders. Teo immediately starts acting like a boss, introducing the newcomers and saying the others outrank them, so they better show respect. Next to the Minotaur and the wolves, Teo looks absolutely tiny. Elka starts apologizing to the Minotaur. Meanwhile, Cedra thinks about Greed, someone with real power inside the tower, and realizes bigger threats may come later. So he orders the wolves to protect Teo whenever he goes down the tower. That way the others can focus on plowing the fields. Then Teo comes back, says he's hungry, and asks for some fish to share with the wolves. The protagonist warns him that they're out of fish. Teo is stunned. He throws a fit over the missing fish and sadly calls his master a fraud. Sejun asks if he's really still whining and says he's doing all he can, but Teo refuses to work without fish. So MC gives in and puts his hand in the water. Noticing the poison has thinned out a lot, he asks Blackie if he's ready. After eating some green onion, the rabbit gets set to enter the water, and he says they're about to explore their new hunting ground. Blackie grabs his hammer. Then he starts smashing the rocks around the opening. The area collapses wider, and the water begins rushing through harder. Saijuan praises him. The entrance is much bigger now, so getting in and out should be easy. Blackie jumps inside. He gets in and back out without trouble, and the protagonist asks what it was like. Blackie says he couldn't see anything because it was too dark. Sejun realizes that's a real problem. Even with the path opened, it's still dangerous. He asks Teo if he has anything for seeing in the dark, like a lantern. Teo looks up from playing with the cubs. Teo says there's no way he'd have something like that, but he does carry random stuff in his bag, so he starts checking. He dumps out the coins he made from selling tomatoes and an item he bought on the way here. MC picks up the necklace and asks about it. It's a necklace with a scratched gem. No use limit, E rank, maker unknown, and almost everything about it is a mystery. Seeing that, Sejun calls Eileen and asks if she can appraise it like she did with the straw hat. She tells him to leave it to her, then she says it's the perfect item for their current problem. He asks if she's serious. He offers cherry tomatoes as tribute. The mission clears, and as the reward, the protagonist gets the light necklace. Right when he needs it, the necklace starts to shine. Now that it's been appraised, it looks completely different, and its use limit is over level 5. It also has more than 3 mana. It was made by Rorim, a mage from the Green Tower. C rank. Its skill is light level 1, which brightens the area around the user. The higher the user's level, the stronger the glow. Sejun is thrilled. With Blackie's help and this necklace, they can finally see inside the hole in the lake. T2 asks if that means it'll help, and whether he can spend even more time as merchant T2. MC praises T2's golden paws, happy about his luck. T2 has no idea what's going on, and he tells him he'll be the merchant for good now, so he won't need the ticket anymore. Teo asks what he means. Sejun officially appoints Teo as the seller in charge of distributing his crops, saying Teo has worked hard this whole time. Teo asks if he really means it, if he'll be the merchant from now on, and gets really excited. To celebrate the promotion, the protagonist says Teo can also be President Teo for today. Teo loves that. He immediately starts enjoying the title, ordering MC to use the necklace and bring back lots of fish. Then MC tells Blackie they're trying again. Their new mission is simple: get some protein. A little while later, Sejun tests the necklace. It gives off a soft, pretty glow. Since the light grows stronger with the user's level, he decides to test it with the rabbit too. When Blackie puts it on, the light becomes much brighter. He realizes Blackie has more mana than he does. Still, that means seeing inside the hole won't be a problem. Just to be safe, Blackie eats some green onions, and Sejun tells him to hold tightly to the safety rope. If he can't breathe or something goes wrong, he should pull the rope twice so the protagonist can haul him back. He also gives him a dagger and a bag since using a hammer underwater will probably be hard. Blackie gets everything ready for the dive. MC tells him to be careful as he heads in. Blackie takes a deep breath and dives. He drops into the lake and searches below. Soon he spots a light deep down. He swims toward it fast. Then he looks around underwater. Down there he finds thick roots and other underground life. There's even a giant whale. He also sees schools of fish, turtles, sharks, and more. Another huge whale floats above. There are piranhas, lobsters, and other monsters too, but they're all dead. That reminds him of the pot Sejun threw in before. He realizes everything there died because of it, then heads over to an eel. He cuts it open. As the flesh splits, something inside the eel starts glowing. Blackie gets curious, but instead of stopping, he takes the glowing part from inside the electric eel. Thinking he might be able to use it, he gets excited, already imagining him paying more attention to him than to Teo. He puts it in the bag, then he ties up the eel to carry it too. But while finishing the knot, he senses something in the water. When he turns around, a shark is almost on him. He barely dodges, but the shark still bites the eel's tail. Then it starts dragging Blackie deeper. Panic makes him lose air. Finally, the eel tears apart. The shark swims off with the rest, but Blackie is still running out of breath. Blackie starts to pass out, but with his last bit of strength, he yanks the rope twice. Up above, Sejun notices right away. He realizes it's the signal, so he and the others start pulling hard. They haul Blackie up as fast as they can. A moment later, they get him back out. When Sejun sees Blackie unconscious, he panics. He scoops him up and begs him to wake up. His voice gets more desperate by the second. Tammy asks what they should do while the protagonist keeps trying to wake Blackie. Then MC turns to Queen and asks her to hold his hat. He gets ready to give Blackie mouth to mouth, but before that happens, Blackie suddenly spits water into Sejun's face. He is shocked that Blackie woke up, though he definitely didn't enjoy getting blasted with salty water. Blackie's rabbit parents are overjoyed, and the protagonist is relieved too, but Blackie immediately starts complaining to him. MC tells him to knock it off, but Blackie still looks upset. While Aileen watches, Sejun says he almost sacrificed his first kiss to save him, and she seems very interested in that. Then relieved Blackie survived, he asks why the water was so salty. Aileen explains that Blackie must have fallen into the Sea of Dimensions. The protagonist asks what that is, and she says it's the sea between the tower's floors. It's full of dangerous underwater mountains, so people usually travel through safe passages instead. Sometimes water holes connect to it too, like the one in that lake. A lot of sea monsters live there, and some are even tasty. MC thinks back to the lobster and finally understands why saltwater creatures were showing up in a freshwater lake. Then he remembers to ask Blackie if he found any edible fish down there. That makes Blackie remember the glowing yellow thing he pulled from the giant electric eel. He hands it over, and he is stunned. It's the entrails of a 1,000-year electric eel, packed with electric power. If eaten, it can teach the rain and thunder skill, but only if the user has at least 10 mana. The one credited with defeating the giant eel is he. The protagonist can't believe Blackie found something that rare, and Blackie looks proud. Then Teo asks the important question, is it tasty? But Blackie suddenly remembers the rest of the eel. He grabs the green onion rope again, then he pulls up what remains of the eel. Everyone is shocked when the eel's huge head comes up. They're really looking at a 1,000-year monster. And it doesn't stop there. More monsters start jumping out too, including piranhas and lobsters. MC is stunned, figuring they were drawn in by the eel's head. Still, Blackie managed to secure plenty of protein again, and MC praises him for making his dream come true. He tells everyone to get the fire ready. They're about to have a lot of meat. Sometime later, the soup is cooking. He notices Teo muttering to himself and asks what he's saying. Teo seems worried that Sejun's family might be in danger. He reminds him that, like he said before, someone from the Phoenix Guild promised to protect the protagonist's family. That makes MC realize the mermaid tomatoes have become way more famous on Earth than he expected. If even his family could be targeted, then things are serious. He worries about his mom, dad, and Settle. Still, he tries to stay calm. Next time he leaves the tower, Teo should find out exactly how his family is being protected and bring back more details. Teo agrees. He thinks he owes that Phoenix Guild guy a favor for helping. Then Teo adds that the man also seems to like mermaid tomatoes. The protagonist says that's perfect. He'll send him other crops too. Teo, meanwhile, only asks for more churu right now. Sejun says fine and promises him 2 today. But when he reaches into his pocket, the eel orb falls out, and Teo remembers the thing Blackie gave him earlier. Teo says it was blinking, so he forgot about it. He remembers it was called entrails, and that eating it gives a skill. Then he asks what kind, because it smells delicious. MC says it's related to rain and thunder, so it's probably an electric skill. Teo asks if that means static electricity. He hates that idea because it would ruin his fur. He, though, is excited. After entering the tower, he only learned farming skills, so the chance to get something else finally makes him feel like a real adventurer. Tabio points out that he barely even leaves the cave. Then Tabio asks why Sejun isn't eating it already. If it gives a skill, he should use it now. The protagonist says he can't, and Tabio asks why not. Because he doesn't have enough mana. Right now, he's only at 8.05, and the item needs 10. Tabio bursts out laughing at how weak his mana is. He keeps making fun of MC, so MC asks how much mana Tabio has. Tabio refuses to answer, and just stands up and turns away. Sejun doesn't let it go. He lunges at Tevo, and manages to grab him, but after checking, he drops to the ground in despair. Everyone around him has more mana than he does. Tevo smugly says he'll protect his master from now on. Then Kuang walks up, and the protagonist asks if he's about to make him feel even worse, since he still can't eat the item. But the minotaurs are too busy digging into the green onions. The wolves are eating too, and they're putting away plenty of food. There are fish everywhere for them to enjoy. Sejun walks over and asks if they like the meal. At once they kneel before him, but MC just tells them to relax and keep eating. One of the wolves, clearly moved, says sharing such precious food with them is a kindness beyond measure. Then he asks her what's wrong. Guessing she's thinking about her tribe on the 85th floor, she apologizes and says she couldn't hide it from the Great Dragon. He tells her not to worry, she'll see her tribe soon. The blue moon is coming in a few days and she'll be able to go down to the 85th floor then. If she helps with the work, he'll send lots of fish for her tribe too, which makes her incredibly happy. Sejun then remembers they still need to plant and harvest the crops that got delayed. He tells Teo to handle it. Teo agrees and asks the wolves to help him. The protagonist also tells Zhang Sa and Sun to get ready, because they have somewhere to go tomorrow, and the two of them will guide him there. Xing Sa's asks where they're headed. Sejun says he's going to collect a debt from the Minotaur King. Both of them are shocked they'll be going with MC. Elsewhere at the portal, the whole tribe is eating the green onions the king brought back. They happily say they can't remember the last time they tasted grass and that it's delicious. But the king suddenly realizes he messed up. He says he went all the way to the border to look for Xing Sa and Sun, and saw red fur and other creatures there too. But when he found a whole patch of tasty grass, he got too excited and lost focus. He says a black Minotaur warrior king should be ashamed of that. Still, he realizes he learned something. That grass was clearly planted, so it had to be a field. He wonders if the red-furred creatures were the ones who grew it. He tries to remember who they were. The only one that really stands out in his memory is the farmer rabbit, so he figures it must be him. He still doesn't know why the red-furred ones were with the farming rabbits. But one thing is clear. An honorable black Minotaur warrior can't steal from small monsters. He knows the blue moon is coming soon, which will reset the time he can leave that place. As the guardian of the passage point, he's only allowed 1 hour. It's not much time, but he'll go back, pay for the grass he took from the rabbits, and also try to make a deal for more high-quality grass. That leads to a new problem. What should he offer them in return, as he thinks the teleport stone keeps glowing nearby? Back at the farm, the green onions finally sprout. The scythe rabbit starts harvesting, helped by his mother and the little bunnies. Another rabbit keeps watering the fields too. Everything under the cave is growing well, and Sejun is harvesting alongside Queen and the other rabbits. Feeling hot, he apologizes and asks Queen to hold his hat again, and she gladly does. He keeps picking cherry tomatoes, gathering 9 at once, and his work experience keeps rising. Then his D-rank farming finally levels up into C-rank tower farming. He's surprised because he was so busy working that he didn't even notice he was close to leveling up. As the job level rises, its traits improve too. Sejong grows closer to nature, and hidden talents begin to awaken, leaving him even more shocked. He becomes a friend of nature, a high-level talent that makes it much easier to understand animals and plants even without sharing the same language. That shocks him, and he wonders if he can talk to Papa now. Then a rabbit speaks to him. The rabbit looks right at him, and the protagonist asks if it just called him. He freezes. The rabbit is actually talking to him, and the shock knocks him right over. Still stunned, he asks the rabbit to say it again. The Scythe rabbit asks what's wrong and wonders if something is wrong with his uncle. Sejong tells him to repeat what he called him, but the rabbit has no clue why he's acting like this. Then the rabbit tells him to let go or he'll cut him. MC blurts out that he really shouldn't do that. Does he want to make another hole in his hair again? That leaves him shocked. The two rabbits are stunned too, because he understood them. Sejong realizes he finally got a new skill. The two rabbits look at each other and call the others over. Soon everyone is shocked that he can finally understand them. Then Mama Rabbit goes to her husband and asks him to be honest. Did the protagonist eat something weird again? He says no, and MC quickly adds that he didn't take or eat anything strange. Mama Rabbit is amazed. It's really true. Black jumps onto him, calls him uncle, and excitedly asks if he really understands, because he has so much he wants to say. Sejong tells all the rabbits they can finally talk about everything they couldn't before. Then Queen shows up too and asks if he can hear her as well. He can, and he gently pets her. Of course he can hear her just fine. That makes her really happy. She throws herself onto Sejong and all the other bees pile on too. He tells them he likes them too. Then he says he's going to share the news outside the cave, and the Luffy rabbit hands his hat back to him. Sejong thanks him and puts the hat back on his head. Right away, the system confirms that the Earth Relic St. Patrick's Straw Hat boosts level growth. His C-rank farmer class is confirmed, and the Straw Hat rises to C-rank too. He notices the relic leveled up a lot. Its C-rank limits are lifted, unlocking Mother Earth's Protection Levy 4, Farmer's Body Levy 3, Good Harvest Levy 2, and Growth Promoter Levy 1. That new Growth Promoter skill catches his attention, and he checks what it does. It's an active skill that speeds up the growth of 10 crops for 1 week with no side effects. The protagonist is blown away. If it lasts a whole week, then he just got a great idea. He heads outside and plants everything he can. He puts down Korean sweet potatoes, and the planting effect boosts their chance to take root. His planting Levy 3 proficiency rises a little, and his planting mastery goes up by 5. Then he activates Growth Promoter on them. The Korean sweet potatoes will now grow faster for a week. Sejong loves it. He had been waiting for the right time to plant the Korean sweet potato shoots outside the cave, and now they can root fast and settle in safely. He planted them beside the green onion field, and since they don't take much space, it should be fine. Then the green onions start sprouting fast, and the Korean sweet potatoes start growing too. Sejong is shocked to see the sweet potato shoots suddenly growing much faster with Growth Promoter. Then a bunch of notifications pop up. They say the green onion fields wish for a good harvest spread into the Korean sweet potatoes. Until the green onion's good harvest effect ends, the sweet potatoes yield goes up by 50%. MC realizes it's a double buff. With that much luck, they'll harvest the Korean sweet potatoes way sooner than he expected. Then Kwang shows up and calls Sejong dad. A second later, he jumps on him and crushes him under all that weight. Kwang says Black told him he can really understand them now. Sejong is still stuck on one thing. Kwang just called him dad. He can barely believe it and awkwardly asks Kwang's mother if this is really okay. She's even more surprised that he truly understands her now, but says she actually likes him being Kwang's dad. If it's the protagonist, she's fine with it because Kwang trusts and likes him. She thanks him again for taking her and her son in. So Sejong decides that if she's okay with it, he'll just accept that he somehow gained an adorable son. Kwang keeps calling him dad and says he's hungry. He wants honey, green onions, sweet potatoes, and fish, and he's wanted to say that for a long time. MC laughs and says that's a lot of food. Since Kyung's hungry, they'll make something special, and everyone is surprised. He explains that he harvested some new crops today. Potatoes and a whole bunch comes out of the ground. This time he gets strong potatoes. Since they were grown by a farmer highly skilled in agriculture, their taste and effect improved. Eating one burns 30 grams of body fat and raises strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes. The effect can stack up to 10 times within an hour. Then he puts the potatoes in a pot to cook. He watches as they slowly finish cooking, and when they're done, he calls everyone over to eat. While eating, Sejong thinks about his Lost in the Tower diary and feels like good things are finally starting to happen. At the same time, Eileen is happy too after getting the potatoes, and hearing the little rabbits call him uncle is so cute that it warms everyone's heart. Later, once everyone is gathered, Kyung starts throwing a fit. He cries on the ground saying he wants to stay by dad too. Sejong ignores that for a second and asks Theo if he packed a lot of green onions in the bag, and Theo says yes, the wolves packed tons of them. Then he turns to Kyung and asks if he's really going to keep acting like a baby. Didn't dad tell him something last time? Kyung answers that he was told to protect the bee sisters, so the protagonist asks if he's still going to throw a tantrum. Kyung says no, but dad has to come back soon. MC promises he'll return as fast as he can, and asks if Kyung can trust his dad and wait. Kyung agrees and stays with the bees. Then Elle says she'll escort Sejong. He climbs onto her back and calls everyone else to get moving. With that, they head to the passage point where the Minotaur King is. After traveling a long way, they reach the middle of a huge desert. Sejong says Elle is incredibly fast, since they got there in no time, Theo hates the place, and so does Black. The dust is burning their eyes. Looking ahead, he asks what that dark area in front of them is. It looks like a forest, but something about it feels wrong. Sejun says that's where the idiots are, and the protagonist asks what she means. She explains that the 99th floor has several territories. The one they're in now belongs to the Minotaurs, and the one she came from belongs to the Red Bears. That place ahead is the land of the corrupted beings from the west. Sejun asks what makes them corrupted. Chang-se says they weren't like that at first, but they are now. She won't explain more because it's dangerous, so he should stay far away from that place. MC wonders what's so corrupt about them, and decides he'll ask Eileen later. But before he can think more about it, a ball of mud suddenly flies into Sejun's face and knocks him off L by himself. Everyone panics and asks if he's okay after that nasty fall. Covered in mud, he stands up calmly, says he's fine, and checks what hit him. It's just mud. But then he looks ahead and sees countless minotaurs eating mud. Sejun is stunned, and wonders if they're doing that because there's no food in this barren land. That would explain why they went crazy over grass. Black asks to be put down, but says he hates stepping in mud. L keeps apologizing to the protagonist, while Shangsa demands to know who threw food at him. Then a blonde minotaur charges over and asks who they brought with them and where they've been. He mocks Zhao Shangsa for bringing weak little toys around, then she punches him straight in the face. The blow sends him spinning through the air before he drops unconscious. She says they don't have time to waste, and they're going straight to the Minotaur King. Zhao Shangsa looks amazed by her strength while Sejun thinks she's absolutely terrifying. A broken-horned Minotaur goes to the king and reports that the two have returned, but they brought some strange guests. Before the king can react, Cao Sha walks right up to him and says they're back with guests from the Red Bear territory. That sight shocks everyone, and Sejun and the wolf are right in the middle of it. When the king sees MC, he thinks this worked out perfectly. Now he doesn't have to go find them. He welcomes him as a Red Bear subordinate and calls him the Farmer Rabbit. Then he takes a closer look and realizes he isn't the Farmer Rabbit at all, so he asks what the protagonist really is. MC simply introduces himself as Park, the 1100th Park, and says the other one is Teo, a cattle merchant. The Minotaur King has never heard of a species called Parkham Park, but he lets that go. He says they must have worked hard to get here, and admits he tasted his grass a few days ago. Surviving on the 99th floor with such weak power couldn't have been easy. He says he doesn't know what the Red Bears made them do, but if they've been treated unfairly, the Minotaur King will save them from those cursed bears. He tells the weak monsters to speak freely. Sejun says the king has the wrong idea, and the Minotaur King asks what he means. First, the protagonist says he doesn't work for the Red Bears. If anything, Anton and his mother have been helping him. Second, he didn't come to be rescued. He came to be paid back for what the king stole from his field 3 days ago, unless the king wants to admit he's a thief. That makes the Minotaur King furious. He tells Cao Shan to say it again and demands to know how a lower being dares accuse him of stealing. He says the strongest being on the 99th floor could never be a thief. MC gets nervous, but he still pushes back. If the king isn't a thief, then what is he? Weren't the Black Minotaurs supposed to be warriors of honor? Instead of feeling ashamed, the king is getting angry. That makes everyone wonder if it's true. Did the king really steal the grass they ate earlier? Seeing the mood change, he suddenly softens. He says this must be a misunderstanding with the field's owner. As the guardian of the passage, there are limits on what he can do, and he was in a hurry that day. Of course he meant to pay it back. He tries to act like that should have been obvious. Then he asks Saojin what he wants in return, a legendary treasure from the tower or something else. He asks if he can use the passage point. The king asks if that's really what he wants, and the protagonist says yes. The Minotaur King is surprised MC wants the passage point. Still, he agrees. If that's Saojin's wish, he'll allow it. He swears on his honor and his own. The protagonist lights up. Teo is happy too. They both think he might finally be able to leave the tower. But as Sejun climbs the huge step, he stops, surprised that this is the passage point. It's just a glowing stone. He reaches out and touches it. The system says the 99th floor passage point has been saved, and asks him to load a saved point from another floor. He confirms it, but since he has no other saved passage point besides the 99th floor, he can't move anywhere else. Sejun is left stunned. The Minotaur King asks if it's useless for someone not born in the tower. He says he doesn't know how MC even got to the 99th floor, but outsiders have to register passage points on each floor, starting from floor 1, before they can move to the others. That's one of the tower's fixed rules, a limited privilege given by invitation. The king just stares at Sejun in disbelief. Even Teo tries to cheer him up, but he says he always figured he wouldn't be able to leave once he learned this was the 99th floor. Now that it's confirmed, it still hurts. The Minotaur King tells Yong-san he's sorry about the protagonist's situation, but he allowed him to use the passage point and the protagonist accepted, so the debt between them is settled. MC says that's fine. The king owes him nothing now. The king tells him to head back, but Sejun asks to make an offer. The king bristles and asks how he dares make a deal with him. He tells Teo to open the bag. Teo does, spilling out a pile of green onions. The hungry Minotaurs all stare at it. They remember how good that grass tasted, and can barely hold themselves back. The Minotaur King asks what the protagonist is doing, and the protagonist says it's a gift. He wants them to get along as good neighbors. The king questions that gift, but MC moves on and says he's worried because their fields are expanding, which means they need a lot of workers. If the fields grow bigger, everyone could eat green onions like this 3 times a day. Then he asks if the king will make a deal with him. Meanwhile, Kwang is feeling down with the bee beside him, and the queen talks to him until they both hear something. They look out and spot Elka bringing Sejun back. Both of them run over to him, happy to see him. He asks if Kwang was a good boy, and Kwang proudly says he didn't cry. Father Rabbit tells Park Sejun that he got back fast, and asks if the negotiations went well. The protagonist says they did, and tells everyone to gather around. Then several minotaurs arrive, saying they're starving and asking if all they need to do is dig. The rabbits are stunned. MC explains these minotaurs are here to help clear the field. He made a deal with the Minotaur King. They can use all the land in the desert however they want. One Minotaur eagerly asks him where they should start digging. Kwang stares at them, impressed by their muscles. The Minotaurs realize he must be Kwang. They say Seong-san told them about him, and that he's even more impressive in person. Another Minotaur joins them, and Kwang is surprised they know Seong-san and says he's close to him. Before long, everyone is following Kwang and getting along well as they head off to work. Sejun says Kwang is adorable, then asks if he should make food for the Minotaur workers. Everyone agrees, while poor Teo is still on Elka's back, close to tears. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs near the king start playing rock, paper, scissors, while Kwang and Park Sejun sort out who will work on which day. Once that's settled, Seong-san tells them to follow her. The Minotaur with the broken horn says to the king that it's been a long time since he's seen everyone this excited. The king says that if they clear the field, this area could become a grassy plain instead of a mud pit, and he starts to believe it. He's surprised they might really become good neighbors. He says the 99th floor is going to get noisy. Nearby, everyone keeps working, and the bees keep making honey. Sejun is surprised they've already collected so much, filling the bottles Teo bought. He thought they wouldn't gather much because they should be preparing for the blue moon. He asks if it's because the queen recently got stronger, and she agrees. Then he tells Kwang he has some honey for him and says he needs to eat well. Kwang is thrilled. The protagonist asks Kwang's mother if she's heading deeper into the forest, and she says yes. Tomorrow is the blue moon, so he says he'll prepare lots of food for them and tells them to bring extra bottles of honey. Kwang gets excited. Then Elka tells the black dragon that she thinks they should go down and face the blue moon too. She asks to leave, but Sejun tells her not to worry because he already prepared rations for her too. Blackie also worked hard collecting seafood from the dimension, and everyone is shocked by how much food there is. They bow again to thank MC, while Blackie smugly says it was nothing. He asks how they'll carry all that, but Elka says it's not as big as a merchant's load, and they can carry simple packs too, so they stash everything in their little pouches. Once they're ready to head down, they say they'll meet again after the blue moon ends, then say goodbye and leave. Sejun is left behind, wondering if he should prepare for the blue moon too. Then Eileen asks what's wrong with his face and if he's worried about the field again. He says yes, he's uneasy now that the blue moon is close. Blackie says he'll help his father and mother, leaving the protagonist alone. Sejun keeps talking with Eileen, and she asks if he forgot when she told him to trust her. She proudly reminds him that she said she'd face and crush the monsters during the blue moon. MC says he remembers, when the blue moon rises, monsters turn violent. Ever since Seong-san wrecked the field during the last blue moon, everyone has tried to reduce the damage by hiding from it or staying away from the fields. But open fields have no protection. Sejun shares all of those worries with Eileen. She tells him she'll protect them. He still doesn't know how, but the giant black dragon he saw during the first blue moon was actually Eileen. So he tells her that's enough, he'll trust her. She just asks him to trust that great black dragon and keep planting as much as he can. After that, she decides it's time to get ready for the blue moon. She opens up a door, then starts climbing the dungeon. When she reaches the top, she finds a huge crystal at the top of the tower, and from there, she stands above the 99th floor. She says it's been a while since she came out, and the wind feels nice. Then she thinks about her duty, turning her focus to the tower's system. She's glad, now it's finally her turn to help. Once she sets everything up, she says she's on her way, and sometime later, Sejun gets ready while everyone stays inside the house. Then he hides the last ember, thinking protecting that alone should be enough. Just then he hears a noise and turns to see Teo getting emotional, saying those cute yellow babies are about to grow up. He even says their uncle is touched. Sejun tells Teo not to go outside. The blue moon is coming, so he needs to get in the bag now. Teo tells him to look after the babies, and if anything happens, make sure to call him. The protagonist says not to worry and asks him to hold on to something. Teo asks what it is, and MC explains the poisonous queen bee left it that morning before heading out. Maybe because the cocoon got so big, it keeps producing silk. He says more silk is better anyway, then hands it to Teo, who agrees to keep it safe. Then he notices the moon is almost here, so he tells Teo to get inside. When the moon rises, the baby rabbits start turning into adults. They go totally wild, and Sejun can only watch. He says he saw this last time too, but he still can't get used to how fast they change, and the noise outside keeps getting louder. So he gets up to check, wondering if monsters are nearby. This shouldn't be happening. He asks if Aline still hasn't arrived, but while he's standing there, the baby rabbits stare at him and he wonders what's going on. Then it hits him. They didn't turn white when the blue moon came last time, and suddenly the rabbits rush Sejun. He wonders why they still haven't changed and realizes they're getting more savage. All of them turn toward the protagonist. He tells them to calm down, but ends up shouting. That's when Eileen appears overhead, and he's even more shocked. Then some monsters from the 99th floor come closer, but the moment they spot the dragon floating there, they panic and run. Turns out that dragon isn't really Eileen at all. It's just her using VR. She asks what everyone thinks of her. It's an illusion magic tool her grandfather made for her. Since he has to manage the tower during the blue moon, he can't leave the admin area, so she used it to look exactly like her grown-up self. The remote control even works on the 99th floor and can fly up to the clouds, but the illusion disappears as soon as it touches the ground. Eileen happily thinks Sejun must believe it's really her. She figures she should keep flying around until the blue moon ends, and MC is shocked to see the monsters go quiet the moment Eileen appears. But then the baby rabbits behind him start to glow, and this time they really do change color, turning into a bunch of white rabbits. Sejun is seriously surprised, relieved. He grabs all of them at once. Some complain they can't breathe, and they ask what happened. He just looks to the side and sees the blue moon's magic has kicked in. His crops are glowing now. He calls everyone over to harvest, and after gathering everything, he cooks a few dishes. They say it came out really well, and he gets Korean sweet potatoes filled with blue moon energy, plus regular potatoes and magic cherry tomatoes. He says they harvested 13 cherry tomatoes, 3 potatoes, and 7 sweet potatoes. Then he tells Eileen she worked hard and should take the blue moon crops. He warns her the sweet potatoes are hot, so she should eat them before they cool off. She thanks him and loudly says he can leave future blue moons to her too. After that, she lies down to rest, saying she's tired. Even so, she says it was worth it, and wonders if she should try it. The medicine to heal her dragon heart. When she tosses it in, she feels her heart start beating again, and unlike last time, she can feel a steady flow of mana. Then a notification pops up saying she earned an achievement for recreating the forgotten dish, sweet potato with honey. She wonders if what Sejun just made was that dish, just by putting honey on the sweet potato. Eileen is stunned and complains about the protagonist, asking how he keeps giving her plain sweet potatoes while eating something this good by himself. Then another notice appears saying she can reward whoever unlocked the forgotten dish achievement with a special class skill. So now she can pick the skill, and she gets excited, thinking that reward is perfect for a farmer in the tower. The honey sweet potato also permanently raises mana by 0.3. Sejun is happy the sweet potato finally feels complete, saying salted potatoes are good but sweet ones are great too. Then he tells the rabbits to eat first, but one of them stops the others and asks if they forgot what Dad said. He reminds them that all blue moon crops should go to Uncle, and everyone asks why. The oldest says it's because he's weak, then starts crying as he apologizes for being so weak. The others tell him to eat and get stronger, and say they can just eat the regular sweet potatoes. Sejun thinks it tastes amazing. The soft texture and the honey blend together perfectly. As he eats the blue moon sweet potato, his mana starts rising. Then he gets an achievement notice for recreating the forgotten dish, sweet potato with honey. He's shocked, wondering why putting honey on a baked sweet potato matters that much. The manager watches him and nods. He's reached an amazing achievement. A new quest appears, telling him to offer a honey sweet potato to the manager in exchange for a class skill. She'd be disappointed if he refused, though she'd never say that out loud. He asks if all this really happened just because he added a little honey to a sweet potato. But since he wants to know what skill he'll get, he accepts the quest. Then he wonders if a normal potato would work too, so he pours honey on one and offers it to Eileen. As a reward, he gets cooking level 1, which slightly improves the taste and effects of dishes made with ingredients grown in the tower. That surprises him even more, especially when the first recipe recorded is honey potato with blue moon energy. Its details say the mana boost from cooking level 1 is too tiny to even display, so the increase isn't much. He realizes he can collect recipes, and at this point, he's not even surprised anymore. Now he starts wondering if besides being a farmer, he should become a chef as a second class too. But first, he thinks he should make honey potatoes for everyone else too, so he asks if the rabbits will help, and they all agree. Then he writes in his Lost in the Tower adventure diary that the 8th blue moon passed peacefully. Meanwhile, in the west side of the forest, that same monster heads back home. The one that got scared off by Aileen's 3D illusion. On the way back, it trips over a root and falls flat. Then something inside that cave grabs the monster with a bunch of root-like hands. It starts devouring the monster, crushing and killing it. The creature is a corrupted ant and some tree monster with many eyes. It keeps moving, leaves the forest, and heads toward the area where Sejun is farming. So it looks like this peaceful stretch won't last much long. Meanwhile, MC is cooking with the rabbits who just became adults, while everything is still calm on the 99th floor. Back in Elka's tribe, they return with plenty of food for everyone. Elka tells the children to enjoy it, and they thank the chief. Then another wolf asks if they're leaving already, and Elka says they have to go now that the blue moon is over. It turns out Elka was male the whole time, and the wolf shown here is actually his wife. She says he should at least stay to see the children wake up, but he tells his wife that he now serves the great black dragon, so they can't waste any time. He says he'll be back soon, then leaves, and the two are called to head to the 99th floor. Then in the runner village, everyone is terrified. Some rabbits are running, thinking they can't get caught, when voices suddenly tell them to wait. A fox appears, grabs one of the rabbits and knocks him out right away. The other two, who almost got away, look back in fear, but they don't notice another fox waiting right in front of them. Then Elka and the others ask what that sound was, while the other two ask if they aren't leaving. It turns out the rabbits are getting beaten badly by those two foxes. One fox curses the rabbits as slave scum and asks where they think they're going. He says they climbed so many floors just to catch them and asks if they really thought they could escape. Then he says rabbit meat is on the menu today. He adds that nobody will notice if it's just one rabbit. But then Elka shows up and knocks that fox out, saving his rabbit. And that's when the rabbit realizes Elka is there. They say they're Greed's underlings and ask why they're being attacked. They're just hunters chasing runaway slaves, and Greed won't like hearing about this. Elka doesn't care whether they run and tell that wild boar or not. He tells them to get lost before he tears their throats out. That threat works fast. The beasts back off and run, one dragging the fox Elka knocked out, while Elka checks on the bunnies. He admits he stepped in because he couldn't just stand there and let it happen. Now they wonder what to do, since leaving the rabbits here will just get them captured again. The little bunnies keep shaking in front of the wolves, so Elka decides to take them along for now. They might be useful to the Great Black Mage. Meanwhile, that so-called Black Mage says he has big news. After eating the Blue Moon crops, his mana finally reached 10. Nobody is impressed though. Tabo asks if that's really worth bragging about, and Cedron gets annoyed by how dismissive he is. Then he tells everyone to listen. Now he can eat the inside of the giant Engia, which means he might gain a new skill. Teo barely cares and just asks if he can sleep, but the protagonist snaps that bedtime can wait until they see his new skill, so he tosses that thing into his mouth and thinks it tastes amazing, like orange soda. The system says he consumed it and learned a new skill, Rain and Thunder. Cedron is shocked because he learned it outright instead of just acquiring it. But there's a catch. He still doesn't have enough mana to use it properly. For safety, both Rain and Lightning are sealed. All he can do for now is make dark clouds with mana. The more mana he has, the bigger and thicker the clouds get. If the conditions are right, there's a small chance of rain. So the two parts he actually wanted are sealed, and he needs 30 mana to use them. MC can't believe he needs even more mana now, and wonders how this is supposed to work if the skill is locked. Still, he tries making clouds. Something does appear, but the little cloud is so tiny it only covers the feather on his head. Sejun gets mad. He used a third of his mana for that. The rabbits quietly go back to work and leave him there to suffer alone. Then Teo tells him not to lose heart. He may be weak, but he's still the master. He just stares and asks if that's really supposed to comfort him. Kwang says it was amazing though. It even blocks the sun a little, and it'll get bigger later. To him, his dad is the best. Kwang is the only one cheering him up, and that makes the protagonist genuinely happy. Then Teo ruins it by saying the cloud is useful because the sun isn't in his eyes anymore, and asks MC to move it a little to the side. MC decides this cat is way too annoying. Just then, Elka arrives and he is surprised to see him back. Then he notices Elka brought some rabbits who look terrified. He asks who those gray rabbits are. The little rabbits immediately beg the protagonist not to eat them, and he notices their bodies are covered in scars. Sejun asks Elka where he found them, and Elka starts to explain. Before he can finish, the rabbit mother and rabbit father arrive. They're stunned when they see the gray rabbits, and the father is even more shocked that they're still alive. It turns out one of the gray rabbits is his niece. They rush over at once. Sejun has no idea what's happening and asks if they know each other. Then everyone is caught off guard when the three rabbits collapse into the food. They're so hungry they almost choke, so the rabbit mother brings them water, and Sejun tells them to slow down. He tells them to eat calmly. They thank the great black dragon, but MC asks them to just call him MC. Elka is surprised by that, but he says great black dragon is too long. No need to be formal. Elka is family now too, so he should feel free to call him him. They hesitate but agree, and one of the wolf cubs is surprised to hear the protagonist call them family. Nuxi looks over at the gray rabbits while Teo keeps begging for churros without stopping. Even with food right there, the cat still wants more. Ignoring that, Sejun checks them over. One rabbit is an artist, another is a carpenter, and the third is an architect. He realizes they're all skilled specialists and asks the rabbits to explain everything. While fleeing the farm that had been exploiting them, they were climbing the tower when Elka saved them right before they got caught. The protagonist asks what floor they escaped from, and one rabbit says the 55th floor. The rabbit father is shocked. They were still there all this time? He asks about the kingdom, the king, the queen, and the princess. What happened to them and what about the monsters? Sejun tells him to calm down and asks what monsters he's talking about. So the old rabbit begins explaining. Long ago, the 55th floor was the rabbit's kingdom, called the Red Ribbon Kingdom. MC is surprised there used to be a kingdom there, and asks what happened to it. The rabbit says that a few decades ago, the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell, and he still remembers that day and the chaos that swallowed everything. He starts describing what the kingdom was like. They raised crops on rich land and lived on healthy food. They also had beautiful architecture and culture. It was a peaceful place, protected by many black rabbits who guarded the kingdom. Then one day, they noticed something coming from the sky. A rabbit cried out in shock as countless flying monsters appeared. Those creatures overran the kingdom. Even though there were so many defenders, everything was swallowed by a sudden shadow of destruction, and the kingdom fell. He says it all collapsed in an instant. Those unknown beings seemed to appear from nowhere, and in the chaos, the king, queen, and princess vanished. With no ruler left, the survivors scattered just to stay alive. After wandering for a place to settle, they eventually ended up there. Sejun is surprised they made it all the way to the 99th floor. No wonder it felt strange. This was never a place rabbits should be living. The rabbit father says they thought those monsters had wiped out the whole floor, so he never imagined anyone was still left there. The gray rabbit says her family and the other rabbits who couldn't escape through the corridor were just waiting to die, but then the monsters suddenly vanished, for no clear reason. The one who showed up in that ruined land was Greed himself, and Elka immediately grows suspicious. Sejun asks who Greed is, and Elka says it's that wild boar. The rabbit agrees. Greed led a huge boar tribe, called himself a great lord, and took over the ownerless 55th floor. Then he started exploiting the rabbits, turning the former Red Ribbon Kingdom into one giant farm that existed only to produce food for him. In the end, they just couldn't take it anymore, so they ran. He tells them to calm down and rest first. They've been through enough. Then he asks the Black Rabbit to lend them the cave bed, and the rabbit leads them over. The three are taken inside to rest. Thinking it over, the protagonist realizes Greed is also the one looking for that straw hat. Elka confirms it. Greed is rich and has major influence in the tower through food. Elka curses him as a filthy boor who exploits residents. Just aiming for profit like that is disgusting, and Elka feels ashamed he ever worked for him. Teo says he figured as much. Most food in the tower gets distributed through the Merchant Association, and he'd heard a lot of it came from Lord Greed's farm. Cedric asks Elka if Greed could come to the 99th floor, but Elka says no. No matter how much money Greed spends, no mercenary would want to go there, and most mercenaries are cowards anyway. That lets MC relax for now as he hands the hats to Teo. He figures Greed won't be able to chase the rabbits there. But back at Greed's castle on the 55th floor, the old Red Ribbon Kingdom, Greed is shocked by the report from those mutts. They say that Worm from the Silver Wolf tribe, Elka, beat them up and even took the rabbits they were chasing. They point to their injuries as proof. One of the boars beside Greed says Elka was never trustworthy to begin with. Greed tells them to leave it. Once the rabbits run out of food, they'll come back crying and begging for help. Before that, he asks if the preparations are going well. His aide says they're cutting distribution as much as possible and driving away anyone wandering around for food. The Magic Tower and the Merchant Union have complained, but it's still under control. Greed likes the sound of that. Another chance is coming. Just like when he took over the 55th floor decades ago, this time he won't stop with one kingdom. He plans to control the whole tower, and he laughs like the greedy pig he is. Meanwhile, our guy Sejun is taking it easy on his floor, relaxing with his cat asleep beside him. He grabs Teo and tells him to wake up. It's already morning. Teo just wants to keep sleeping. Then he notices something nearby. He asks about the pool, and Teo says it's for washing. There's even a scoop next to it. Sejun wonders if the gray rabbits built it. With this, washing his hair and even his back will be easy. Then Teo tells him to check something else. It's a whole new kitchen. Even Mother Rabbit can cook now, with help from Father Rabbit and the Chubby Rabbit bringing firewood. The protagonist is shocked. They even made a table, and Teo says they really outdid themselves. There's a furnace too, a dining table, utensils and dishes, everything he needs. Tamio points out one more thing. Pibik and Perik even made MC his own bowl, marked with a paw print. MC pauses at those names, clearly confused. Tamio explains those are their names. They keep making things because they're thankful he let them stay, and they haven't stopped working. Then the Scythe Rabbit steps in. He shows him a cloth one of them made, and the rabbits thank him for taking care of them yesterday. The protagonist worries they're pushing themselves too hard, but they come over again just to thank him for what he did. They say it's not much, but they want to help with the skills they have. So Sejun asks them something. Would they by any chance want jobs? That leaves them all shy and flustered. After that, MC says Pibik and the others will be joining them from now on. The rabbits happily agree, they know they'll get along. Sejun says that with skilled craftsmen like them, the farm can grow even more. They promise to do their best. Then he asks if they can build houses for the rabbits first. The baby rabbits have grown up, so now there aren't enough homes. The second generation needs their own place too. He thought it would be a huge job, and even though everyone tried, it was still hard. One rabbit steps up and says house building is his specialty. Tammy says he wants a mobile house too, but the protagonist reminds him he already has his bag. The gray rabbit offers to make him a cat tower instead. Sometime later, one rabbit asks MC if he doesn't have a house. He says he just sleeps on green onion leaves. So the rabbit suggests building one for Sejun too, and that catches him off guard. The rabbit says building inside the cave would be tough, but outside should work. There are plenty of good materials like wood, and he says he'd love to have a real house. He's been spending more time above ground lately, while expanding the fields, and with Mother Crimson Giant Bear, the Minotaurs and the Silver Wolves around, he should be safe enough. So he agrees and tells the rabbit to build whatever he wants. When the protagonist asks what they need, the rabbit says materials for bricks would help, clay or fine sand from the 99th floor. Sejun thinks for a second, then remembers a place. He heads to the Minotaurs area, and they're surprised to see him there. MC asks the rabbit what he thinks. The rabbit checks the soil and says the moisture is just right. Even the dry leaves are mixed in well, so it's perfect for making bricks. But the Minotaur King asks why they need mud, since that's food for him and the other Minotaurs. He says it's for a new business. He explains that Pimik can teach them how to make bricks. If the king allows it and provides mud, the protagonist will pay them in green onions. The king is ready to start before hearing the whole deal. He immediately orders everyone to stop eating the mud, or there won't be enough left to make bricks. Everyone is stunned by that. Sejun realizes they're all about to get pretty busy. Meanwhile, Kuing calmly pulls out a tree. His mother joins in to help too. While the Minotaurs plow the land, the rabbits plant seeds and others water them. Everyone is working together. Kuing also ends up playing around with Elka, and Sejun watches it all with a big smile. Life on the farm keeps rolling along. One of the wolves watches Kuing drink honey. MC notices that, then offers some to the wolf too. A little later, he heads off for harvest and gathers 15 sun pumpkins. His work skills keep climbing. Thanks to his bonus proficiency effect, Harvesting Levy 4 gets an extra boost. He earns 450 EXP, levels up, and gets a bonus stat point to use anywhere. Then Sejuan notices he has a pile of sun pumpkin sweet potatoes, so he gets ready to cook with them. But it's way too hot, so he makes a few black clouds over his head to keep his face from burning, and his black cloud skill starts gaining proficiency. He also thinks that while the houses are being built, they'll need a storage building above ground too. Then he talks to Teo, asking when he's going down. Teo says he plans to leave soon and already packed a lot of cave cherry tomatoes. Sejuan asks if there's still room in the bag and suggests selling detox green onions this time. Maybe some hunters need them, and he just split up the ones he harvested. He gathered plenty, so Teo thinks it over and says he'll only take 100 for now as a test. The protagonist agrees and calls him over for a snack. Teo wonders if they'll really sell, but the moment he tastes one, he hates it. To a cat, the smell is awful too. Sejuan tells Teo not to take too long getting back while Teo starts stuffing things into his bag. Then MC warns him not to eat his fish. But Teo pulls too hard and ends up dragging a few sun pumpkin sweet potatoes along with him. The Minotaurs call out for them to wait while they finish eating. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor of the tower, a frog is wandering around when an arrow suddenly hits it right in the head. Another bipedal frog moves in to eat it, but it's actually a lizard man. He jumps toward the dead frog to grab it, but just as he gets close, an insect appears and starts eating the frog's flesh. The lizard man snatches the bug, then eats it too in one gulp. But then he notices more of those insects swarming toward his prey. When he looks up, there are countless more overhead. They gather into a massive swarm, devouring everything around them and rushing straight at the lizard man. In seconds, they consume him completely. This swarm looks like the same thing that destroyed the rabbit's kingdom. At the same time, Aline starts getting a flood of notifications. She clearly hates waking up early and complains that it's way too noisy. She grumbles that she was finally having a good dream for once and asks why the alert system is making such a racket. Then she checks it and sees over 1,000 unread alerts. Red locusts have invaded the 67th floor, and a new warning shows an absurd number. A total of 5,312,813,712. Red locusts have entered the 67th floor of the tower. Aline is shocked. They came from outside the tower. She says it's been about 100 years since that happened. Back then, her grandfather handled it, but even he barely stopped the 55th floor from being destroyed. She tries using her authority to open external communications, but realizes her current access level won't let her open a passage to the outside. Then another alert arrives. 0.01% of the 67th floor has already been devastated by the locusts. That stuns her, and the number keeps rising bit by bit. Now she's getting nervous, with no idea what to do. Meanwhile, Seishin is making fish fillets and lowering them into oil to fry. He thinks the rich smell of eel oil is amazing, and Teo is already drooling on his shoulder. Then the scythe rabbit brings over sliced potatoes and sweet potatoes, just like he asked, and he thanks him. He tells him to keep everyone back while the eel fries, since the oil could splatter. Teo is already staring with his paw near his mouth, and Black asks what Sejun is making. The protagonist says it's even better than potatoes with honey. That shocks Black. He didn't think anything could top that. MC asks if he's ever heard of candied sweet potatoes. Then he drops them into the oil and starts cooking. Glad he saved the eel oil because it's perfect for this. He explains that first, the sweet potatoes need to fry until they're crisp and brown on the outside. Then he adds honey to the fried sweet potatoes and stirs while they cook. And just like that, the candied sweet potatoes are done. The dish gets added to his recipe list. He also earns the achievement for recreating the forgotten dish candied sweet potatoes, and his proficiency jumps a lot. Black says it looks really good, and Teo quickly asks him to fry his fish like that too. He agrees. He hands a fried piranha to Teo, but the recipe still isn't recognized. The protagonist wonders what the rule is. Since they're already cooking, he decides to make candied potatoes too. Finding new recipes is actually fun. Teo also asks him to put honey on his fish. Sometime later, everyone gathers to eat the full spread Sejun made. They all dig in at once, and the Minotaurs say food tastes best after hard work. The wolves are licking their plates clean too, and by the end, almost nothing is left. Kwang says he's too full to eat another bite, and Teo is stuffed too. MC asks if he's heading back down now. Kwang says he should, then calls the wolves to come with him. Before leaving, Teo points at the food beside him and asks about it. He says he saved that part for Eileen. He tried calling her earlier, but she never answered, and now the food is gone cold. Kwang almost reaches for it, and Teo wonders if she's just asleep. The protagonist can only hope that's all it is. He asks himself if she's safe. At the same time, Eileen is panicking as she watches the tower system. She still can't connect to anything, since her authority won't stop this. She blames herself, especially now that her dragon heart was finally starting to heal. To her, she's failed. With the whole floor in chaos, Eileen has no idea what to do. Meanwhile, more and more of the 67th floor is being destroyed by the red locusts. At the central headquarters of the merchant passage, the leaders gather around a table. Mason, representing the locust tribe in the merchant group, stands across from Hannibal, of the tiger tribe, with Iona there as well, the hamster tribe leader. The fox who had been following Teo thinks about Iona, head of the Mages Association. It's his first time seeing her, and he'd heard the 7 great magic towers almost never show themselves in public. Even stranger, the tower leaders are all meeting in one place. He starts wondering what's going on. Mason says the red locusts appeared on the 67th floor a few days ago, and according to reports from Merchant Passage and Hunt, 2/3 of that floor has already been wrecked. Now the lizard men are desperately holding the area near the passage zone, but this won't be easy to solve. Hannibal asks if Merchant Passage and Hunt are still secure, and how likely it is for the red locust to spread elsewhere. Mason reminds him the passage normally blocks outsiders from using it, so the passage itself is safe for now. But if the locusts take the passage area, they'll be able to invade other floors too. That makes everyone think of the 68th and 69th floors. Panic spreads fast. Those floors hold one of the tower's 5 major granaries, the Draken farm of the Lizardmen Kingdom. So this isn't just the Lizardmen's problem. Mason realizes a huge swarm of red locusts could trigger a serious food shortage. Iona brings up the 55th floor and asks if everyone remembers the destruction of the Red Raven Kingdom. These days the granaries are spread across many floors, but back then the Red Raven Kingdom was the tower's biggest food supplier. Then the red locusts swarmed in and wiped the whole kingdom out. If that pig bastard hadn't forced his way through the gap and taken over, they might have had a chance. Mason tells Iona to calm down, saying Greed is a good man. He points out that Greed rebuilt the kingdom's ruined granary back then. Iona doesn't accept that at all, especially when Greed is exploiting the rabbit tribe and shutting down food distribution across the tower. When Hannibal hears that, he says she's talking too much, and Mason quickly tries to calm things down. But the whole room erupts, calling for Eileen and asking why she isn't protecting them, why she isn't doing anything. That only makes Iona more upset. She jumps onto the table and says that centuries ago, whenever red locusts invaded, the great black dragon always protected the tower and wiped them out quickly. But last time, for some unknown reason, the great black dragon was late, and the disaster wasn't stopped until over half the kingdom's people had died. All the granaries were destroyed, causing a tower-wide food crisis, and some places still haven't recovered. Now the locusts have only been here a few days, and there's no guarantee the black dragon will act quickly this time either. So until the dragon appears, they need to fight with everything they have. Otherwise the tower's order could collapse. Under her command, the main alliance of the 7 magic towers will send 200 battle mages. Then she asks what the other tower leaders plan to do. Meanwhile, Teod visits his family with the wolves and takes it easy there. He tells Elka he only came because he said he'd stop by for a bit, but Elka asks how long he plans to stay. They don't have time to waste. While he keeps complaining, the wolf cubs run up to Teo and ask if he's the black dragon. Teo says no, he's the dragon's vital subordinate, a mid-level wandering merchant. The kids are amazed to hear he serves the black dragon so closely. Teo loves hearing that and asks what they said, so they keep praising him. Happy with the attention, he hands out treats as a reward. He starts really enjoying himself until he pulls the wrong thing from his bag. It's one of Sejun's sun pumpkins, and Teo freezes, wondering why that's in there. Just then, Elka walks over and asks what happened. Teo jumps in shock, then quickly says it's nothing. Elka asks if he's sure, then lets it go. Teo tells him to move at top speed, and Elka says to hold on because he's about to go faster. As they run, Teo panics inside. He wonders if he mixed it up while putting the green onions in his bag, and decides he has to get rid of the evidence. He urges Elka to hurry to the 38th floor as fast as possible. Teo really is something else. Back home, Sejun is freaking out because something is missing. He checks around the green onions because he needs to plant the new potatoes, but then notices the sun pumpkin that was there during harvest is gone. His mind goes straight to Teo. Then Sejun relaxes a little, figuring Teo probably moved the sun pumpkin somewhere else while helping. Still, he wanted to taste one, and says he'll punish that brat when he gets back. Right then, the seed shop opens. MC had totally forgotten it was that day, so he decides to check what's for sale. His rank is still he, and his level lets him buy as many seeds as he wants for just 5 tower coins. The shop offers flame beans for 5 coins, 20,000 carrot seeds for 4 coins, 5 Cheongyang pepper seeds for 0.5 coins, and 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 coins. The protagonist stares at the flame bean seed, wondering what kind of seed costs a whole 5 tower coins by itself. He has enough money, but if he buys that one seed, he won't be able to get the others. The risk feels too high. Sejun isn't the type to gamble. Familiar foods remind him of home, and with more rabbits around, he needs more carrots, so he picks carrots, strawberries, and peppers. He buys them all for 5 tower coins. That earns him 50 mileage points, bringing his total to 56, and then the shop disappears. He's happy with what he got to plant, and just thinking about strawberries and Cheongyang peppers already lifts his mood. Then he goes to Father Rabbit and says he bought more carrot seeds. Sejun asks him to start planting right away, and Father Rabbit excitedly agrees. With the upper fields expanded, the farm keeps growing bigger and bigger.